Make an entirely new window. Make it full screen so it goes to the top. Apparently relaunch my Brave browser so it fucking doesn't make me do it in the middle of my broadcast. Open, 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 open. Dry folder 1, dry folder 2. Hello. Per the thumbnail, if somehow people have not heard this yet, I will explain it again. Over the last week, my mutual aimbot Amy, who was going to be in attendance with us tonight, but decided she had cold feet about it because she has a change of mind, but I do not, got into an internet spat with content creator PikkySilly, aka, per the title of the stream, PikkyPaw. Using the @ on either of those identities will bring you to both one of two of the main and side burner accounts that the content creator under this alias as a VTuber uses to broadcast to the internet. In this conversation, this user got into a verbal spat with my mutual aimbot Amy and chose to engage with aimbot Amy under the auspicions that SinglePlayerCarl, who had already explained this content and commentary, allegedly, I say, but definitively in their statement, was a pedophile. And I quote, "You're the one promoting a self-admitted pedophile in your tweet and ensuring that he's getting paid. At least I don't help pedophiles make money. You must love them considering how comfortable you are promoting it." To which Amy responded, "Funny how I promoted Caramel Cajun's post for the YouTube Black Witch and not the direct video you're talking about. Because you're mentally retarded and cannot see, read, or hear anything. It's okay, I'm not 14, so I'm off limits." This being in reference to the fact that, and as it can be stated for the audience that has absolutely no idea, where we will be broadcasting this inside of the content center from inside of the server, because I'm not going to put a lot of this content directly on camera except for what I have prepared. It is to the evidentiary fact that it can be stated for the record and proven beyond a shadow of a doubt in their own words that, yes, they believe that a child at the age of 14 is fair pickings. Quote, "14 is the legal age, bro. What law am I breaking?" Addressed before that, they were told. Which one is it? They were told, allegedly, they don't have the legal liability. It's dumb. Telling a child to bend over and that you're going to fuck them at the age of 20 is fine. I made a video addressing it, saying it will happen again, and not something that I have control over. Thus meaning that you believe that it's completely acceptable and fine to refer to children in a sexual manner, regardless of whatever legal age in your country, which I assume is Germany, because she's reported you to the German police, is the case, You believe it is completely acceptable and fine to make comments like this while I do the bare minimum, and the bare minimum that I do, that I am allegedly a pedophile for, again, my words allegedly, your words confirmed, is that I repeated the words and evidence in March of last year that came from the VTuber Blacklist account from January of that same year. Information that I have in a document that we can all see here on my screen, as well as the documentation that I have concurrently on you to the update of last week. As you can clearly see, February 6, March 20, 2025, August 3rd, 2025, and then information from January, March, June, April, January. Two different investigations, both done with Sanuary Drive, with evidence and follow-ups. The entire content of this broadcast stream will not only be me clearing my name and creating the timeline of how we got here, but me for the evidentiary interest of all those watching. Number one, why you do not fucking get my eyes on you. Two, why you do not accuse me of things that I did as a job. And three, why you do not accuse me of being a pedophile. And when I say apologize, you apologize. Because you could have just said, bro, I'm sorry. I got into a head-ass fucking argument on the internet, and we could have been done. You could have just said, bro, I got into a dumbass argument on the internet, and I put your name in my mouth. I'm sorry. Now I gotta drag your ass. Tell your mothers, tell your friends, tell your cousins, tell everybody you know to tune into this live stream. If you have VTuber friends, tell them to tune into this live stream. If you have mutuals that have interacted with this person or interact with this person as a content creator, tell them to tune into this live stream and into the live stream VOD. Let's begin. So, as I stated, PikkySilly chose to insert themselves into my timeline in my life, starting from here. As you can clearly see here, the content is as follows from the date this happened, because Pikky has now blocked Amy on her accounts because he got upset about the fact that they were addressing her out. Just so that everybody's clear and understands, this guy is an actual documented pedophile with multiple victims. You're probably wondering how he survived so long. It's because he changes his name frequently and has a set of dedicated people who downplay the allegations, so when he eventually gets canceled, everyone can forget. I also know what he looks like, and this is exactly how he looks, exactly how you'd imagine. From the post where this individual tried to use the opportunity of other VTubers, formerly, namely Shy Lily, before she chose to become a VTuber persona and was still a flesh tuber, using, I guess, an anime voice modulator, going out of their way to try and antagonize them for the purposes of, I don't understand what the fuck, or why, but something they chose to do. As you can identify here, PikkySilly identifies himself as a chaotic lava cat boy. The YouTuber voice actor does a lot. This is the first account. This is PikkySilly. If you go to PikkyPaw, you can see that this is a 71.6k follower account that is allegedly in re-debut to be announced. I cannot scroll further down because there's gay boy penis on my fucking screen. The pinned from October 29th, 2025 is the best 18+ femboy server featuring gay boy cat penis directly asking you to join the official Femmes Discord. Rest to say, the femboy in question is a gay boy. I don't have to explain further. With that being clear, let's go to the source of the information that I have. And let's expand out from there as we go through the explanations and we go through the documentation. So, on the day that these conversations happened, and I noticed that I was being called a pedophile, because Amy, of course, tagged me, PikkySilly attempted to claim that no, actually, the self-admitted pedophile that he's talking about is this person by the name of Silsilco. You're using the evidence of a pedophile to prove that I'm a pedophile. You know, that's like a double negative, bro. Noticing for a fact that this was not admitted that he was doing this, because he is, of course, constantly doing what people call side tweeting, quote tweeting. The kind of behavior where a person takes a quote of yours and refuses to quote directly the things that you're talking about. They keep making child threads inside of the parent thread that they're responding to you in. He accuses me of being a pedophile in one of those child threads, and then down this thread line where I was not seen tagged, if you go into Amy's contents and you go to Amy's replies in the multitudes that she has, you can find where I am linked directly here on March 30th, leading back to November, from the post from February about how, from the VTuber blacklist, Picky, under PikkyPaw, PikkyPT, PikkySilly, sexually groomed multiple minors and accepted CSAM material of them. This is where the first link comes from. Secondary link was a follow-up link that the same account did. That's why the account is written by Sanctuary Drive, both times. Knowing this is the case, and knowing this was something that was said, and knowing that this was the argument made, multiple different users came forward to explain that, yeah, they're actually very, very aware of PikkySilly's status as a pedophile. This is not a secret. This is an open base of knowledge. Many of them are aware, and he started trying to silently mute and or block all the people who he believed were relevant that would cause him a danger and a problem. So, not only was the user aware of what he did, not only did the user make this accusation, knowing for a fact he knows nothing about me, he made this accusation in the same breath, saying, no, actually, I wasn't talking about him, I was talking about this other person. I then called him out directly. We don't need to watch the video, because it's been up for a while. If you didn't see it, too fucking bad. This video basically is me saying, PikkySilly, you have until April 1st to apologize for the following statement. I apologize for accusing SinglePlayerCarl for being a pedophile because I was being loud and annoying on the internet. I know you have minors on your server. We also know that they are mods. We also have the full investigative scope with the original sources and links, which is the first link that I have, now that I have 2 links of documentation about you with extra follow-ups and PDF files. Not PDF files, PDF files. PDF files compiled so that it's easier for people to consume and view. And just more information on top of the information we already had. I link the same information that Amy does, and I say, the ball is in your court, you shouldn't have tried to pick a fight, and you shouldn't have tried to drag me into it. I gave them, literally, business end of April 1st. So I gave them until midnight of April 5th. Basically, more time than I should have allotted them to be able to just shoot out a tweet. That's how easy it was. All they had to do was shoot out a tweet. All they had to do was shoot out a tweet, and it would have been fine. Hello, why are you using half of my last name like that? All you had to do was shoot out a tweet and say I'm sorry. It could have been the most fallacious shit existence, and I would have taken it, because it means you would have understood and seen this. You clearly knew that it was added to you. I know that you saw it. So everything that's about to happen is because you chose not to say a goddamn thing and chose not to open your mouth and apologize. So for the purposes of this stream, for however long it takes, but let's say it takes preliminary 3 hours, we're going to open super chats. I'll answer questions while I'm going. Please be aware, there will be graphic information. I will hide the majority of the most disgusting information if it happens to be in image format, but I will be describing it to you. No, there is no brakes on this train. Okay. So, that's where we started. Where did we go? What did I do after that happened? Because it is now April 6th. What did I do after they wasted time and allowed April 1st to come and go, and it was midnight of April 2nd? I got busy. Anybody who knows anything about me, especially if they are watching me for the first time from this broadcast, I am an ex-Fed. My job was a digital forensic archive expert. That means the tech guy who hacks your computer and finds your hidden files. Didn't have to do any of that because the information was all around there to find. But it did mean that I had to go scrubbing in places I didn't want to necessarily be. And the shit that I found was repulsive. Many of it you could easily find just on Twitter itself because it was posted freely by multiple users who had the sauce and the details on PikkySilly, but compiling it all together was the hard part. That I've done easily for you, and I will display it to you in the order in which I found it. Let's set this goal for 10 super chats. How about that? The super chats are so that I can calm my fucking nerves because I'm very fucking angry. I'm very fucking angry not only because of my fucking honor being slandered and integrated, but I'm also angry because the shit that I have found is disgusting. So, what did I find? What am I about to show you? And what is it that those of you who are playing the home game inside the server can be able to expect? Well, as I explained, and as I showed, PikkySilly is the kind of individual who believes that as long as they are technically innocent and that they are legally protected, there's nothing wrong with them flirting with children who in ages of states such as the United States would be considered minors. They're all consenting adults here in Germany, you see. There's nothing wrong with this. Now, they claim they've been on hiatus for over a year, making $2,300 a month, and that they were going to see Amy's account go down. So I can assume that part of the reason why Amy did not want to go in, on top of the reasons she's already told me, is that there are multiple people who are trying to protect this user that he follows. This includes the PikkyPaw account that is in permanent re-debut, because you see, that means that PikkySilly is not really a VTuber, they're a VTweeter. They spend most of their days on the internet tweeting about people and talking about people constantly. This means that when you see posts from PikkySilly, you're going to see posts such as this. What I love about Twitter is that you can share your dislike for someone, be the reason a terrible person got banned, and they will still block you believing other predators they also hate. I will never understand intellectually challenged people like this that just hate everyone despite them doing actual good and things that they actively like. I've done more for you, your friends, and your entire community you belong to than your community on its own, whether you like it or not. Hateful man-children didn't get loved when they were younger. Quoting everybody's worst liked left-wing shill that sits there sucking clit for Alyssa Mercante by the name of Dave Paul Riviera, also known as Airbagged, on his 11th, if not 12th, 13th, or 14th ban evasion account, because he has been getting his accounts sniped out of existence, because apparently now Elon Musk and his Autobot squad on the support staff are actually listening to the reports that are being sent in. PikkySilly is attempting to take credit for that. As you can see throughout multiple parts of the section, you have individuals such as Adam Bush on this account saying, go date men your age instead of underage boys, wimpy-ass, child-molesting, bitch-ass, dick-sucking, dropped-off the orphans with no real apparent halves, 2-inch erect penis-ass, jassy children that videotape themselves shitting on the toilet-ass dickhead. You'd think that these are just insults. However, no. This is not an insult. This is confirmation of something that I discovered and that was handed to me by one of the victims. Fortunately, there's no pictures, but that doesn't make the texts any more disgusting. Before we get to those, another tweet. Putting this in scope view now. Facts every terminally online user needs to know. The word pedophile means nothing. People happily defend horrible people as long as they get to harass somebody else. Random people have no power over you in any way. If you harass someone instead of arguing, you prove their point. Never listen to people online. I'm glad I get under people's skin so much. Expect more art and content from me soon, and thank you for all the support that I've gotten. People clowning on him, saying words, etc., 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 etc. Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. However, we're going to start with the scatology. That's the easiest vector point I can help you guys get into this, okay? You need to understand the attitude of the individual that we are dealing with and what they believe is acceptable behavior. So, again, we address the fact that they believe that because they live in Germany and 14 is the considerable age, that means that they're safe and that nothing bad will happen to them. However, on screen is the series of tweets, or rather the series of DMs on Discord, handed to me by a victim. They had already been posted publicly, but they came to me, they came to me specifically, to identify that this was behavior that Pikky had done. Let's read. Understand, under the notes, F female was 17 at the time of these screenshots that were taken in August 15th, 2023. On August 15th, 2023, starting at 7:35 p.m. The following conversation took place. You have bad memory. I don't. You're acting like you don't know me. On purpose? Since it's been like, what, multiple months? You unadded me for no reason. What purpose, though? You did it on purpose. What purpose, though? Because you just seem to have forgotten me. You left me on red. Conversation moves forward. We are now on, or rather, moves backwards. Conversation is now on April 25th of 2023, 627 yen, leading from a tweet that is broken in the series that says, next time you gotta, okay? I don't know if I can. I'm nervous. TWT is a Japanese emoji. It's a Japanese emoji that's like, It's what cute anime girls do when they're like pouting and they're like, That's a female trying to be coy because she's embarrassed. What is she embarrassed about, Carl? Just relax. I like what you send. Happy face, heart emoji. I just want to see you lean forward and put that cute butt to use. But alas, after the embarrassment emoji, notice it says, hee hee, you're a good boy though. This is a male to female transgender. I repeat for the people at home. Hello, Amy. I repeat for the people at home. The person that was the victim is a male to female transgender. Or they were a femboy presenting feminine. Depends. I was told that this incurred on the 18 plus femboy server that is on the alternate. But scatology. They were being sent photos and pictures of the user shitting watching it come out of the hole. Again, you're very lucky there's no pictures. Again, during the same conversation, something from Will Miss You Too, from what looks like a feature that comes from server emotes because it has the image of server boosting. Will Miss You Too. Remember what I said before? I'm sorry. Seeing that bussy stretch, it's okay. Just do it next time, question mark. That's kind of weird. As they say, I'm confused. No, like, you're pooping. No, like, you pooping, lol. I thought I made myself clear. I wanted to see, like... And then, looking through the messages in the history, the amount of times that the mention of toilet is made... I'll just bring Amy up real quick. The amount of times in which toilet is mentioned and made. Here in this search, I did not make it this small. The picture itself comes up this small from the reference chart, but it's readable for me, so I'll dictate it for the people who are playing the home game. Of the 11 mentions, Pikky said in 10 months of time from when this was recorded, so it has to have been during some time between that in-between phase. On the toilet, gosh, I still loved that toilet pic. Can't wait for the toilet video, ooh woo. I know I've been fixating on the toilet number 2 stuff, but I'm just very curious, tilde. That means he was saying it flirtatiously. I need to see that bussy stretch on the toilet. Mommy wants to see her good boy's butt spread open as he does his business on the toilet. Or letting me see you on the toilet, question mark. When I asked you if you'd show me your toilet time, and then another message that was clipped off, but it has toilet in it as well, because it was also highlighted. This is just the first series of messages. There are more. So, this is the... Here's your opening to the person that we're going to be learning the details of. Again, you wouldn't have had to see this if this person issued a fucking apology or took accountability between myself or Amy, specifically me. Some of this information you can easily find if you just go through the comments and the mentions within the timeline within the last week and a half of Pikky, because he has been blocking accounts and he's also been hiding replies, where you can find the information of the secondary Google Drive. I will post comments. I will post the links in the comment section below the live stream for those that will be watching later on the home game. Yes, this is the intro. We will be posting them as evidence, evidentiary information for people to see, at their pleasure, should they want, and if they have a strong stomach, to view it on their own time. But, again, as a preamble, before we get into the first document, let this serve as a warning to you. I have infinite time on my hands. I work from home. I care for my parent, who I am then paid for by a home care service, and I am accredited by a Fed from the state that ensures that I'm not doing elder abuse, because Lord knows that even though I hate things that she does with a passion, she's still my mother, and I am still her youngest son. However, if you ever think to put my name in your motherfucking mouth, and you ever think to put the words pedophile or abuser or bad father, bad parent, bad partner, hits his wife, hits his kid, ever in your goddamn mouth, you better fucking hope and pray. 2 things happen. 1, you better hope and pray that this fucking snow bunny convinces me to give you mercy. You better fucking pray! You better pray! She begs for your mercy! And you better hope that I don't have the time. Unfortunately, only one of those things will permanently be true. Because if I work from home, That means I got infinite time when I'm not on this broadcast and when I'm on this broadcast to look into you. You done fucked up. You fucked up. Multiple times it's been said, single player Carl is an ex-Fed. Single player Carl is an ex-Fed. I remember in the past when I had to deal with this with Elizabeth. I remember in the past when I had to deal with this with the Smug Rocco brand. Back then, Amy was, well, I'm not gonna put that out there because I don't want to re-traumatize her. But what I will say is, she was in a rough way. I ended up losing the job to make sure that I could stay up with her, to make sure she did not go out in a rough way. And the same thing that I did to her is the same thing I'm about to do to you. So remember, bitch, you clicked on my face and gave me a reason to click on yours. And unlike most people, I don't waste my time. I don't waste my time. So, first document. Let's get it. Document number 1 was originally posted during the time of the first investigation from January 6th to June 16th. In that information, in the read first, you can find the following. To keep in mind, Pixie has been terrorizing people for ages. The content of this drive is an amalgamation of any and everything that we can find between videos, other people's documents, and screenshots. We at Shomaru's Sanctuary have made great efforts to censor the names and the information from everyone who's come forward. Please do not make efforts to contact or harass these people, nor speak out to harass Pixie himself, as that is not the point of anything we do. We hope everything you do in this drive to determine how you feel about him and act accordingly. We will not speak to Pixie again, but we shall continue to update this drive as we get more information. Pixie thrives on attention, as they admitted themselves. Positive or negative, and rather than confront him, we encourage those to spread the word around them and steer clear. He does not deserve any of our attention. Unfortunately, I will not be honoring that. But what I will be doing is the statutes of the law. So, as we get into the document, I would like to remind you, do not go out of your way to contact this person. Do not go out of your way to harass this person. Do not go out of your way on the behalf of me or my audience. That is to say, the Negrohood and the Negrohood HOA or the United Negro Carl Foundation to contact this person on his behalf and say that the Negroid sends his regards. What I want you to do is I want you to give this information to every single VTuber you can, every single VTuber adjacent content creator that you can, and to every single individual who is adjacent to VTubers that is in the sphere of people like Picky that you can, and allow them to find this information at their leisure and use it as they will to make or not make connections with this user in official businesses. Because what is clear to me is that Pixie is the kind of person that believes that when he has perceived power, that he can be able to behave in the way that he does. And what I would suggest that you all do is take this information and anything you get from this broadcast and say, watch this from the beginning to the end and see that this is how Pixie behaves when he is confident that he can just simply antagonize a person, block their account, and move on like there will be no consequences because it's the internet and nothing really happens. I don't want you to harass him. I want you to bring consequences to him by normally acting the way that you would regularly do if somebody told you, hey, that pedophile over there is on the street. Gather your things and remove yourself from their air, and the people who have authority over the places where he frequents and is, let them do their job to remove him from their spaces. Okay? Okay. Welcome, Amy.
Yeah, I forgot I had to accept to speak, but if you don't know, Pixie makes $2,300 a month being a predator, by the way.
I mentioned that.
Yeah, it was just it was like, yeah, I've been on hiatus, and I'm a raging pedophile who makes $2,300 a month. I'm like, damn, okay.
I was confused why he was so. I was confused why he was so bold to just admit that blatantly. Like, oh, you make money off this? Damn. I'm gonna make sure that if you get.
Don't worry. One of his supporters, who lies about being groomed, by the way, one of their supporters said that she doesn't care that he jerks off to IRL kid scat porn, and that she doesn't care what a grown man jerks off to. And I was just appalled.
I noticed that.
I was fucking.
I noticed that. We'll probably go after that. We'll probably go over that before we go over the second files of documentation. On screen for people, both inside the server and also now on screen for the broadcast, you can see that before we even get into the documentation, the owners of Sanctuary, who I'm going to abbreviate the name for, gave us a pedophile bingo. So inside this information, you can find that he plays the victim, he grooms people, he uses the excuse that everything he did was in the past, he is a repeat offender, obviously he's a furry, but I think the furry part is not the part that's important here. I could care less about whether or not they identify as an animal. I care more about the victim blaming, having a alleged 18-plus Discord server where he grooms the minors, claiming that he's changed, faking mental disorders, constantly changing his aliases to avoid being caught, claiming that the victims that he groomed lied about their age. I'm not sure what AOC debater means here. Allegedly, they're racist. They're in a,
They are.
They're in a
They're actually just a hardcore racist.
Okay, cool. Allegedly, they are a mass reporter. I believe that to be the case, because it is what it is. Age of consent debater? Okay, that makes a lot more sense, because I'm like, what?
He already claimed that he was going to mass report my account and get it taken down next. So.
Yes. He said directly to you that your account's going to go down next. Don't you worry. Yep, I got that on. I went over that before we got here too. Fucking man, there are always age of consent debaters. Now, I don't like the fact that in Germany there are plenty of ways people have gotten fucked over. I remember when we were dealing with this with AccuSpark, when Elizabeth was accusing him and threatening him with what she had, which then led to people claiming that I gave him $90 to create that art piece that he made of me, where that was me handing him $90 of my own money and saying, you don't have to do anything for this, and him drawing that image for me instead. That I know that in Germany, the age of consent for them tends to be the age of 14, but many people just decide, no, I'm not going to talk to people that young. I'm going to go 16 or older, with some people breaking their even at the average of the American age average, which is 18. And I know that for AccuSpark, it was a very big problem, because that was tied up in his schooling, that was tied up in his university shit. And it's very much the same thing here with PikkySilly, where they are also a, at least European Union German citizen, I believe. Because I know you said that you reported them.
Yeah, I've reported them to the police multiple times.
I've already contacted one of my Fed connections to start compiling a documentation system that they can then send over to them.
In reference to the age of consent in Germany, that only applies between two minors. If you are still an adult, sharing or receiving child porn from anyone under the age of 18, you can be legally prosecuted in Germany.
Yeah.
So. Yeah,
that obviously was left out from PikkySilly, because part of what I believe is his goal, as is the goal of most people, but definitely PikkySilly in this situation, is that he uses the lack of knowledge of people. He uses their lack of knowledge to basically get you to be like, come on, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't say anything if you don't know what you're really talking about, as a way to get you to back down, so that you can't directly address what he's saying. I am annoyed by that, because it means that if you don't have him dead to rights, like I have the information here, he'll just basically say, you just hate me because I'm fighting your enemies and you want to find a reason to be mad at me. Very irritating.
Yeah, I also don't like how he uses, he straight up uses, like, whatever, the lolicon community or whatever they call it, to directly attack individuals who call him out, even though he's actually blocked by a lot of lolicons because they just don't want to associate with a predator. So
yes. So in the first documentation, we have information on Pikky server, where he lists himself as the god of femboys. On screen inside the server, and now to the broadcast, this is a list of FAQ, frequently asked questions, that Pikky has about the server. Try to get all of them on screen. Gotta square up the document a little bit. So in this PNG, we have the following. Why can't you work and get a job for income? I've tried in the past, but due to psychosis, schizophrenia, and past trauma, I'm unable to work with schedules, other people, and expectations. This was the last option, in which this must have been being a content creator. Why can't I use GIFs, M's, and images inside of general chat, with the answer being listed inside of important information? What are donations used for? I'm in college, have medical bills, and health insurance. Then on top of all that, I need to afford food and put stuff away for the future, since I won't be able to work anytime soon. A small donation helps a lot. You're acting weird / are you okay? I need multiple meds to function, and when they wear off, I can get a bit weird and random to some. Best to just encourage me or to take a rest to distract myself. What is this server for? This server gives femboys, trans, and other types of people shelter and a positive space to express themselves. We go strictly against any weird, objectifying, or just creepy behavior. You know, that's a really wild thing to say when on your alternative account that the link to this server exists for is literally a picture of a cat boy with gum on their face, leaking from their penis, upside down, standing on their neck. Yeah, that's definitely a thing that I would expect out of a support and positive space network for people to comfort each other. The door literally has basically a guy getting gangbanged in the ass, Tomb Raider style. And it's like, actually on the inside, it's actually like a health spa. You know, this we just support each other, and occasionally we sit on dildos. Very, very normal. Very positive, very normal. Don't even know the way you're addressing it, Carl. Can I request new features, changes, or simple emotes? Of course you can. Just head over to the suggestions box. How can I support you? Just go on over to donate. You get several perks, such as fast DMs by me, colored rolls, max perms for monthly supporters, and the supporter channel.
If I may interject about his about me section, his Discord server, he claims to have, you know, severe amounts of medical bills to require donations, but in Germany around 90% of the population will never see a direct medical bill because everybody in Germany is required to get insurance that's funded through employers and stuff. Mm-hmm. So he could be just potentially lying about having medical bills as well.
Mm-hmm. Carl, I know
there's like co-payments, like for example, 10 euros for inpatient care, but you know the max they can ever charge per year is a $280 euro maximum. So.
Mm-hmm. Pip is asking me, Carl, what's Tomb Raider style? So Pip, there's this series of pornographic drawn images that some artists like to draw, where some type of pharaoh who's being laid to rest or is being sealed in a tomb gets a girl and or boy to fuck the shit out of. And at the moment that the tomb gets sealed, the person that they get sealed in with, that they're fucking shit out of, gets paralyzed into a form of golden statue. And that becomes the death mask that is over the sarcophagus that they're laying on top of. Or rather, the art piece that they become, that they're laying on top of. If you are degenerate enough, and I want the furries in my audience to be able to speak up for this, you know exactly the frame of reference that I'm talking about. If you go and look it up under Tomb Sealed, you'll probably find exactly the artwork which I'm describing. So the visual that I'm giving you here is you basically have a femboy ejaculating and or being ejaculated into as the door into what he claims is supposed to be a safe space for queer, femmes, and fatales in his community and audience that are also 18 plus. So it's the equivalent of going to a swingers convention, and on the door to the swingers convention, it is the picture of a woman getting fucked by two men at the same time, and one of them is obviously not her husband. And then when you open up the door to said swingers convention, everybody inside is basically partying like it's a carnival ship, and even though there's no sex happening where the people are at, you don't put a pornographic image like this out on the front of the thing that people are expected to go to. Even if it's 18 plus, you put the pornographic shit inside the building, not outside the building. That's why code switching exists, like the upside down pineapple for swingers. I don't know what the code signal would be for furries. The furries in the audience could probably address that better than I could. The gay furries in the audience could address that probably better than I could. But the point here that I'm trying to make, since you decided to make me explain this to you, Pip, is you don't do shit like this. And then say, I'm completely doing nothing wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Everything I'm doing is legal. Common sense. He should use his common sense. Moving forward. Can you DM him? Of course you can. I made this server to make friends as well, not just for support. Duperface. Now, I find it interesting that you are paying for donations between 7 and 8, and that you have the ability to get fast DMs from him. I don't know about you, Amy, but for me, I'm an accessible content creator. If a person DMs me and it's about something legitimate that might interest me, I respond quickly. It doesn't matter if it's somebody who dislikes me, it doesn't matter if it's somebody who likes me. I try to respond quickly. Nobody has to pay for a perk to be able to DM me or have the ability to DM me. My DMs are almost always open. I have a business email people can contact me at. The best way to contact me is probably to DM me some... Well, on X, I suppose that's harder to do now. Because if you're not a checkmark user, there is a feature that stops non-checkmarks from DMing checkmarks. But you can @ me with a tweet, and I will see it, and I will likely respond, or I will heart it or bookmark it, and then bring it up later on my broadcast. So I don't know why the hell that's something he does, other than that being just something that I guess VTubers do. I know that VTubers do things like Lum Lum, who is a friend of Dev's. She, like many other VTubers, as I've learned, they have this feature where they make it so that they can identify whether or not you are a likely person that they want in their audience. It puts you on a pending invitation list, and then a moderator or the server owner, which usually is the VTuber themselves, identifies whether or not they want you in. You know, they cross-reference a list of people who have been said to be like stalkers and or ne'er-do-wells that upset content creation, or go as a monitoring spirit to go look into other people's audiences, to go report things back to people as spies. You get what I'm saying? And then eventually let you in. I know this is something that VTubers often do as a way to just, comp troll, to make sure their audiences are, like, there to be a fan of them and not to be hate watchers that spread information about them. But I find it very strange that a creator puts in their FAQ that they can be DM'd and that they want to make friends. Now, you can always make friends with your users. You can always become more close to them as official members of an audience as they become more involved in your community. But the interest here is that this is effectively creating a line to groom. People are paying for the ability to create a fast-tracking line to get groomed by Pikky, where they pay their own money to get the ability to contact him, where that gives him premier access to as many people that want to contact him in this way as possible. Keep that nugget in the back of your head. Why are you struggling with life so much? I have stress-induced psychosis. If put under stress, I will say things that most won't agree to and do unreasonable actions. Hey, Pikky, you know how you stop yourself from doing that? Don't put yourself in stressful situations. We have one of the easiest jobs in the world, bro. One of the easiest careers in the world, bro. You go live and you can do whatever the fuck you want. Yes, Amy?
I was about to say, you might notice that him talking about putting himself in unreasonable situations is one of the primary excuse factors that he uses to avoid accountability.
Yeah, I noticed that he keeps using this as a particular linchpin for, well, you see, I was just responding to what people said. I was just responding. I didn't start it. I just responded. Pikky, responses are a form of choice. Did somebody force you to look at the tweet? Did somebody force you to reply to it? You can see the DMs. You can see the mentions. You can see the acts. You make the choice on whether or not to engage. And then you choose to go forward and say, yeah, I do this shit to piss you guys off. I love getting under your skin. Which one is it, sweetie? Sweetie, Snookums. Which one is it? Do we love drama, or are we stress-induced and it makes us a fucking nervous wreck? Can't be both. Pick one. Can't be both. What are donations for? Redonate. Have you ever tried doing blank as a job? I suggest not doing this because it causes me a lot of stress. I'm trying my best to scrape by somehow doing this with college on top of content. I won't be able to get enough in a month to live if I do proper work. What are your conditions? Stress-induced psychosis, schizophrenia, adrenaline disorder, which pushes me way past my limit, on top of the fact that I'm prone to heart failure due to stress. I already had one in 2022. Moving to secondary document. Go ahead, Amy.
Keep in mind here that you know, this guy is constantly saying he's barely scraping by, but often just brags about how much money he makes off of this gig, by the way.
Same thing. $2,300 is not nothing. Of course, he put it in abbreviations of American dollars. I'm not aware of the conversion rate for Germany, but I'm assuming that it's not.
I don't know why he put it in American dollars, because I'm pretty sure 2,300 in euros is like, I don't know. It's not a lot.
I find it interesting that he brags about the money while saying I don't make a lot from this job, because if I was making $2,300 a month, do you realize
He's making 1,920 something in euros, I think. I don't remember the exact conversion.
Okay. If I was making right now $2,300 in stable monthly YouTube and or Twitch dono feedbacks, do you guys realize the amount of shit that I could do for myself, my server, my audience, the community around me and my other people, and that I could be able to fund as forms of content, as well as just improving my life in the general sense? It is not a secret, and I have told people before, that the thing about my home care job is that I cannot work another job while I do it. So I, technically, because this is not something that I have reached the point of having in a large quantity amount to have to declare on my taxes, even though I do my taxes, both the side that is required from Twitch and YouTube as part of AdSense and a part of the affiliate program on the pathway of partnership, the same thing that I'll have to do for Kick once that Kick gets big enough, and so on and so on. All of my income from that particular job is not taxable because it's not an income. It is basically a stipend that is being paid from the state from a healthcare agency that is credited by that Fed who works over me as an inside healthcare coach, while the outside healthcare coach that is a part of my home care agency double checks my work. It's basically 2 points of failure. Well, technically 3 points of failure because I also have an agent. 3 points of failure that overlook me and my business work. And anything that I make from broadcasting is basically things on top of the money that I have that helps fund things like new products and new upgrades and new features, as well as potentially funding content such like what we've been putting up with the $100, $200, $400 bounties for somebody to debate these arguments that people make on Twitter, where they get into these discussions against us, and not even sometimes even my money, but you guys crowdfunding it, Exocrusher, waving to Exocrusher, funding it yourselves for the purposes of just bringing up the point of content. We've had to deal with it with the Birdman. We've had to deal with it with the stragglers from the DoxoFlex event, air quote. We've had to deal with it from people calling me this pedophile, and they've come in very big droves, only in my DMs, but never in my content directly on camera. And we've dealt with it from stragglers from past events that we've had happen. None of these people, and also Marathon as well, none of these people have come forward to claim this money because they don't want to have the conversation, or they're not brave enough to take my money because they're not confident. And it's in my account. I've showed you all the money before. They don't want to take it for some reason. I offer PikkySilly the same opportunity. Come take my money. Prove to us that the things that we are about to witness here is not true. If you think that I am slandering you, that I am doing libel and damage to your brand as a creator, an individual, and as a consumer, sue me! Please sue me. I am begging you, please take me to YouTube court, claim my content, and give me a fucking reason. Please give me a fucking reason. I am begging you with tears in my eyes. Please fuck around. Please. Anyways, moving forward. The PMG here continues with answers number 13 through 16. What is your goal? My goal is to become financially stable. Since I won't be able to work, I save up as much as I can to survive longer. Being a big content creator wouldn't be bad either, dupe face. So we're bragging about the idea that, hey, I want to be a big content creator, but I really want to be financially stable. Hey, Picky, you know how you can be financially stable? By making content and not constantly tweeting 24 hours a day as a V-tweeter. Go live on your channel. Go live on your channel and do things other than drama slop. What was your situation prior to becoming a content creator? I don't like sharing this publicly. Again, you can DM me and I'll talk to you when I can find the time. Why would you need to be secretive about this? Why would you even need to have a moderator tell people not to question you about why you can't get work and get a job, with this being a huge trigger? This is your question. This is your FAQ section. If it's a frequently asked question, why don't you just tell people the honest truth and answer? I find that to be duplicitous, because this is basically begging the question that, oh, this is a very deep pain, and people who understand me, who get me for me, they'll understand that this is something that I don't like talking about, because it's a harmful thing that affects me. But actually, this is you saying that whenever a person addresses something that they ask you, you won't actually give them a straight answer in public. You're only ever going to speak in private, which means that you give yourself the benefit to lie. Now, I can't assume, I can't know. Again, if you think I'm lying, sue me. But I think, and I believe, and it is my professional opinion as an ex-Fed and as a digital forensic archive expert, that this is you making a notable paper trail that anytime when a person wants to ask you a serious question about you and how you or do what you do as a creator, that you funnel them to your DMs so that you can groom them or you can be able to mislead them about things. Because in the same question, or rather in the next question, when you say, what would you do if this failed? And you say, I'd rather not think about that. I've answered that question before myself. Failure for me as an influencer and a creator is not an option. Because unfortunately, if I can't work another job, that means that I don't have the ability to get another job nearby to my home, like I had before in the past. Because those of you who remember the factory art, Carl, you remember me working my fucking ass off between a Fortune 500 company and being a CNC operator inside of a machining factory and getting fucked over on one place and then getting sabotaged and fucked over by my sibling brother, who effectively made me lose my job because I could not do my job with the high stress that he was causing me, stealing from our home and squatting on our property and not leaving and making us unsafe because he was putting our identity and our home location out on the internet as a bazaar to sell our stolen property from. I couldn't be able to work my job and take him to court to get the PTO to get him off the property so he could go get fucking help and get his life right. And to this day, that continues to be a problem, because it has ruined that opportunity for a job that would have paid me more than I'm earning staying at home and doing what I'm doing now. Even though that's something that is a deep embarrassment in the general sense, failures and shit. It's something that people who ask me, I tell them openly. Maybe this is a me thing. Maybe I'm just one of the most accessible creators on the internet that I don't have a reason to lie. Because there ain't shit about me that you can't find that you can tell these people about me that's going to be evil. Because I've told them everything. Truthfully, I am 8 Mile. You cannot tell these people something that they don't know about me. So when you then say, do you have any other goals? I have to earn my life savings within the next few years because I don't think I can stay relevant for 10 years. I guess being spoiled rotten is one. Being taken care of to the point that I don't have to care about spending money much is all about you pushing people to feel pity for you. You want people to feel pity. You want people to feel bad. You want people to go to you and be like, aww, he's just a little soldier. He's just trying his hardest not to be in danger and have problems. Which then directly leads to the requirements. Of course, you say that people have to be 18 plus and they have to be an activity level of devotee in order for them to be able to verify in a place called Femboy Pictures. Femboy Pictures. Now, Picky, why inside of the alleged 18 plus server do you have a verification post that says one of the requirements is that they have to already be 18 and also be a higher activity level? Wouldn't it be the case that they wouldn't be in there if you could not verify that they were in fact 18? So, Picky, this implies, well, we already know. I know, Amy knows. This would imply to a regular consumer who is clicking through the links if they found these on Twitter that you, in fact, do have minors in your server. You understand that, right? Everybody gets that, right? Right? Everybody's aware of that. That's what you need to understand from that picture there. The only reason why you would say the requirement is that they have to be 18 and they need to be in a higher activity level is that there are people in your server that aren't 18. So when they want to verify to post inside of Femboy Pictures, which I assume is the same thing as a subreddit that's dedicated to verified pictures of the users that are posting themselves in their bodies, that you want to make sure that anything that is being posted in there consensually is being posted with the awareness that everybody there is a consenting adult. But why would you need to identify that they're a consenting adult when they should only be consenting adults? Huh? When you go into the metaphorical swingers club, do they just let your kids into the early section and it's like, all right, you little scamps, you're going to have to stay out here in the kids-friendly kiddie lobby while your parents go into the highly identified section? No, you wouldn't do that. It'd be no kids allowed. Because adult behavior happens behind the 18-plus door. It's not Chili's, nigga. It's not Chili's. It's not Cheddar's. It's not Olive Garden. It doesn't seat families. And then it's like, all right, would you guys like to have a big-breasted server with giant fucking knockers come to your table and start strip-teasing the entire table? No. They don't offer that. And they check your identity before they offer you wine. Same thing here. So the fact that they have to verify that they're 18, and they need to verify that they're 18, and then be active in your community, means that this is also you creating the opportunity that this is where they get groomed. Because if they have to be a certain activity level, that means they have to be hanging around in order to get that activity level. Who knows what they have to do to get to devotee level 3? In my audience, the only thing I ever require is you guys to attend events. People can come in the door, and we have the automatic system where you are able to get ranked up to the base level of joiner opportunity. But from there, you have to engage in content. When I notice that you are showing up to content frequently, because I go back and I check, that's why I usually broadcast things, and if I'm not broadcasting it, I notice who comes in and who checks in and who stays for longer than 30 minutes, or rather longer than 5 minutes. I notice, and I rank you up manually. That's what we do. Once you get from Mandingo Kiva, which is the yellow title, to the boys, which is the blue title, that is the highest you can go. The only thing that you can get from there is the United Negro Carl Fund tag, which is the green tag, which is a donator tag. There's nothing else that you can do. I'm not asking for a special behavior. Now, it is the case that if you happen to give me money at that level, you can get the green tag, but that still does not mean that you immediately get all the privileges and the expectation of a person who would have been at the blue level. Because your money does not guarantee you getting preferential treatment. Anybody can get banned from my audience. Moderators can get banned, users can get banned, long-time donators can get banned. Because money does not mean that you control me. I'm not content and or audience captured, you see. Pikky, assuming that they're a fucking crumpled over dust about to fucking die if they cough wrong, they instinctively are. So they are creating an opportunity for audience capture, which is extremely fucking dangerous. Moving forward. Now, I haven't reviewed some of these pictures before we've gone on screen, so I'm going to occasionally dip through and check them before I put them on screen. This one is safe. This is a screenshot of the inside of the Pikky Femboy Hangout. As you can see, they have several people with paid boosting in the server. They have a server background that is obviously what I assume is Pikky kissing another boy. The server is at level 3 with 101 boosts. They have a throne room with the rules, announcements, polls, disability section, important information, a donation, a schedule for when they go live, I assume, social links, a level up section, a meet the staff section, introduction, a reported issue, and then another section about the main hall. It then has images of what it goes into the rules, what the server expects. Respect the content guidelines. No gore and explicit content. This is not a dating server. The only time in which people are allowed to reverse relationship talk rules is for existing relationships. Allegedly, this is the only warning. Do not do suggested behavior. Avoid it. Don't flex your partner. Don't constantly mention it 24/7. Zero tolerance for hate speech, for racist, homophobic, or hateful speech. Equal treatment. Privacy protection. Do not asking for people with personal information without consent. You have to be mature, which, why would you need to tell adults to be mature? Wouldn't they just be mature? But you know, people can be retarded, right? You know, transgenders, you know, retarded furries that are a little bit autistic. They can be a little bit stupid, just a little bit dumb. Ensuring appropriate conduct. No politics and controversial topics. English is the only language of the server. Other languages are not allowed. That's a little bit stupid. You could probably have a translation bot, or you could have a section dedicated for those languages if you really needed to. But I can understand the purposes of doing something like that. Avoid not safe for work content. Assuming in the place, outside of the place where the not safe for work content should be, they will speak in safe for work terms. But in the not safe for work section, they can speak freely. I would assume that'd be the case. Maintain server harmony, no drama, no incitement, no begging, no flexing, no self-promotion, no showing off your wealth, do not ignore staff messages, do not ask for DMs, keep your conversations on topic, no spamming, and do not disrupt conversations with GIFs and images. Cool. Then, continued rules. Maintain a drama-free environment, no drama-related topics, no inviting to personal servers, no religious talks, no doing drugs on camera. That's a very specific rule. Hey, Amy, do you have a rule about not doing drugs on camera in your server?
I'm pretty sure it'd just be common sense not to do something like that.
Why would a person that has such an audience need to have a rule about not doing drugs on camera?
Isn't it just like all other rules? Like, it ends up becoming a problem, so it becomes a rule or something like that.
Pinky, did you have people in your server doing drugs recreationally for fun?
No.
I would hope Pinky didn't. That would be pretty bad. The only reason I would think that a rule like that exists is that it happened before. And that it was a problem. See here, adhere to server guidelines, report inappropriate behavior, respect the moderators, no harassment, no creepy behavior. You have like 3 different mentions of the same thing that basically says do not harass people and don't be creepy. You should only have to say it once. Whatever. Report any random friend requests and DMs. They are always creepy or otherwise. Extra rule. Any hostility towards me revokes the right to remain in the server. I will not keep someone who likes me in my own house. This includes calling it a cult. It ain't that deep. Being selfish and not caring about others will get you banned. If you can help, help. The severity and context of violations and punishments will guide the enforcement of the rules with mod discretion, with absolutely no actual guideline of how that works for how you will punish people. FemPick Rules is a separate channel. Report an issue if you experience problems with members and staff. Do not deem me about server stuff. I am not a mod. So I have 3 things about that. Number 1, the extra rule. Hostility towards the content creator revokes any right to remain in the server. I think this is a dumb rule for various reasons. People who already know about Short Fat Otaku and know about his server rules and what the context of how he has framed it knows that he has a rule that is basically, you can say that he's stupid, you can say that he's dumb, but you cannot call him bad faith. If you call Dev bad faith, and you say that the mods are acting in bad faith, then it precludes the fact that you think that he is evil, and therefore he will not platform people like you in his audience, and he will not allow you to be in his server, because that means whatever he does, you will always view his actions in the most framed, malicious way possible. This is a very similar rule to the rule that Short Fat Otaku has. Why I bring this up, however, is that this rule basically says, if I think that you're a bad person, I will ban and remove you. That's a very interesting rule to have when you are somebody who goes out of your way to insert yourself into drama. Because what this basically means is, if you say anything to me directly about my behavior and you call me out about being a hypocrite, I will remove you and I will act like you didn't exist. If it ain't that deep, then why do you even have a rule about somebody having hostility towards you? Because hostility is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this rule set. Because questioning you about something that I'm unaware of or I'm not sure about is a form of hostility. Disagreeing with you publicly can be considered a form of hostility. You see where I'm going with this? So let's say, for example, just for argument's sake, if I think that you are grooming people in the server, and I think that I don't want to be engaged in a conversation with you, and I say politely, I do not want to engage in sexual activity in my DMs, am I going to be banned from your server, Picky? Because I have it on good authority that you've used this rule to try and ban people from your audience that were normal individuals and people who had questions about you that were unsure of whether or not you did something, who came to you with questions, and then you acted like they were trying to hostage you and that they were trying to take advantage of you. I have it on very good authority that you did this more than 10 different times against several of the people who are now permanently against you because they were able to come to the conclusion that you were in fact doing the things that you lied to their face directly and said that you were not doing, including the scatology. Basically, the rule system, chat, if it's not picking up to you quickly, that this rule state is used in a way where basically I reviewed myself with the mods in the audience and I came to the conclusion that I didn't do anything wrong. Type shit. So that's very interesting from the pedophile. Also, when you say don't DM me about server stuff, I'm not a mod. Yes, you are. You're the head mod. You are the head Negro in charge. You are the head nigga in charge. It is your server. What do you mean they can't DM you about server things? They should only ever DM the mods? Oh, you're just there to absorb and collect money? You can't be engaged about the things that are happening in your room? That's weird. Why do you need to have a liaison of people telling mods that they need to not ask you about certain things? They would just be adults and not ask you prying questions if it was your preference, right? Right. Because the only way that I can imagine you be doing that is that you have children that would ask you those questions. Again, that's just me thinking out loud. Then, we have an automod blocked message inside of Vent. Bunny Elijah. For someone focused on hiding themselves away, Pixie, you're doing an awful job. Before the moderators read my crap and attempt to hide them further, read this and understand you're aiding a pedophile. The point is that you've been proving several times over your Lord Pixie has gone out of his way to delete his old YouTube, hide his Instagram, and private his Twitter. He has remained in his YouTube and changed his Discord server to Pikky Sanctuary, as well as calling his Twitch PikkyPaws. For someone not guilty at all you do is run. And to the mods and people that continue supporting him, you're just as crappy and guilty at this behavior. Oh my god! Look at that! In the vent section, you specifically have the keyword pedophile flagged in the automod to block a message. Huh. It falls under a rule of drama filter. Now what did I just say about... What did I just say, Amy? What did I just say? Now mind you, chat, this is a first time look. I received the information. I had it shown to me by those that needed to show me the secondary folder link, so not the ones in this one, but the ones in this one, that the evidence and information is correct and true. But I'm seeing this fresh for the first time with my eyes. I clock it, sis, clock it. It is in fact the case that we are clocking it.
Yeah, I mean, there's also an entire section about his entire mod team just turning on him. And then he literally slimes them all out by banning all of them.
Yeah. Then, we have another section here. The mod guide. Here's a way that I controlled an escalating member in chat today. As you can see, I explained the guideline rules. I said I will not discuss another member's information unless they ask the user privately. I explained about wrongful punishments and how to contact someone to handle it if they haven't been sent anything or if they haven't sent my thing anything at all. That shows the users that the mods have to have respect for the mods and members that are here. If you have any questions, feel free to DM them. This does not have to be a word-for-word response. Please just use this as a guide. So, you've got a person by the name of Rose Servers Kitten that is explaining how moderators go about trying to adjudicate over situations. This is actually very good. It means that you have the internal structure of how mods ought behave. However, I do believe that this is the moderator in question that we learned something very particularly silly about, or am I mistaken, Amy?
Are you talking about the minor the minor mod who gets called a brat?
Yes.
And has access to the blacklist channels, or?
Yes. Is this not the same user?
Oh, yeah, no, that moderator. Okay, I was making sure I was reading the same part of the document. It says minor is underage, and he has the blacklist tag, which, assuming that allows him to see blacklisted channels, as well as, you know, he also gets called a little bratty imp multiple times, I think.
You had that.
But essentially, he has a role that essentially tells him that, hey, this little miner's a little brat, guys. And it's very creepy, you know?
Yes. You showed me this, or you posted this as well earlier. This is not the same user, but putting this on screen for the people at home.
It's a different user. Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
I thought it was just the one.
Yeah. So, as you can see here on the screen chat, this is a user that is inside of the server, where they are a MAR trainee, and they are a bratty little raven who has access to the blacklist section, and it clearly says in their section about themselves that they are 15 years old. They have been a member of the server for January 16th, and they also apparently joined Discord 2 days before they joined the server. So they made their account to join that audience. They have all these different tags. They're at level 3 as a peasant. They're at level 5 as a soldier. Level 10 as a troop. Level 20 as a cavalry. God damn, how high does it go? Level 40 as a space marine. They're amongst the chosen. They have access to schedule, polls, they, them, ASMR, she, her tags, live, live, YouTuber. They're a frequent donor. They're a monthly supporter. So, yes!
I can imagine being this kid's parents. Like, can you imagine discovering your kid is giving a pedophile money every single month? I just cannot, man.
Not just giving them money, but they're actively assisting in how they try to manage other people, exposing them while they are effectively a part of the grooming. And also, how quickly did that shit come back around the bend? Chat, clock it. They, in fact, do have minors in the server. I already told you that they did, but here's the evidence of what I am talking about that led me to this conclusion. Now, this was Amy's discovery, so I can't take full credit for it, but they have minors in the server, and those minors are serving as moderator staff and have access to material that is going to expose them to the grooming side of Pikky's behavior if he's not grooming them directly. Now, let's say that it's just an inside joke, and they just, they poke at him because, you're a brat because you're young. I don't believe that's the case. I do not believe that is the case. I believe that it is, in fact, the case that they are being groomed, just like any other user who is being groomed. Even with the guidelines, even with the systems in place, even with all this other shit that's in place, it is the fact that Pikky clearly plays favorites. And he has favorites. But, moving back to the document. We have several different sections that shows off other things in Mod Guide, such as how they go about addressing things and consisting of content. And then we can see users speaking. The date in which it happened is blurred out. However, the conversation goes as follows. That's asking a death row criminal why before execution. Either way, I can't see no access channel, which is viable for me to mod, and apparently we have it blocked because of these DMs, so we just counteracted. We have it blocked because we have a rat on the mod team. Clap. And what do you think they are doing with the join logs? Copying usernames of newbies and mass DMing them. I've already got wind of this. So, Pikky.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
If you want to know why the dates are blurred out, because when you gather information from mod chats, especially if you're just going to rat in the mod chats, it's best that you cover the dates so they don't know who is watching them, because they can determine on who you are by what time zone you're in.
Yes.
I used to do this on a server that had a problem with letting minors talk about having sex in general, and I literally went into the mod team and ratted for a bunch of people. And in order for me to cover up the fact that I was doing this, I had to change my time zone on my computer. I had to cover up dates and stuff to make sure that, they didn't know it was me and things like that. But
Yeah.
If the type of behavior of dates being covered up is normal, you'll see that quite often.
Yeah. I was just confused in the sense of trying to establish a timeline. For the people playing the home game, as I rattle through my jar of jelly beans, when you are using Discord has an internal font system and an internal CSS callback system that they use for the purposes of several different things. And in that system, there is a callback system written to the log files of your server's time zone that pens where you are in the world and what time zone you're in automatically. It's useful sometimes when you're planning an event because instead of trying to list the time zone based on where you are, you can use the updater to basically make it so that people can know using the appendix system in the CSS to post information as though it is in the time zone of the person that is referring to it. So a person from Germany, a person from the UK, a person from the West Coast, and a person from the East Coast can be able to know when an event is happening based on reference from GMT, from New Greenwich time, and have it translated into their time zone so that they don't have to do the calculation themselves. This information can be used to triangulate who is doing what because they can figure out where you are based on your time zone. So this means that Pikky is aware that there are people who are looking after him, which means in the same breath that he says things like, I'm completely confident, you guys just don't have nothing on me, you guys are just mad as fuck. This is Pikky actually confirming that he does in fact know that he's being watched. He doesn't know who, but he doesn't know who's being watched. Then we have an announcement from a moderator by the name of, that's dark-ass fucking purple pigeon. If you get a friend request from a person by the name of PikkySilly, please block and report the user. They are trying to send more misinformation and continuing to harass members to start drama. They are trying to do this to leech members and regulars off the server for self-benefit. And then Pikky adds this information and says what this bird said. Then, in announcements, frequent people leave Femboy Hangout 2.0. They harass me, my mods, my regulars, and everyone here. Everyone in that server supports ableism by disregarding my handicaps, harassing people, and being run by mostly creeps and pedophiles that were previously banned here. I'd normally never encourage toxicity like this. What do you mean, normally never encourage toxicity like this? You shouldn't be encouraging toxicity, period. Like, period. So, what are you talking about? But okay. But it's currently impossible for me and my admin and my mods to manage this. I don't care what happens to them, but know that most of my struggles are their fault. So now you're blaming your problems on other people who you claim are doing disruption to your server. It seems like, more to me, this is you trying to give an explanation to your users who are either too stupid or not clued in enough to pay attention to what's happening, that you can give them an easy explanation for what is effectively you getting consequences of people who are calling you out clearly inside of your DM logs and clearly inside of your ban filter about your behavior so that nobody finds out about the sins and crimes that you've done.
Yeah, you'll notice that this is a common tactic he'll use, that when you bring up these documents, he'll be like, it's made by a pedophile, or everybody who is involved in this is a pedophile, or they support pedophiles. Because that's what happened when I brought up the VTuber blacklist tweet that you made around Pikky's original account that you called out on yours. He straight up claimed that, you know, you were using documents by a pedophile supporter and you just like pedophiles or / a pedophile yourself. Mm-hmm. And he'll do that quite often. Like, for example, he claimed that the document that we're reading through was made by Parlo, which I don't understand most of the drama because I don't involve myself with, you know, lolicon debates. It's not me, but you know, he claimed the document was made by Parlo, which is not true because this document was an amalgamation of most of his victims, which was handed to the VTuber blacklist back when you made the original tweet. Mm-hmm. So, you know, he falsely claims that the document's made by a pedophile to discredit other people as pedophile sympathizers, so that way he can alter the discourse and obfuscate the truth.
Mm-hmm. Picking up where I stopped reading. If you even say my name there, you'll see the extreme nonsense hatred against me and my community. Make sure that every member there leaves. I don't care how. They just bring toxicity to this place and the owner encourages it all. Announcements. If you do, swat them and otherwise I won't really care. So now we're calling for the potential assassination of users by reporting their private information so that they can be visited by the police and potentially have an incident that could potentially take their lives. And you don't care about that. You just want the harassment to stop. Harump, harump, harump. You're not making yourself look good, Picky. You're not making yourself look good whatsoever at all. One's in the chat, two's in the chat. One's in the chat if you think Picky's just a good little dude, didn't do nothing, who didn't do anything wrong. Two's in the chat if you think he needs to go to the jail cell. This is an AFK.
Somebody asked what the VTuber blacklist was. It just imagine a list of VTubers where, you know, their crimes and stuff are just well documented, like harassment, racism, and stuff. People you wouldn't want to associate with, and they just created a blacklist of those people. Obviously, they might get some things wrong because, you know, no system is perfect, but that's generally what the VTuber blacklist is.
It's effectively a document that's being brewed by a group of people that attempt to crowdsource knowledge about a particular person that is considered to be a danger to those and to themselves, those around them, and the audiences that they lead because of negligent or outright aggressively abusive and malicious behavior, such as Picky's. So that you can have a document to share to other people so that you may be able to make them aware of their past actions and future arguments so that you can just simply steer clear of them. It's the kind of whisper network that's not a whisper network. It's like being Martin Luther and you pen a letter of intent of all the people doing bad things in a community in front of it where everybody can see it, certified and accredited with all the things people did. Of course, since it's Google Docies on the internet, you don't get the guarantee that it's always going to be right. So you have to do your job and be very, very careful to go through information and make sure it's correct and you are speaking with authority and speaking with confidence because you know that it's true and that there's no argument about it being, you know, an interpretation of he said, she said. I did a lot of effort between the second and today to get the information and to get the statements from people that I received statements from that chose to come to me and asked if they could just send me towards the info that I wanted for this purpose. And as I said with the AFK check just now with the ones and twos, the thing here that's really important to take note of is that notice that he says this with flagrant disabandon. He says, I want you to swat them. And not so long back, we saw an explanation that actually he said that he wanted to do something like, oh, I want you to address this person in this way about this thing. And I want you to address this person about this thing in this way because I want them to feel a certain way and to act a certain way. But this stuff causes me stress, guys. It causes me stress. So, in you being caused stress about alleged haters, because what he's describing is just a hater. It's just a hater Splinter Cell Discord. You know, just a splinter of audience members that you've banned. I've had people like this happen before. I've communicated to you before that there were people that I've banned from my audience that went to your audience and basically used the state of being involved with you at the time. One particular user that we banned when former head mod Horror and Hellfire was here, specifically over the Cinebear 3 situation. The user Evan Do Things went from my audience when we banned him, when he was confronted live on air and was asked to explain why he was involved with the content that he was, lied to my face and said, I'm not involved anymore, go to this person who's already DFE'd on the internet. And basically it was revealed that he was doing gay ops from inside of my server, so he was permanently removed. He went to yours, and then I guess somewhere along the line he ended up getting mod status, and then when we were playing Marvel Rivals together, he decided to antagonize and harass me during the broadcast, trying to say that I didn't do anything wrong, I just said one thing on your Twitch stream and then I was removed for no reason, when evidence of the content that he was a part of and that was done live on camera revealed him in the DMs of the content from the material that was relevant to that situation. Because it was jar content, you see. It was connected to Just a Robot, a well-known lolcow who cannot stop himself from putting his foot in his mouth constantly. People like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I eventually banned Evan from my community, because he actually straight up just is a weird conspiracy theorist who does not need to be in my space at all.
Yeah. There are other users that I had thought may have been also there. You told me that either they're like people who only watch on like alternative sources, or they don't directly communicate, or their names don't match, or they're just not there in the community, and they are...
Yeah, no, I've only ever found one of those people, and they follow my main Twitter account, but I've never interacted with them before, and they've never watched my stream either.
Yeah. It's of my notice and of my concern, because this was something that happened while Horror was here as a head moderator before she chose to leave of her own choice, that we had people here that would actively say slurs on camera, caught live on tape when my headset's off while I'm trying to talk to my mother in the other room, that they thought that they could just basically do things that would have gotten my accounts permanently banned, because they were just saying the slur directly on tape. And she caught them in the action of doing it, and then when I confront them about why are you doing this, they immediately leave. Or, in content in the past, back when I first started the Versus Chat live stream audience engagement sections, when I had guests like Counterpoints, not Contrapoints, but Counterpoints. Counterpoints Connor, he now goes by, who was originally a part of White Leaf, White Forest, which was a part of the Vosh collection, and other people like my other mutual, Aiden Paladin, who just recently started a secondary channel called Science Civil. When I had them on as guests during the early Versus Chats back in 2022, there are people like that of... I'm trying to remember his whole name, but it's not coming to my brain. Something like Hole of the Light, who would take time and just simply cannibalize my broadcast time on air by trying to constantly bring up topics that had nothing to do with the material of the content that we were there for, which led to my live streams being like back-to-back over 12-hour broadcasts because people were using my stage as an open mic night. And when I addressed this person, Whisper in the Woods, now I remember it, Whisper in the Woods. And when I addressed this person, believing, hey, bro, you gotta understand, yes, I want you to have fun on my stage, but that doesn't mean that you can just constantly yap on the microphone about whatever you want. And this person said they understood. At the time before I removed Ben from my friendship, as well as a co-host for the Fried Chicanery podcast that's currently in indefinite hiatus for this moment, it was the case that he went to Ben to yap and mauled about the fact of how dare I stop him from talking, because he's a fat fuck, speaking about me being a fat fuck. Carl is a fat fuck who doesn't have the audience. Nobody talks in his chat room. Nobody fucking cares. Who is he to stop me from talking to Aiden about German politics in the middle of talking about internet drama? He should be happy that I'm engaging in this content. And this would then get him permanently banned, and he is now just a permanent affix inside of Aiden's audience because he's allowed to do autistic bullshit and activities there. It is the case that we have routed out users that have basically been sabotaging the work. Many of them would then be angry at me and would go to other people who are my mutuals, and if they were allowed to do things like this, they use it as a way to be like, yeah, this is much better over here, where I'm not being ruled over by a dictator, and all I ask for them to do is to respect my time on camera. Very, very, very common thing that happens, and I don't know why the fuck it is the case that it is, but it was the case that, ironically, many of the people we ended up banning doing this shit were Germans. It's very common, sometimes, that you find people doing shit like this. It's very much the case of what people are experiencing with Cabal and Cabal outreach when it comes to the inevitable drama of Short Fat Otaku, and people that have similar dramas, where there are people who create splinter servers dedicated to hate farming them. I am aware of that kind of thing being a thing to focus on, but it doesn't fucking mean that because those people have been removed, that I say something like, how dare you leave my server? You're going to get doxxed. I'm going to report you to the police. There's no reason to do that. That's retarded. That's the stupidest thing a creator could do. Answering the question about what happened to Horror and Hellfire, I am not going to explain the full detail of the private conversation she and I had in our DMs. But what I will say to you is that we had a disagreement of opinion, and it was Horror's decision to step away permanently as head mod and from my audience to go focus on her own self and her own content. This was an amicable choice that I did not have a say in the matter of, as when we had this disagreement in my DMs, she chose to not speak to me for 2 days, and then made the unilateral decision of her own recourse, a decision that had been made by a former friend of mine who decided to say unconscionable things about me in private, which have affected me since, to act as though the only decision that mattered was the decision that she made for herself. It is the fact, and remains to be, at this moment in time, that I have no problem with her, personally. I have no problem with the decision she's chosen to make, even though I'm not given a choice in the matter, and she is fine in her own content. She is in her own server, doing her own thing, following her own work, and keeping up on her own stuff. I, again, send her my best regards, and hope that she's doing well. That's all I can say on the matter of that. I hope that answers your question, Exocrusher, because that's all I'm at liberty to say here. She still broadcasts, she still streams, she still makes her videos, she still does her horror updates. But that's all I can be able to say on the matter. But it was the case that in this irreconcilable difference of opinion, specifically and ironically, based on the December 6th debate that I did on Wake TV, that she chose to step away of her own volition. So right now, we only have the moderators that we do. Some are in the capacity of head mods, such as Phantasma and Bloodia, and others like, can you pick up the phone?
Hello. Please leave a
What happened,
message
Richie?
after
1 second.
the tone.
Okay. It is the case that the other moderators that remain, Phantasma and Bloodia, are head mods, and everybody else are now demoted to community mods, in which they do have the ability to still do the job of a mod, but it's more the focus of them to help you and everyone else in the community with any issues, problems, or resolutions for things that you might want to have done, like events. Within 2 months' time, I will probably attempt to recruit more mods for the purposes of helping with particular events, such as gaming nights, movie nights, and other events that you might ask for and or want, as a method of organization for those that are out of the loop so that somebody can keep them aware of what's going on in the loop. But, yeah, that's all I can be able to say on that subject matter at this time. However, returning to this material directly in front of us. If you do swat them and otherwise, I really won't care. I'm sick. I'm sick. Yes, I am. I am sick protecting assholes for my community. This is the same as most other femboy servers. I was discouraging everyone before, not anymore. Do as you see fit. Know that most issues here are caused by them. A couple of things. Why would you say that this is something that is common for femboy servers? I have never heard of... It's common for femboy servers to have server wars. Like, this is a clan war you have going on right here, right now. Like, this is a clan war behavior that I would expect inside of World of Warcraft, or Once Human, between PvP players. You're acting like these people are the fucking, like, this is the fucking West Side Jets and West Side Story. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. I maybe because I'm not a gay furry, I don't know how this happens, but I can promise you, there's never a time where a creator who believes that he's being harmed and harassed should ever say, go dox the information and go swat the identities of these people who are my haters. I used to tell people, please don't do bad behavior, but now I'm saying I don't give a fuck. Do it. You're liable for everything that happens to those people if something happens. This is admitted evidence on camera that you have the intention of being the kind of person that behind closed doors will act like the most unrepentant bastard, and then to the public will say, oh, they just hate us because they ain't us. They just hate us because they ain't us. They just hate us because they ain't us. Disgusting. Now we have a post about, okay, some absolute buckos keep saying I steal my memes. I voice them. It's my own voice that gets like and followers. I make half the memes entirely myself. You can't own memes if you take other people's art. I only watermark so they don't endlessly repost my stuff. At least I ask before I take someone's artwork to make memes. If you see anyone doing this, call them out for their hypocrisy and stealing other people's artwork and then harassing creators. This is the art thief in specific that says I steal memes when it's put under fair use. Their @ is Sam42_FR. So, memes are not things that you can necessarily steal unless you are trying to take credit for the original source work. This is like the gay bunny transgender that tried to steal the Sonic Says, I want video games of lesser quality with these graphics, and I'm not kidding, as a tagline for themselves and their developer work. The creator of Nightmare Card that got angry at the Real Game Awards for giving them a game suggestion nod for their game going viral. I have had plenty of people steal my thoughts, steal my evidence, steal my work, steal my reports, steal my articles, steal my memes, and use memes of me all over the internet for the last 5 to 10 years of my life as a creator. Ebony Maw, one of our mutuals on Twitter, he has often been quoted and cited, since he's a very big account, as large as Poe and his alts, about being used in this fashion where people equivocate his image to a sense of smugness. Just like Millennial Lowe's and a couple other people, he's had posts of his go viral as a response to people being retarded on the internet. I have my own opinions about how people behave when they do this, but the general opinion I have overall is that you can't really get angry about people taking images. You can't control people and what they do. The best thing that you can do is basically, if you're an artist and you specialize in making memes of your work, make your work stand out so that people have to credit your work. This is basically the same thing you should speak of on people like that of George Alexopoulos of G Prime 45 or 25. It's the same thing you should say of people like Brian Dog tweets and Brain Dump tweets whenever they make any art week or any animations about their memes. Getting mad about memes that don't belong to you because you're using a source base image to make the meme, putting your voice on it doesn't make it yours any more than me taking a screen cap of my Twitter and then me voicing it makes it mine. People can be able to repeat the shit that I say and take the examples of shit that I do and use it as a joke if they wish to. They can also use it as a roundabout way of making fun of me. Like, there's that one audio that I recorded not so long ago, or no, very long ago, that's like, damn, nigga, that's crazy! I don't remember asking. That's still out there in the wild that people repost every now and again whenever somebody actually has the original source file and they are not just recopying a version of that came from my post links. You know the post I'm talking about, Amy.
What did you say again? Sorry, I was looking at something else.
The audio file meme that I made of myself where someone was being retarded and I made basically an audio video file of a meme that's like, damn, nigga, that's crazy. I don't remember asking.
Yeah, no, I actually had that as a follow alert on my stream for a year. It was very funny.
Yeah, like I can't.
That's credited to you in my my Twitch bio because I credit all the stuff I use, but
yeah. Like, as a voice actor, I can't control where people decide to take my voice and where it shows up. Because there are plenty of Carl posts and Carl edits that people have made of me that they've posted to the internet and that I've also promoted when they have done so. Fan work, fan art, fan posts, video edits, cliche edits, personal edits, professional edits. It's shit, you can't control this stuff. You don't own the meme. The meme owns you. The memes can take on a life of their own. We live in a post-truth world. People can make things mean whatever the fuck they want them to. And directing people to go harass a content creator or an artist that you call him, calling him an artist, and saying that he's the art thief that's stealing stuff from you and harassing you. Technically, actually, you don't even say that he steals it from you. You're saying that he calls you out about stealing memes that you claim are under fair use. That's you, once again, directing a hate campaign towards a user that you don't like. So now, not only do we have you for reporting people to SWAT them using police to possibly endanger their lives, and also claiming that any person who's ever against you is just an evil hater. Now we have you directing people towards something as retarded as, that nigga said I stole tweets. Beat his ass. Go beat his ass right now. Wow, what a bitch. What a pussy. Why don't you do it yourself? Why are you hiding behind your fans? Do it yourself. That's crazy.
You don't understand.
What don't I understand?
Yeah, I said you don't understand. He'll have a high stress situation and have a heart attack because that's under his medical conditions.
I suppose. And then on the bottom here, we see, I expect people to at least ask before taking art to make memes. I guess that assumption is go too far. Don't harass me accusing stuff if you aren't prepared to have my entire community up your ass. They never contact me either. They blocked off all content and banned me as well. Please report him for harassment and hate raids. They better prepare themselves because I'm suing them for defamation. So that's a malicious use of the legal system, for one. For two, they don't have to ask you for permission, so if they decide to block you after you decide to antagonize them, or worse, you tell them that you're going to send your community to go harass them, that's you attempting to push them into silence and creating drama where you said this will cause your little itty-bitty heart to explode. You are actively creating a hate raid, and you are doing antagonistic behavior that would definitely lead to you being gossiped about, if not called out about your bad behavior. Now this one's a little bit small, so I'm going to try to make it bigger and large. A little plan for December just regarding Ko-Fi and ASMR. So basically, I'll try to do the first Femboy AR within next week, and then also one for Christmas. I haven't decided fully on Ko-Fi describer perks, suggestions always appreciated, but I wanted them to either be able to see ASMR sooner than others, and maybe also offer some additional endings or spicy cut content not suitable for YouTube there. I will see about commissions after I get the first 2 or so videos up, but that's the current plan. If you want to stay notified, get the notification roll, the channel rolls, or subscribe to the channel, link below. So you are announcing your intentions of doing porn. This is ASMR porn. This is vocal porn. You're being a vocal porn artist. Now, as an 18+ creator, ain't nothing wrong with you doing that. Alright? Segregate the content as it should be. Put it in the proper places like all the fucking other whores on the internet. And there's really nothing anybody can say other than, he does ASMR porn. And then you being like, what? And you know, you do the Chad Thunder talk. You know, the funk walk. But you are suggesting that users in a server where you have underage members of your audience can pay you for content that has you doing jack-off instructions. That's what that is right there that you're saying, Picky. See, I used to be a porn star. And I don't mean I did voice shit. I mean I put my penis in places that I was then paid for. Something that I did on contract as an escort. What you are suggesting that you're doing is that you are offering jack-off instruction video edits for your audience for money as a part of a feature of possibly having it tied to full subscriber perks on Ko-Fi. Now, it's something that you're offering. People don't have to give it to you, but it is literally the case that that is what you're saying, and that's what you're offering here. So, in the server where you have minors, where minors have the ability to pay you money, you are also asking for money for you to be able to give minors jack-off instruction video requests of your voice for the purposes of... This is not new lore, Pip. I've always explained this as something in the background. You are dropping content on those minors where you are giving them pornographic content for them to masturbate and jack off with and or jill off to. Gotta cover both bases, you see. Because even though it's a femboy server, you also got girls in there. So, you have set up a connection where it is beyond plausible deniability that you are selling porn to minors. You're in your server selling vocal porn to minors. It would be bad enough if it was, I'm going to start a Pornhub section, and I'm going to put jack-off ASMR porn on my Pornhub channel, so that people that want to pay for scenarios can be able to buy them, and then I record the scenarios on tape, and then you can listen to them, and you have to pay a premium feature to get them from the Ko-Fi link on the posts that are for those subscription tiers, because Ko-Fi, just like Subscribestar, has the ability to use both one-time payments and recurring subscription tier payments, just like Patreon, or whatever other particular donation system any of you would like to use. And it is the case where I use it as one-off donations, as a tip jar, that they here, PikkyMe, are using them as a formulation of requests for porn. And in the requesting of the porn, they are making it clear that you can ask them to narrate different scenarios. And it's not too far of a connection that they are basically asking you to pay them money so they can create scenarios where he's basically either manipulating or getting manipulated by you. That is disgusting. That is fucking disgusting. Now, if everybody there was an adult, it would just be adults being freaky. But it's not, because you have minors in your server. So, here's more posts about PikkyPaw saying that they're trying to start messages and trying to harass people. But now we have other users that they're calling out. Namely, block any messages from Ethereum Dragon. They're taking messages put out of context and sending them to messages, sending the members to twist the full information. Please be advised. Already threatened the user Pigeon and others, so please block them and report the messages to Discord. Publicly apologize for the ping, but people aren't paying attention. I have to resort to ping you all. So I find it very interesting that you are doing all this work to tell people to interact and engage so they can pay attention, to be mobilized. This is you mobilizing your fan base to harass these people that you claim are doing this without any evidence of them actually doing it. Let's assume that they are, in fact, reporting on the things that you're doing in your server. You have weaponized your moderators to specifically weaponize your audience to make them aware and to clamp down on something so that they can immediately stop all information from leaving in and out of communication circles. This is you actively trying to control the flow of information. Why would I ever believe anything that you say, Pikky, when this is the way that you behave behind closed doors? This does not encourage me to believe the words you say and to think that everybody's a hater against you. It is something that leads me to believe that you are going out of your way to create situations where you can say you're an innocent victim, but then here you are trying to raise and burn other people's reputations to the ground while trying to block off all information leaving so that you can control the narrative. That makes you untrustworthy. That makes your mods untrustworthy. And now, we see the actual activity level in the server. Level 3, Devotee, which we noticed is also necessary in order for you to get access to the adult section, under 18+, is also the role that is required to join voice chats. So, at the minimum, from levels 1 to 2, you cannot join into voice calls with other people unless you are at this level. But then you get to Worshipper at level 5, which gives you gift previews, nitro emotes, and stickers, as well as attachments in all channels instead of general. Admirer gives no extra level permissions. Plaything gives permissions to send images in general, and to share screen in VC, which will give you the option to ask Pidgey for a custom role of your choice. A loyal pet role that gives you nothing extra, but just places you higher up on the trust list. And then Royal Toy, which gives you the highest role possible to be noticed, as well as the monthly supporter getting level 12 perms immediately. Being able to use external stickers within the server and outside of general, and Dono getting exclusive access to the supporter chat where all the spicy interactions between my community are. Yeah. And the tongue emoji means that they're being nasty in there. You know, y'all know the meme. The whole damn, you know, the eye bulging out of the head, just you know what I'm talking about? That. As we can see here with this accessibility to this role in front of us, it is very clear that Pikky, unlike my server, and probably also unlike Amy's server, They have created a pipeline in which you can give them money to get access to the highest top role and be able to immediately engage in sexual activity. So you can be there for a long time, or you can become a monthly supporter and immediately get the ability to get basically full access to the server. Because being a monthly supporter gives you level 20 perms. So technically, there's only 4 levels. Well, technically 3 levels. There are 3 levels of actual access for Pikky's content. You are level 3, you are level 5, or you are level 20. And 10 is just a barometer to exist between 5 and 20. Because if you're a plaything, also, clock the names of all the things that they're using. Clock it, devotee, worshipper, admirer, plaything, loyal pet, royal toy. These are all things that you call somebody who's a masturbatory aid. These are things that you call people when you're grooming them. These are pet names, obviously. You can pay to get immediate access to roles that you otherwise should be, checked for, to see if you're even supposed to be there. So minors can pay money. So now we have an example of, hey, that 15-year-old minor mod that has access to the blacklist and access to all your content through all of these roles that you give them, yeah, they're in places where they shouldn't be around sexual activity, and you admit that they're doing sexual activity inside the donor role chat. I wonder if we'll see what's inside the donor role chat. I'm praying we don't see what's inside the donor role chat. I would like to be able to eat my tofu later. I would like to be able to keep my chicken and tofu down. Continuing forward. That was the last document in that particular section. Moving out of the folder. That was server. We now have responses. There's lots of allegation responses here. Starting from the top. I got a week timeout once because I said something and then got untimed because I was innocent just from automod. Even though Pixel Drink has some concerning allegations towards kids, it is okay to still find him funny. I just looked him up and damn, he looks like the stereotypical Discord moderator. He's worse. He's anti. Also, there's something vile about someone making an expose video on someone in it sponsored crying emoji. That's like having a sponsor on a video about Hitler. Like what? Oh, that's fun time without consent allegations against him. Hitler was an evil, evil man. Today's sponsor is Raid Shadow Legends! So, Pikky, I find it interesting that you're worried about people making money when you allegedly are supposed to be a little soft thing that doesn't have the ability to defend himself, and also is so sick that if I breathe on you, you'll die, but you're bragging about your money when other people need to make money too, to live in this world, to eat, to live, to eat, and to also survive long enough to live, to eat again the next day with what little scraps they could probably make. I'm a capitalist. Make your money, nigga. I don't care. However, I find it interesting the way you do business. As in, the way you do business is horrible. Just saying. And, yes, for context, this stream, I do believe, is appended with ads. At least as simple as the basic ads that are already a part of my moderation cycle. I don't put on any extra shit. I don't put in any extra dono stuff. I don't have any direct sponsors outside of the ads that are already served by AdSense. So you don't have anything that you can attack. Most of my content is funded by my audience. And even if you were to attack my audience source of income, I also make money from my job. So now I'm not as at risk of having everything taken from me as I would have been months before, where I had little to fucking nothing and I had to survive off of the donations that my audience humbly gave me. Which I'm always thankful and I'm very blessed for having. Because I could have no audience. I could be streaming to nobody, and nobody would be here to hear what I have to say. Other than me and Amy. But it is the case, Pikky, that no, actually, people can have ads on their expose videos if they wish to have them. I don't think they should be sponsored by a particular company, like Surfshark, or fucking a VPN service, or some type of, affiliate link. But if they have sponsors like the Dragon's Treasure, or some type of business like GamerSups, that's completely fine. Factor meals, completely fine. Who are you to tell other people that they can't have things? Because if you have any sponsors, that makes you a hypocrite. Straight out. One's in the chat, two's in the chat. Here's an AFK check. Do you believe that it's wrong for people to make money with just basic sponsors, or do you believe that there's something inherently wrong with having any kind of sponsor, period, while you're making points about somebody that has done wrong behavior? Moving forward. You have something to say, Amy?
Oh, no, I did have something to say about the sponsor part. This is exactly why I stopped taking sponsors, because, I don't know, it's just... I often find myself in a loop of, like, if I criticize someone for having sponsors, someone's just going to bring up stuff that I've done in the past and just do the same thing to me. So it's like, I just quit having sponsors in general.
I'm of the opinion that you are allowed to make your bag. And I'm also of the opinion that if a person is attacking your sponsors for the intention of saying you're a dishonest person because you need to be poor in order for your arguments to be valid, that is them trying to invalidate any person's criticism because they're trying a no true Scotsman fallacy. It is also a Mott and Bailey. So if I say something to the lines of, if I make money off of this, it's fine, but if you make money off this, it's bad. The suggestion here is I'm a woe-wee little content creator who don't got a lot of money. So when I make money, it's a good thing. But you got thousands and thousands of dollars. You don't need no sponsors. Why you got sponsors, bro? It's imposing that you're more honest if you have all your money coming from yourself and you're allegedly a self-made Renaissance man or woman, rather than the reality that if your sponsors support you and you are invoking sponsors, you're trying to get the sponsors to drop them because you want them to feel like there's an inherent problem with them supporting you and they're doing this thing. So, from yesterday's broadcast, this is basically the accusation that was brought up on that section that we covered on Dead by Daylight from that transgender who was trying to become the creator, right? Somebody immediately started tagging behavior and said, hey, do you want this person ranting about your game and about people being assholes and bitches to be a representation of who your game appeals to as a streamer? And they're like, I'm not actually sponsored and not actually on the content program. But then in their pin, they're like, I'm trying to become a member of the content program. What they're saying is when it suits my purposes, I can say I'm more legitimate because I make my money the ethical way, and you're unethical the way that you make money, so that they can attempt to attack your sponsors. In your position, Amy, it's your choice. You can choose to have sponsors or not have sponsors. I don't have any official sponsors because I'm at that level where I'm not of the size that I'd be offered one. I've had maybe 2 people approach me about sponsorship deals, and only one of them were willing to do so if I was basically going to make myself audience captured to them, to which I immediately declined. The other one was me trying to research how to be able to get a connection to GamerSups and how to be able to get a connection on Factor, the meal plan system. In one case, couldn't find anything for it, and on the other case, I needed to have a liaison agent, if not an agency or a talent agency already managing for me in order for them to manage the deal for me, because they refused to do it directly mano to the affiliate, which is weird because GamerSups will take anybody. It's not like G Fuel and shit like that. But the point remains, there's no problem with having sponsors. There's no problem with having user sponsors. There's no problem with having headhunter affiliate campaign links. There's no problem with having affiliate sponsor links for deals and services. There's no problem with having an official sponsor if you do a podcast format and you have somebody that gives money to your platform for ad reads during your broadcast. There's nothing wrong with having that. There's nothing wrong with being a capitalist because every single VTuber is a capitalist. If one of you commies would like to come forward and say that it's actually bad to do that, you can feel free to give your money to me and Amy. My hand open right now. Put your money in my hands. Put your cash in my hands. Put your cash in my hands. Put your cash in my hands. I will take it as I can. I ain't got no problem. Give me your money. Give me your money so that I can give her money so that she can give me money. Ain't no problem. Ain't no problem at all. But
also, the main problem I have with sponsorships is a lot of companies are just
bad.
Yeah, like you remember the whole artisan builds thing, right?
Bitch, that shit was a goddamn scandal for a year and a half. Oh, I remember that so vividly.
Yeah, they gave me a free computer to shill their computers, and then they ended up being the worst company on planet Earth. So.
The girl wins the campaign for the computer. They fuck her out of the computer. Gamers Nexus, Linus Tech, well, not so much Linus Tech Tips as it was Gamers Nexus, Hardware Unboxed, and J2 Cents come forward and say, y'all niggas are fucking her out of money. I'm gonna give her a fucking computer myself if you won't. And then the entire company goes under within 2 fucking weeks. Because I had originally thought, I don't want to build my computer myself. I would fuck something up. I should get this company to build it. And you told me something, and something in my spirit said, don't you do that deal, Carl. Don't you give them your money, Carl. And I think it was you convincing me to just build my computer on PC Part Maker. And then that entire scandal happened, and you were just like, I told you, Carl. Carl, I told you. Oh my fucking God.
The whole is that I was a part of their main affiliate team back when they first started. And when I got my first computer from them, they upgraded me to an extra special partner. And then they tried to give me special permissions when the server was collapsing. I guess because they're like, oh, well, Amy's a loyalist, right? They'll totally support us if we fuck over everybody. I was like, no, I'm not supporting you.
Mm-hmm.
I think I called Budget Star-Lord the C word for white people directly to his face for fucking people over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I actually straight up called him a slur. I was like, yeah, no, buddy, fuck you, dude. I'm not a loyalist to your company, and not when you're doing this shit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Because it's way beyond the pale. It's the kind of shit that nobody wants to support, because if you were to have supported them doing that, then you would go down in reputation with them, because you knew what was going on, and then the people would have had to call you out about it. I would have had to call you out about it, because it's like, bro, what the fuck? Did you not know what was going on? But, yeah, I get what you're saying. There have been so many companies that have come and gone in the creator space that just simply have ruined themselves over time because of the reputation they've made for themselves and the reputation they've made for their content. Certainly, FaZe has had the problem. 100 Thieves has had the problem. Mythic Talent is probably going the way of the dodo as well, because now all of their talents have dropped overseas. There are a bunch of people claiming that they had people like Asmongold stop their signature because they ended up getting crushed because of VTuber bullshit, but no, you had a bunch of people like Kirsch also dropping off from Mythic as well. And not just the organizations that are the agencies, but the products that the companies do. Like, obviously, how many people had a Honey affiliate link? Like, how many people possibly fell for that scam and didn't know that Honey was stealing from their affiliate links before people were like, he called it, Markiplier called it, with, I knew it, I knew they were a scam. Because realistically, I too could see the problem, because it's like, how does Honey make their money for their system? How is it the case that they do what they do? And of course, once the breakdown was explained that they were just basically printing over your affiliate link with their own link once you went to the checkout, and it was happening so fast in the console that you couldn't actually tell what happened unless you were paying attention to the command line. Well, shit! Fuck! What does one do? To the date, I think the best way to do support and to do any kind of merchandising and any kind of clientele is you would probably have to do a print run the way that people like Every Frame Applause does. You know, when they do their print runs with their particular merch situations. You have to do merch runs through trusted businesses. You have to be able to put content out through trusted businesses. You have to do quality control to make sure that the designs and the prints that you're getting are good. I know that I have a Teespring store that I don't think anybody's ever bought anything from, but I haven't really pushed for that store to be like premiered in any of my content for merch content that I could have had for like the last few years, because the quality of the content can't be confirmed. If you were to buy a shirt from that store, I wouldn't be confirmed that it's something that I would be proud of wearing. It's something that if I don't have a shirt of it to show off what it looks like, I'm not confident in selling it to you, type shit. And that's just good business sense. Assuming that I didn't make the content myself and didn't make the shirts myself to deliver them out and send them through P.O. Box and postage mail to the people who wanted them, it is the case that if I'm going to do a merch run and I'm going to do some kind of merchandising and some kind of kickback, I'm going to do it in the formulation of what I've been doing with companies like Daredrop. And Daredrop is like the closest I've gotten to like sponsor shit. But the way that they do it is that they use your concurrent CCV on your YouTube, your Twitch, your TikTok lives to be able to give you codes and opportunities to take part of video games that have been announced at things like game conventions, game fests, game directs, to possibly bring attention to this content. I have done shit for things like Merchants of Rosewall, Avowed, not Abiotic Factor, Demon Spore, and other sets of video games, as well as Section 13, that they've given me codes for. And then whenever we had a prize, like the prizes that I won, but apparently they never delivered the collector edition prizes for things like Cross-Shooting Insight. Whenever they ask you to do something like, hey, do this challenge where you go no-hit, kill this spider with fisticuffs, and using no armor while you do it, and whatever challenge they give you for the game, you complete the challenge, you get the gear, you get the swag, and then you pay it back. You pay it forward, and you pay it back to your audience with them watching you do it as a part of the content. It's the equivalent of Headhunter ads and Headhunter sponsorship deals for Twitch streams, where a Twitch streamer is getting paid a certain amount of money to broadcast the game for some level of hours, but you're doing it because you're interested and also you want to see what the game's about. Like, they don't put rules on top of you, Daredrop. They don't put rules on top of how you do the content. You can use the content in whatever way you want to. And of course, they have little challenges that allow you to get deeper invested. Like, you could dress yourself up. You could dress up your streamer space with your fucking lights and do a bunch of bullshit to, like, cosplay the event while you're playing the game. You know, setting the stage Sky Snot / little cozy streamer style. And they give you the freedom to do so and turn in the rewards and get more rewards. And the feedback loop is that the larger your CCV audience, the more challenges you can do on all the platforms that are applicable. They really like using Twitch, because obviously the modern audience, but whenever they give me challenges that I can do them on YouTube, I do them. I've gotten a lot of video games, and a lot of offers, and then a lot of combo offers because of the fact that I have a 100% delivery rate when I use that service. Now, because my Twitch numbers are so low, my CCV of Twitch is basically a frequent CCZ average of 1 viewer, but people, whenever they watch, it's like a blastocyst of 3 to 6 people, depending on if somebody's really angry at me that day. Most of my views coming from YouTube means that it can only be valid that one way. And that's one way that I would suggest a person go about making themselves able to take a sponsor. Because the deals are coming directly from the developers that are asking you to play their game on camera. They're literally paying you in codes and opportunity and exposure and creativity. So you make of it what you will. And even if they don't offer you those codes for it, it also operates as a system where your audience can basically make stake deals against you. And if you do a challenge that they set and that you take the bet for, then your audience can then pay the money to you in whatever custom setting that you decide and want. You can do that in other ways as well through other proprietary means, but it's one particular way that basically allows it to be a one-stop shop for creating engagement on content. You know, like dropping 60 bombs and kill bombs in lobbies and things like FPS games, or hardest balls challenges and things that are ARPGs, and static arcade fighters. Things like that. There are ways to do it. It's just that the mercantile way of capitalism and sponsorship deals, it always has a sort of Damocles that hangs over our head. Because we don't know how long the deal will last, we don't know how much business we'll get, and if it'll always be positive for us, or if it'll have a negative connotation down the line, or if somebody will try to use that to discredit us. So sometimes it's just easier for us to be free agents in that sense. Mileage might vary. If you're a YouTuber in the audience that's listening to this broadcast, you might think differently than us. But that's the risks that I've seen. Because the thing that I concerned myself with on that factor was always going to be the manipulation factor. The manipulation factor of a person going out of the way to say, you're a dishonest person because you take money. Most of the donations I've ever gotten to support myself have come directly from my audience. So if you think that I'm a malicious person, speak to the niggas in the chat room right now. Speak to them right now. Those are my fucking sponsors right there. Anyways, yapped a little bit too long. Moving forward.
Yeah, we did. We yapped way too long.
Got a post here from Pigeon. I saw your message get automated. No, that stuff isn't true. It's out of context screenshots taken by members that were banned for extremely inappropriate behavior towards members. That's to put it simply. I saw Pikky's video on it. We've been dealing with this crap for over a year now. It's so annoying. So Pikky's made a video where he's lied about the context of what's being said about him. Pikky then has another addressal that he does. A bunch of social weirdos bringing drama up into unrelated servers, sharing screenshots and bringing drama makes you seem malicious. I've already disproven everything, and my community has been supporting me for these years. Blah 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 blah. The thing about this is that when you say people are bringing up fake screenshots and you don't show examples of what the fake screenshots are supposed to be, we are again supposed to take your word for it. I don't believe you, Pikky. We know that these screenshots are not fake. We know that they're not fake because people have them in droves. If they're fake, you can prove that they're fake in the post where you're talking about them being fake. The VTuber community does not support you. On Amy's original post, where she calls you out in the chain where you start saying that she's posting content from a supposed alleged pedophile, everybody showed up and it's like, oh my god, I wonder what's happening. Oh, yep, it's Pikky. Yep, it's Pikky. I'm not surprised. Like, everybody was aware of your shit, bro. Everyone was aware of your shit. And yes, some of those people were the ones that came forward to me. But I don't have to tell you who. You're going to have to guess. Anyways, I know my stalkers will see this. Move on. It's a dead horse. I only get more support and recognition. There's you bragging again, saying that my haters make me stronger. On a more positive note, I'm getting a studio level mic this week, so new content will be crisp. Blah, 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 blah. And then the Hana post saying there's many malicious people going around the server bringing dramas with fake screenshots. Keep it away from us. We want nothing to do with the outside drama. Editing screenshots for other people's names and fake DMs and calling them pedophiles is messed up. It's an announcement to keep you on your toes. Don't believe everything you see or get sent. It's easy to Photoshop DMs and people are clearly doing it with bad intentions. That means you can do the same thing, Pikky, and it is the case that you have indeed tried to do so in the past. Then we have Pikky bringing up the person that he claims that he was trying to refer to the first time. Because the first time, he said pedophile without saying a name. Then he said the person that he was addressing was this user, Celescus? I'm going to say Celescus. Parasocial YouTuber that's never talked to me, says I'm a white boy when I'm black, and denies my disabilities for money and attention. Then, from Pikky's YouTube channel, YouTuber makes thousands by harassing fake predators at Celesco. So you tagged him to make sure that he saw it. Not smart if you're trying, to avoid drama. But what do I know? I'm just some black chud. Then you have a small as fuck message that has a person saying, gonna make every friend you had remove you, by the way. Doopy face when you get confronted by a person calling you a groomer. Hey, Pixie, if a person comes up to me and says something like you're a groomer, you wouldn't need to brag about making every single person who was a friend of them remove you. All you'd have to do is just ban them. Again, you're the HNIC. You're the HNIC, bro. You are the HNIC. You don't have to tell people that you're going to do this to them. You can just remove them. We got a bot and kick. 1 second. I do not do follow for follow. Begone, thought! It's a bot anyways. Moving forward. Oh my fucking god. Okay. I'm going to try to zoom that in there. So, for the people playing the home game, Pixie, at 550, I'll fuck you. Bend over, baby boy. Enjoy supporting the child groomer. Tetra and Apache, the fentanyl addict that scams old people. You ableistic fuck that doesn't know anything about mental conditions. If I was, nothing would actually stop me. Especially not you or anyone. You better sit down, boy. This nigga's talking like he's Seto Kaiba.
The fucking daredevil dog now.
This nigga talking like he's Pegasus. Oh my god, man. Oh no. And then another message, again, at another day of time. It's not even drama. It's pedos banding together from other servers rioting against me. And then, hello, I saw you have the open DMs role. I just joined. I don't remember if you saw me. Were you named Spook before? I bought this account. It's so funny misleading people. My mods know what I look like, so it's even more hilarious when people say shit. What? I'm confused. I'm a nigga! I just wanted to know if you remembered me. Don't know who the user posting here is, but Pixie apparently has a alternate account that they use to mislead people on purpose. No.
Yeah, he had a Twitter account that he bought of another YouTuber's or VTuber's identity to shift the blame to them.
That is very bad, Pixie. You shouldn't be buying accounts. For number one, first
At least
off.
I'm pretty sure that's literally what I saw when I was going through the document. I could just be wrong though. So I'm just gonna leave that as an allegedly.
Okay. So even with the allegedly, Pixie, you shouldn't be buying accounts, period. That's a bad practice. Number two, you shouldn't be buying the identity of another YouTuber so that you can then put the malicious behavior of your past actions on that other identity so you can keep your other identity clean. You should just be a clean identity and not do bad malicious actions. The DMs continue. No, still confused. How would I? So, were you not spook? I bought this account. I bought the server. My socials. Everything. So, Pixie, are you admitting to botting your account? And botting your likes and botting your followers? That's what you're saying, right? You bought your account. You bought your servers. You bought your socials. When somebody says they bought their socials, they're talking about you botting, they're talking about the follow botting, and they're talking about chat botting when they're in their chat room. Is it the case that you are admitting here in this post that you are a person who has a fake audience, basically? You're claiming that you're bigger than you actually are and that you make money off of fake users. Is that what you're admitting here in this tweet? Because if that's what you're admitting here in the screen cap, I think somebody should look into that. Are you a part of an agency? Let me contact your agency. Does he have an agency, Amy?
Nah, he's completely indie and he's been on hiatus for an entire year after getting exposed for being a predator.
Yeah, so you make money allegedly, $2,300, being an indie who's on permanent resubmission hiatus status, which, bro, I find that fucking funny. Because the amount of people that are following that account that he has, that's his alternate account, is... It puts in context your follower. Because if all of your socials are purchased, then that means you have a smaller audience than you actually have. And if it's the case that you have fake users and fake members in your chats and in your content, then people are supporting you based on the fact that you're saying, help, help, I'm being harassed. Which means you have tricked people into donating money to you for the purposes of keeping you alive and helping you with your bills and your schooling and your medicine. And what are you doing with it?
Yeah, bills that might not even be real, by the way.
Ah, fuck, it clicked off again. Such a tiny little button when they make these pictures so tiny. Okay. So.
But to interject, it essentially is making money to pay for bills that probably aren't real, for mental conditions he probably doesn't have, and to groom minors in his supposed 18+ server, you know, just for love of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell that his account is bought because his porn account, which is PikkyPaw, retweets all of his alt account stuff and it barely gets any likes at all. Only the porn stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's a very Evan Does Wharf situation. That guy bots all of his followers and links. He has no growth in follower count, and somehow he's pulling 8K, 10K, 20K like tweets that have little to no actual movement whatsoever. So he's into Windows Studios minus the minor degen behavior. That would be the likelihood summation if you want to give people that in the future. I suppose that's a definition that works. I think it's very important that you highlight the fact that this person is a groomer who lies about their behavior and sends people on lark chases while he leads his audience, whatever real audience he has, as a attack hornet nest, as a lightning rod. He then says, "Stupid nigga. Amal, dog, get your head straight. Did you take your pills? Yes. Doubt. How can I be someone that I bought the accounts from? So you bought everything? Yeah. I'm a porn creator, dog. Well, you at least admit that you're a porn artist. Alright, so you're not spooked. Do you know where he is? He does Apex Legends esports. That's the last thing I heard. I bought the accounts and changed the persona on everything. It's funny how people try to connect me with some white cracker, bowling head looking ass person. It's just that I used to talk to him a long time ago, around 2019. He hits him with a shrug. Used to watch him stream, then he vanished. Then, more posts of Picky talking about legal liability. This is, of course, the post that I brought up earlier, where Picky says, I don't have legal liability, it's dumb. Pixie, yes you do. We have you in these messages outright stating, leading, and calling for harassment campaigns. Harassment campaigns and server raids are an illegal thing to do on Discord per the TOS and the end of user license agreement, and it is also very, very bad to do amongst the VTuber community. This is obviously something you've already been exposed for, but I think it's very important for people to know that if you do this kind of thing, it's the kind of thing that can get you blacklisted from agencies and groups. Because you're the kind of person who creates an unsafe environment, because if anybody ever gets in drama with you, there's a likelihood that you'll try to face dox them, and then you'll try to harass them on their servers and streams. I'm certain...
He went out of his way to face dox Shy Lily and call her a chopped foid.
Yes.
Which is why I became aware of this person.
Yes.
I also have a picture of him, by the way. So he's not, you know, him calling Shy Lily a chopped void, like, he is, like, Shy Lily is a model compared to this guy. So it's just like...
I did cover him face doxing Shy Lily because he got very confident because another pedophile in his recent in his orbit got exposed, so he got really brave, which is very funny because people that are pedophiles in any sphere and influence you catch them in always do that. They try to use other people getting exposed to say, man, that guy was bad, I'm nowhere near as bad as him, which is a very interesting thing to say. But even then, he has liability on all the things he does, because this is bad behavior that people do not appreciate. It's bad form, if you want to say that, Chad. It's bad behavior, it's bad manners, it's bad form. But you have legal liability in multiple different ways till Sunday. It's just the case that if I wanted to do something about it, I would need your legal information. But it's not my job to do that, because America wouldn't have jurisdiction, so I forwarded the information to one of my Fed associates, and they are currently compiling something on you. Again, this is a message that I've already gone over, so let's continue forward. Then we get back to the message with the person that he's DMing, where he says, I stream. Okay, but you're not the person I'm looking for. Hold on. And then Pixie drops his link. Don't care. Follow me. I'm better anyways. Then the person says, maybe I'll recognize the voice. Yeah, we're both German. XD. Germans all sound the same. Okay, there's no way. You sound like him. Not really, no. If you are him and think that I'm here for something bad, I have no bad intentions. It's not. It's just that you're one of a dozen people. You have me doubting myself, though. And then this one's a little bit cut off, but there's enough context to the words that we can tell what he says. I think it's weird saying that I sound like some dude you watched 5 years ago. It's really not that weird. Most content creators in certain spaces all sound alike and sound the same. Some people, if they never showed their faces, it's very hard to be able to tell whether or not they are the person who you're looking for. This is a very even-handed way to handle a discussion like this, but you can see that Pixie's ego is very much on display, especially in the follow me, I'm much better than the guy you're looking for type shit. I didn't watch him when I first talked to him. I'm a voice actor. Don't know if you know this. I didn't know that he had a Twitch. I remember when he was a Pikachu thing, and he used to play Rocket League, XD. It's all fine, bro. You're saying your love story, bro. Bro, but I'm still not the person you want. I'm not in love, though. Cope. And he hits him with the Astolfo picture. I kind of was before, considering, and then blank. Don't know what was blanked, but apparently it was TMI. The person says, I know. Ugh. Yeah. Nah. I'm not continuing this, bro. Why did you tell me that? And then the person under there, it's still a little bit cut off, but I can narrate it. Don't know. I just wanted to see if you were hiding it. Okay, there we go. I want to see if you were hiding it, that you weren't him. I will never understand the weird fixation that people have on other people. Humans are weird. I'm glad I have no one like this. Have you ever heard the name Piney? From Pico when I bought the account. I was aware of stuff. Pine something. Weird Twitter thread dude. But yeah, I don't really care. This is a big waste of my time. You say I'm someone when we ain't even the same color dog. People really think that all Germans just sound the same. Ugh. And then, here, noted from the annotation of the person who did the documentation, saying that this is a lie, So, in SFW, creators are not allowed to have a wholesome space because of the community being a bunch of horn dogs. Pal, I'm not comfortable with sexual talks even at all. This is just an outlet. We ban anyone weird instantly. It's almost like saying that I'm encouraging it. So, Pixie, that is a lie. Mainly because if you have a section of your server that encourages people to pay money to do the risque talking with you, and you also have people encouraging DMs with you, and you also are admitting to being a porn actor who is doing and was presenting ideas about doing request video jack-offs for them, you are in fact comfortable with sexual talks. It's just that if you feel that you're in a situation that you don't control, you will take the upper hand and deny it so that you can be able to avoid plausible deniability. And there's too much shit that we've already seen in this document that kind of buries you to the fucking piles, bro. What are you fucking talking about? Then, we see a person start to comment here. That doesn't make it okay. It's still weird to even allow that in the same server where minors are allowed in, even if it's restricted or not. And then, here we have here's a smoking gun admittal from Pixie on April 30th from Twitter. If I remove it, they'll just go to another server to express themselves that's worse moderated. DMs are globally turned off for the server. I'm doing everything I can, but Discord doesn't care about minor safety since ID checks aren't a thing on the platform. So you'll let minors post pictures of themselves on your server so they don't do it anywhere else. That's not a good look. All femboy servers do this. Nigga, ew! So, Picky admits that yes, they do in fact have minors on the 18+ server. Not only as users, but also as mods. Yes, they have access to the adult-only sections, and they have the ability to post themselves in the pictures in what was supposed to be the 18+ section. Verification doesn't mean a damn. He knows that they're in there underage posting, because they can obviously lie about their age. He doesn't care. As he's admitting here that he doesn't care, because all the femboy servers do this. Like, we could just stop right here, but for due diligence,
It's so much worse.
like for due diligence, chat. Not only is there more, it gets worse very quickly. Just for the consideration of just being like, listen, here's your early dip in, here's all the shit you gotta talk about, here you go, here's documentation, I'm gonna put the documentation here inside the description, inside the bottom, and then post it in chat, and I can then fuck off to dinner. Like, bro, come on! How much more do I need? Obviously a lot, because I'm being thorough. Then, we have Pixie here on another post saying it's basically a bunch of creeps, pedos, weirdos we've had over the months bonding together to start a harassment campaign against me, once again blaming people that he says are against them. And then another person, Pigeon, asking a user whose name is blotted out, saying, I was sent this also, and they link a picture attachment. Was it in the server? From what I was told, yes, because Pixie does that to literally everyone. He tries to make them laugh. It's not the first time Pixie has spoken about age. It's a 23-year-old flirting with a 15-year-old. Are you talking about the 14 thing? Yes. I was physically there during that conversation. They were all talking about age of consents in different countries. Pigeon, just think. Have an open, clear mind. 23-year-old flirting with a 15-year-old. And the 15-year-old, ... And the message does not continue there. And then, another post from Picky from January 5th, 2025. You loved my attention so much that you had to @ Pookie twice. Still have to... Wait, no, I read that wrong. Dyslexia. That you had to @ twice Pookie. Still have to yet to get a single message from you. My DMs are open, or do you want to continue a one-sided narrative forever to farm more YouTube money? And then from someone by the name of Azazel, we offered talking days ago, blood. And from Azazel, from @ Secoil, months to tell me later that the video was poorly made because you thought so highly of yourself at the time that something realized that any association under the Picky or Pixie will forever be condemned as a predator. I watched you delete which I'm assuming is comments, of someone talking about you doing something with a child. Let me be clear, if you want to talk, you have the ability to reach out to me. You omitted a single one. You haven't responded. You haven't commented. It's probably you haven't commented on a single one. And I'm pretty sure it's the reflection of your own actions that I stated earlier. I get videos like this often, blah, 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 parties. I know everything you and have done. I know everything that you do and that you've done. Probably more likely. Then, another post. Fictional or not, why are you attracted to a first grader? And then, a statement from January 1st from the worst of Twitter. From January 4th from the PikkyPaw account. Let me do some quick Carl ASMR chat. Let me get real close to you. Let me get sensual to the pop filter. The less the steak is cooked, the juicier it gets. I feel dirty doing that. Oh! So, Picky is not only a person who is an, if you go viral, a pedophile, they are also now a lolicon. Because they want to make lewd jokes about a 6-year-old fictional character.
That's not just a lolicon. I think that's toddlercon, bro.
Yeah.
It's a lot worse. Remember, guys, it could only ever go up from here. I said confidently as it continued to go down.
And then we have a video file. This is Twitter responses screen recording.move. It is the feed in which Picky is on, and then Picky responding, Picky's response, and then the scrolling of the thread, and then leaving. So, the context of the post is a iPhone screen recording of a user by the name of Ego McWaffle, Ego VA, what? Crying emoji. This is wild coming from someone with grooming allegations at PikkyPaw. They respond with this as my brain wants to say that this was a screenshot. Because it doesn't look like it's a proper reaction. It's not a proper quote tweet. It might be. The way that it's showing up on the phone, it doesn't show the light barrier gray or the light barrier black and darker black to show the differences between the child threads. So I am of the opinion that this is a screen cap and they added them directly. The context of this doesn't really matter. I'm just framing this for those that are playing the home game. Then Picky responds with a meme, scrolling down. You're just jealous that his girlfriend gets the 12 and under discount at restaurant and yours doesn't. Suitable meme to use. Ego Virus then responds, same guy who banned me from a server because I looked at your Twitter post, by the way. Crying emoji, praying hands. You got ratioed. Stop talking now. You a pedophile. Stop talking now. How original. Anywho, well, I guess I'll be taking my lolly and leaving. And then Ego, 0 for blatant pedophilia is crazy. Mow! And then another user by the name of Zaziz or Zions. The fact that you are a bull. They say a bull, but they meant a fool. I don't know how you fumble the F and the B. It's not even directly above the B. The G is. You are a full-blown adult. It's just so crazy to me. Please get help. Like praying eyes emoji. It's very hard to describe it. On Twitter, it's known as the pleading face. I don't know what you would call it shorthand as an emoji. Anyways, moving forward. Another screenshot. User's name blotted out. I think I joined here to find my friend. But yeah, that person was never even here. Made a video based on a couple of screenshots without any context as even what I do. And then just saying crap. And then another one from that person talking, which was back then because of casual hookup sex. I had Dami Mommy Mistress in my bio. Awa. Emoji. Name. Just clocked bros calling mommy. And then person posts a Nostalfo face. And then in a reply to Picky saying, I don't make content for all ages. Ava says, Ain't no way I'm gonna make content for kids for real. And the screen cap writing says another mod. So Ava is another mod of the people, by the way. Where Picky then responds to people not show anything. My fucking occupation back then was a bloody dominatrix. So here we have Picky now saying not only are they a pornographer, not only are they a porn star, but also they are a dominatrix. I'm assuming that they are a male to female femboy dominatrix. Because if I haven't seen anything showing that they're transgender outright. I also have not seen this picture that Amy has of what they look like. I'm scared to look. I'm scared to look. But let's say that is the case. Picky, this is you admitting again for the third time in context and the fourth time directly stated in your work that you are not making content for children, but you have children in your server. Another post from Picky. When someone sends me something I've already seen a billion times, I just call them up and they stop talking. Like, what would they send? Some fake ass screenshots, and then some shit about random white boy said, cropped, no context, no proof it's my account. This being posted on 11/23/2024 at 12:13 p.m. Another user by the name of Ryorgmute. Some bland ahas and some crazies in here and there. Another mod is what Ryorgmute is. We proved all this shit wrong before. Crying emoji. Don't worry, I just want to hear the shit that he has to say. What kind of proof he has. His reasoning, because it'll be fun. I'm going to enjoy my afternoon. It's random screenshots, either context faked or some shit that people said. Proved what, dude? Joining for the 50 million and making your social and call it a day. Where's the anger born from? I swear you didn't even speak to him. Nah, bro was angry before he joined. I did not. And then, another video. This one, YouTuber makes thousands by harassing fake predators Celesco. This is a 3-minute and 38-second video.
Hello guys, I didn't want to make this video because I don't like drama, but I'm gonna have to talk about this dude. So there's this person called Skios, and his entire channel is basically making money off of calling people predators and groomers and stuff. And he doesn't really do a lot of digging. He will literally like randomly go on someone's game or like try to confront them or try to get stuff on them so to make them look bad. And like this whole channel is monetized or whatever you want to call it. Like he makes money off of this. These are like 30-minute videos. And what he does, he talks about a creator, and he even did it to me. Like in this video, for example, like you can't even tell if it's me or not because he doesn't show profiles for any single thing. But he basically will say like that I'm this random white guy, like random content creator without any proof, by the way. He doesn't back it up why he thinks that. That's I think the weirdest part. Like I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what the hell this video is because you can see like he just talks sometimes for a minute straight about like random stuff.
So, the thing that I find to be interesting when it comes to referrals here, and the way that you're responding to the videos, Picky, why wouldn't you just let the video be a response to what you're saying? Why are you trying to verbally summarize it? Let the content play on camera, and then if you have the means to be able to filibuster and prove the content wrong, prove the content wrong. And this way, you are telling people to take your word for it, and that he's just a malicious guy who's bad. Hey, guys, didn't we just leave a drama where a bunch of people tried to call me a clone of Kinoflex by saying he's Doxoflex, and that they shouldn't listen to my content because allegedly I said that the Birdman should leave people alone, when literally I said the opposite, and I said if you think these people are grifters, then you should make better content than them, and you should wash these niggas? And these people outright stated that I allegedly had nothing value to say and that they should ignore me, and they're still stalking the channel to this day, claiming that I don't have anything of meaning to say, but they continue to show up in places that they don't belong, not directly responding to me and making accusations of me and my character. It sounds a lot like that same tactic, which is the same tactic that he is weaponizing here against this creator. It's really fucking stupid. It's really dumb, it's really lazy, and it's very, very pathetic. Why don't you just respond to him?
I remember, speaking of letting the content play, I remember with Birdman's response to Asmongold's stream, he had moments where he would pause the video to let Asmongold speak, and then in times where, you know, he was talking, he would tell Asmongold to not pause the video, as to let the content play out.
Like, being a pause handy is one thing, But it's another thing entirely to try to maliciously summarize the content of what a creator's saying, because clearly screen caps do not do justice. When I covered the Birdman haters and their threads about me, it was the case that every time they took a screenshot of my content, they always took a screenshot of it after it was immediately posted. They never took a screenshot of the content after the content had been live. They didn't take a screenshot of the content after people had made responses. They didn't take a screenshot of responses that I made or arguments that I made after they said malicious things about me. They just show up somewhere and they get angry. And then when we flip the argument of Anthony Edward West on its head, suddenly the arguments that Birdman makes is no longer viable, and they can be allowed to say whatever they want, do whatever they want, act however they want, because literally bad faith trolls don't deserve to be platformed. But every single one of them are using this framework as a justification to attack whoever they want. It is the exact same framework that's being utilized here. It is the exact same framework that is being utilized here. Because this is, by definition, the Hassan, they're a Weasley little liar dude strategy. You're identifying a person that you identify as a malicious agent, and then when a person who is the weakest of your haters, one who is contemptible, doesn't have the ability to respond to argumentation, is really bad in a debate, doesn't have the ability to address points clearly, is very much a lemon duck. They have problems putting their thoughts and their ideas together, and they are a lolcow in the conversation that you're in. You can point your finger at this person and say, oh, I've already dealt with people like this. These people are completely fucking retarded. I don't have to address anything they say because they're all stupid. You can collect all these people in a handful and dismiss them outright because, oh, I've heard everything I have to hear from the conservative. I've heard everything I have to hear from the woke-tard. I've heard everything I have to hear from the progressive. I heard everything I have to hear from the leftist, from the rightist, from the leftoid, from the rightoid. It's stupid. Arguments should stand on their merits. I don't care what political affiliation they come from. I don't care what their fucking background is. If he said something that is wrong, tell me where the argument is and present me the argument and its proof. If you cannot do that, I do not believe you. And when you click through the content in this way and you speed through the material, you don't give it its due diligence, you tell me you have something to fucking hide. Because honest people, really truly honest people, do not have to hide this shit. Because when a person indents your character and your name, you should be going scorched earth. Truthfully, the 8 Mile B-Rabbit method works wonders. If you tell everybody about you something that is going on, there's no hidden information. Because most of these kinds of dramas, especially in the VTuber scene, are based on the inherent truth of how a person carries themselves in their community. Clearly, Picky carries himself in deceit and in deception. I carry myself in honesty and in truth. And when you do this kind of methodology, where you pause Andy in somebody's content and you make some shit up about them, when you say some shit up about them, and you are basically making an argument in real time that you expect the video version of them to speak to and retort against, you are not being truthful with the argumentation you're making. In fact, Reflex Site in the YouTube chat right now is breaking down this formulation tactic directly. Hassan, who is the degenerator of this behavior, will pause midpoint and will pause Andy, make an entire framework and a viewpoint, and then find a way to blame Israel when he does it. And every single time he does this, he uses it as a justification to point the finger and basically say, das Jews. This is a shibboleth. It's a negative shibboleth. It is basically dog whistling to your audience to say, this person is bad and you shouldn't listen, and they're a horrible person. And at the same time, you use it as an internal joke to gaslight and dog whistle positively and say, oh, we already know everything about that, don't we? It's the equivalent of saying communism was when no house. Or in this case, femboy is when no booty butthole farting and pooting over a toilet. It's really disgusting.
You'll see this quite often, is that Pilky has like this, or Picky, Pilky, Pilsky, whatever they want to rebrand themselves to.
Pissy Pants Boy.
Is that they're indeed a narcissistic liar who will gaslight, make everything about themselves. Like, oh, everyone just hates me, you know? or it's all about me, they're just doing this to piss me off,
Yeah.
like people like that will do that quite often. And when I saw stuff like that when I was doing internships for behavioral therapy and stuff, a lot of people like Picky will just do this as a way to obfuscate the truth and hide their true nature, so that way people will have sympathy for them and will just believe anything they say, because it's always just the haters and never about what he did. Yes. And even when he pseudo admits that he did said things, it just doesn't matter because it blows over everybody's head, because they're like, oh, well, Picky just has a bunch of haters, so they're just lying.
Yeah. I dealt with this for a very long time, because with interconnected friends that were a part of my content in my community, whenever there was a falling out and people decided what they decided, this happened, obviously, with Smug Rocco, where she would then move on to her current persona that she's remained in as yokai writer, where people have decided that things that happened concerning Escape Zero, no matter what the actual truth of the matter is, they would rather believe the lies that came from the Kiwi Farm users that decided to try and turn me, you, Poe, Ebony Maw, and anybody else who was affiliated with Smug Rocco into permanent lol cow milking stations. And when we just said, nah, fuck you, and we fucked off and went our ways and did what we wanted to do, the entire thread basically fell apart, and it became an opportunity for the people from the Duang gang, people like that one fucking retard who presented himself as one of her old friends, trying to find out about her, who was actually a part of the internal group that was bullying her in the first place. The one who called himself Arb. It was the case that people like that came along and tried to create an entire narrative, and that of course leads into the narratives that people try to make about her, the Alex Gall connection. Allegedly, this basic as bitch white girl is not a basic bitch white girl. She is a black Jewish male who has a weird relationship with his mother. No, those things were not true. Same thing with the ex-friend that I have, that people claimed that the reason I came forward and said that I knew this person and trusted them like a friend, and they were very important to me being able to survive the many times that I contemplated suicide, was actually me making a love confession, where they then removed themselves immediately from my friendship group because they thought they needed to protect themselves immediately because, oh no, these people are trying to get in my pants, and lied to me, lied to others, and gave them reach-around answers about why they no longer spoke to me whatsoever. All done for the purposes of their own protection, which, if you want to talk about it directly in that way, with any kind of agility, they chose to prioritize their own peace of mind over the fact that they allowed a rumor mill to spin up. The same way people allowed the Smug Rocco Escape Zero SinglePlayerCarl donation to AkiSpark to become SinglePlayerCarl paid AkiSpark $90 for revenge porn to continue to be a malicious statement. Anytime I speak on these things, people have approached me in my DM saying, I know what you did, Carl. I'll never forgive you. And it's like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And it doesn't matter if I tell them the truth. It doesn't matter if I give them the entire timeline. It doesn't matter if I give them the voice calls. It wouldn't matter if we go back in time far enough on Elizabeth's posts where I posted the pictures of her calling me Negroid for telling her, if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm going to expose you. And when I did so, her crashing out about it. It wouldn't matter if I was able to go back in time and find that one transgender who made a recap video about the drama where they showed all of this in real time, but then they removed it for sensibility reasons. It wouldn't matter if I did any of that shit. They don't want to listen to what I have to say because they created this exact mindset in their own head. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, somebody was talking about in chat how they remember Smug Rocco. Honestly, it's just a completely different person than what she was all that time ago, which is kind of weird to think about. It's like this person had so much drama around them, and now it's just a completely different person.
Yeah, she has, for better or worse, however it had to happen, especially with the help of Ash, because... Bro, why were you trying to do ERP with her while cheating emotionally with your wife? But anyways, she turned herself around, and everybody's life has improved moderately, if not amazingly well since then. You're living well, you're a kid. I have a woman. I am a stepfather now. I'm better off where I was compared to where I was then. where my personal friend, Ian, who was a part of the stream team that I was a part of, died before I ended up trying to go out on my own and figuring out how to be a leader until I got to the point where I am now. Poe's doing his thing, Lambhammer's doing her thing, she's doing her thing while living in the same state as her sister. Everybody is doing their own thing and everybody's doing well. That shit doesn't matter. The drama is what they live in. And no matter if we tell them the truth and we show them the context and we show them the details, and Aki was to come forward themselves and be like, no, Carl didn't pay me didn't pay me to draw this. He gave it to me and I gave it to him because I thought I should give him back something, because Amy was the angel investor behind Escape Zero, who Smug Roku was fucking over in the first place. Both myself, her, and the people that she was having write articles for the site as employees. That when she decided to say fuck Amy, Amy said, I'm going to snatch the purse pocket away, and I'm the one that said, and I'm going to tell everybody what the fuck you did. And I said, and I quote, this is the last thing I'm going to do to save you from your sins, because everything was coming to a head, and all of her friends from the doing, air quote, friends, from the Duane game, were coming to basically antagonize her and take advantage of the situation she put herself in because she didn't listen to us. None of that shit matters to those people. They just want to tell me that I'm evil because how could you have done that while having no context? I get put in the same situation every single fucking time. And the only way that I was able to get out of it was to become more popular, bigger, and a bigger name amongst bigger circles and groups. Even in relevance to where I am now, I'm not as big I was before, but we're talking about before I started working more with Jay Longbone, going from a 3-figure content creator on YouTube to a 4-figure content creator, where I was able to cross from the 1,000 range and get into the 2,000 range. Keeping in mind that I was already under assault when I first had my account blow up, when I was getting call-outs for how I was getting harassed at the same time as Plain Rock and Siren Cove by people like Natalie Casanova, by Keemstar himself, and then the fat fuck Italian Vito Gasualti comes along trying to stop me from having people contact me for potential business with people like Tommy FPC saying that I'm just a lolcow spurg when he in fact is the lolcow spurg. Yeah, that shit actively harmed my career, which is why I act the way I do and I beat the way I am and I treat things the way that I do. I need to pee. But moving forward, yeah, all this shit that he's doing, I understand how it can work. But he's earned a reputation that he deserves. I did not earn the reputation because I was in a particular place in my life where people chose to take advantage of the positions I found myself in and the connections and friendships that I had to try and basically make me commit suicide. And not doing that made them very angry, and they occasionally try to remind me saying, remember when you were so depressed that you were going to end it all? Yeah, bro, you should have killed yourself, bro. And I find it very childish now, being a grown adult and being a man at the age of 31, about to be 32 this year. Why don't these niggas just move the fuck on? I know the answer, but it's likely the same reason why Picky cannot move on. Picky does not want to behave like a normal person because of the ego, but these people, they don't want to let Picky get away with it. But in the same way that they don't want Picky to get away with it, these people think that I'm, quote, getting away with having a career. And I don't know what to say to those people other than I hope that they get helped, and I hope that they change their mind in the future one day. But, you know, that requires them to actually listen to my content instead of hate watching. You know, skimming the content and actually being involved. I will be right back. I need to put dinner on the oven, and then I need to pee. It's going to be like 1 to 5 minutes. I will be right back, everyone. Alright, I have returned. I'll have to intermittently get up every now and again to go deliver things. Huh? What was that?
I said, welcome back.
Thanks. I will intermittently have to get up every now and again to go deliver the food from the kitchen to her bedroom, but we will continue with the recording.
Up why he thinks that. That's, I think, the weirdest part. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what the hell this video is. Because you can see, like, he just talks sometimes for a minute straight about, like, random stuff. Like, this is what I don't get. He thinks, like, he knows me, even though he's never even talked to me. Like, he made this whole video, he deletes comments, like, it's so parasocial. And he calls me a gooner, like, I make calls.
You are, in fact, a fucking gooner, number one. Number two, making the accusation that he's deleting comments. How do you know he's deleting comments? This is a very important step here in the process, because he's attempting to claim that this video is fraudulent and is dishonest. How do you know that he's deleting comments? You see, when I accused Anthony Edward West of deleting comments, do you know how I knew? It was because it was proven by the broadcasts of Asmongold's responses to the content that he made, and then how the Birdman responded in kind. The Birdman locked down every source that was members and subscribers only for his channel. It remains that way to this day. He was deleting comments from people that were there in the comments on the video VOD that were not there in his comment section. And to the same degree that they were making those takes, the people who were screenshotting my responses, Jayra's responses, and our responses in general, were people who were clearly only ever getting a one-sided narrative for the Birdman, as proven by Anthony's behavior. Tony the Tiger is not exactly the proudest man when it comes to blocking people, because he believes every single person against him is a racist, bigot fuck, and they deserve to be told to go fuck themselves, as is the case with his targets. You have not presented any context here, Picky, about how he is lying about you and how he's deleting comments. What is the example? Can you provide some? Can you provide an example of the comments that he's making that are allegedly fake and lies, and also the comments that he's deleting that he allegedly is getting exposed by? Because that's the only reason he would have to delete comments. He should leave it up the same way I left up on my first video about the Birdman and his behavior, the context that was said. So the same way that one purple skull fuck that was kept coming around saying, "Why are you putting the full context? Why aren't you doing the full context?" Not realizing it was a follow-up video that would have a 1-part and a 2-part and a 3-part, and technically 4-part if you count that week's yapping with Carl. I need to find a better name for the podcast segment, because it's technically a one-man show of what the Fried Chicanery podcast would have been, or would be in its current format. But I need to find a better name for the show. I can't think of one right now, because I talk a lot, and so yapping made the best sense to me at the time. Irrelevant point. The same way that I made the content of talking to Kinoflex on that episode of the Yappin', the same way I made a point of revising and also reviewing and updating on part 1 and part 2 of that. When the podcast happened, it was video 1, video 2, podcast, video 3, summarizing what we did on the podcast, because I know the haters weren't actually going to watch what I said. The context leads into why they would say, "Why would a black man like you tell another black man to be so pressed about protecting someone like Kinoflex?" And the answer that I gave just like then was that it's right. The same reason I'm packing Picky's bullshit in his ass, he probably would like that I'm packing bullshit in Picky's ass right now, because it's right. It is right for me to defend myself. It is right for me to defend Amy. It is right for me to back Amy. It is right for me to help supply evidence so that other people can pack your shit in. Again, he would love that. It is right to do so, because an individual who's going to be this dishonest needs to be stood against. Because the only way that a person like this is able to get away with things, well, you guys know the saying, the only way that evil prospers is for good men to do nothing. And you know what happens when a good man goes to war? Demons run! Moving on.
Online. That's how I make my money and stuff. Like, for example, he also says that I'm not, like, handicapped and stuff, and, like, he always talks about that, "Oh, it can get worse." Like, you called me white even though I'm black? You're black? You fucking whitewashing me? I think that's, like, the tip of the iceberg. You then call me that I'm not handicapped? Based on what? Nothing? You own a...
Excuse me, I'm being summoned. And I'm back.
Opinion, even though you've never talked about me, and then you spam promote your own stuff in my own server. Like, this dude, the only reason this has any views is because he spams it everywhere. He brings this up in random communities. He brings this up to random mods to get me, like, banned or, like, my friends banned.
A content creator has a call-out post that he wants to make about a particular content creator who's in multiple spaces. How would a content creator who's making content about a particular creator who needs to be called out be able to spread that information? Would he post it in all the places where that person is frequenting and would be frequented? Because why would he be posting it in your server? Unless, of course, he's trying to convince your server members that you should view it. Which to say that if they want to, they should be doing so with an open mind, because, you know, you wouldn't lie to your audience members, would you? Blink, blink, blink. So you're angry that a person who wants a video to have a good response is doing the things necessary for the video to have a good response. So you're upset that he's talking about you. I'm sorry, that's not actually a bad thing.
Spams it to my friends, he spams it to my supporters.
You claim he spams it to your friends. You're not showing me any evidence. You know what he's showing me on the screen? Your DMs. They're responding to people about how you say you don't pay your health insurance, or rather, it doesn't pay my health insurance. I barely covered my insurance. I can't pay my insurance or buy food. I can't pay my insurance or buy food. It seems like he has evidence that he's presenting in this 20-minute, 31-second video, and you're just waffling on the microphone, claiming how he's not doing anything of importance. Cope.
That's so much hate on other socials, way more than I do. I have a better reputation than this dude does.
I have a better reputation than this guy. Other than, you know, not proving it with your actions and your behaviors.
Because all he does is call people bad and then make money off of it. Like, he even made a fucking...
Don't you call people bad and horrible and bad faith and liars and scam artists and cheaters and make money off of it? What the fuck are you talking about? Where do you get off here? How the fuck do you get off and where do you get off here? You're doing the exact same behavior that you're trying to criticize. That makes you a hypocrite.
comment about it. Like, I try to bait him into, like, stuff to kind of be, like, passive-aggressive. Like, you should cry about it, and then I'm, like, never have been in a server. And then he goes like, yeah, I know you're in my server because my staff members are banned. They're banned because they harass my community, that's why. I don't even know who they are. I've never even talked.
If you don't know who they are and who they're talking about it, then how do you know who they are and what they're talking about? Oh, it's because they harass my community. Circular logic. Where's the proof? Is it on tape here while you're responding to him? No, I just have to take your word for it.
To you. I don't even know who you are. You don't know me at all. Yeah, and I said, because he said like, oh, not a big show, I can't really out to someone who has banned me. Like, I have never banned you. You just harass people and then complain about it. Like, I made a whole talk about this.
So you banned people who are allegedly harassing you because of the content that he made, but you didn't actually ban him from your server. You don't even know who he is because he doesn't know you personally? Logic, please.
It's like, I even talked about this on my server, and I know he's like deleted a lot of the comments, and it's just a bunch of negative people. Like, he basically
Where? How? Proof? Do you have it?
brought up the most toxic people. This is a call out post to Silly Skios. If you really want your reputation to not sink any lower, stop talking bad about people. Actually try to get some evidence before you talk shit about anybody, and get a new hobby.
You mean the content that is on the tape that you tried to click through that you said wasn't real?
Because your entire brand is just talking crap about people. You try to tell yourself the Chris Hansen of YouTube, but you know any better. You're not any better because you make money off of this. You only do this for money.
I'm getting big Naira vibes off of how he behaves and how he speaks. But, you know, Naira and this person will have done a lot of damage for all German VTubers everywhere. I apologize for all German VTubers, but you let them niggas do too much damage to your brand as a country. You guys probably have to consider banning them from your state. Maybe just a little bit.
You basically cater to a bunch of people that don't have much to do in their life, that like spreading toxicity, and you make money off of it. Don't you have any shame? Do your parents know what you do? Do your parents know how much you harass people online? How much fucking parasocial behavior you have?
That's a good question. Do your parents know what you're doing? Do your parents know that you tell people to go dox and stalk people? Do your parents know you tell people to go fucking swap people's families? Do your parents know that you have an inability to be able to remove yourself from drama and you decide to insert yourself in all these goddamn places? Do your parents know the shit that you said to children in private? Do your parents know about your scat fetish? These are lots of good questions. They're not going to get answers. But we all know what the answer is.
You basically harass people in their DMs constantly, trying to talk bad about anybody else, trying to promote your own videos to then get more money off of it. Like, this is what I don't get. I don't get this person.
You do get it, because that's what you do! But it causes you so much stress that your little itty bitty heart is gonna explode. What was your resting BPM when you were recording this, bro? I need to know. Was it 20 or 80? Nah, it was 20. It was 20 over 10. That's what it was. It was a 20-year-old over a 10-year-old pegging them, right? That's what it was.
To be very honest, Like, do me a favor, Skios, just leave me alone. Try to save the little reputation you still have, and stop making money off of that, because you make enough money. Probably make hundreds, if not thousands of bucks off of this stuff. Get a new hobby. Stop harassing people, please.
But you make hundreds of thousands of dollars off of this. What do you think that 2300 that you bragged about not getting while you weren't even making content was while you're on hiatus? Huh? Huh?
You're not doing yourself any favors.
Nigga, you're not doing yourself any favors. Huh?
See, what ends up being funny is the guy that he's talking about in the video ended up being a predator himself. But the difference is that he was still a minor when he was talking to, like, you know, younger audiences and stuff. But, like, what I don't get is, like, Pikky will use the fact that that person was exposed as a pedophile to invalidate the entire document, even though he wasn't the one who made the document. He was just making a video on the document explaining how Pikky is a predator, you know?
Yeah, and that doesn't...
He's going back to that gaslighting / you know, obfuscating the truth by saying, well, all my haters are just pedophiles, guys. You see, he got exposed for being a groomer. Therefore, anything he made about me is just invalid, including this document that wasn't made by him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just keeps going back to that same behavior of, like, trying to gaslight people into just automatically believing that he did nothing wrong because all of his haters are bad people.
It's like if a person who was being brought up on a RICO charge knew that one of the people that they were doing illegal businesses with flipped and in court said, "Your Honor, this man killed as many people as I do. You gonna believe his testimony? How do you believe this fucking Fazoli? This man is dishonest." And it's like, I testified under oath and I was correct. I literally told them where you hid the bodies, bro. It's over, just turn yourself in. Yeah, you can't believe him. How can you believe his fucking putts? It doesn't work in real life, bro. Just because this person was outed as a pedophile themselves does not discount the information that they're explaining about you. Because, hey, how many people got taken down in the Jonathan Snake Thing event? When Thomas was arrested on 300 months of served time for the Kiro the Wolf sting operation that got him sent to prison. Federal pound you in the ass prison. Yeah, same shit, right? That didn't excuse Kiro the Wolf. It's just that he didn't get caught up in that sting and didn't get taken to jail as well for abusing that dog. None of the other people in that Telegram group that were a part of that Zoophile string were a part of that. And yet, you tell me that actually this is completely different because now, if you're able to discount the proof of this person's post by saying, well, he's just a fucking sloozy like I am. Why would you believe him over me? Because the information lines up? Probably. Probably, bro. Because saying, listen, bro, I might be a rapist, but he's a murderer. No, it doesn't excuse either of you. He can get his in time, and you can get yours next. Because unfortunately, in the court of Judge Carl, justice might have a fat ass, but it is not blind. And the fact of the matter at the end of the day is that if this is the tactic that he's going to use to try and discount the opinions of the people who are, quote, lol, laughing and making shit up about him, well, I guess the entire internet must be lying about you, bro. I guess the entire internet must be lying about you. Everybody's lying about you. You're completely innocent. There's no proof at all. Moving on. Previous aliases. We've got Pikky using a bimbo post. This is the one where they call themselves the God of the Femboys. Sun Crusader, he, him, she, her, DMs open. Then we have the About Me section that I assume must come from the stream chat. Greetings, mortal. My name is Pixie. I'm a Catboy VTuber who is mentally handicapped. Damn straight you are. Suffering from schizophrenia and stress-induced psychosis. Due to stress causing my adrenaline levels to skyrocket, I have heart problems that make me incapable of safely working without risking heart attacks and other physical ailments. I've been living on donations since April 2023, and my community has enabled me to do what I love. Spreading positivity and buttholes and good times and come. Then we've got another one that goes Pixie. So we have the old About Me. and the new About Me. So this one's the old About Me that has the Pika, and it's got Pikachu, and it's got Nagatoro, another Pikachu tail, and clearly he's trying to go for the appeal of, I am basically a mouse Pokemon. So, Catboy YouTuber, mentally handicapped, suffering from schizophrenia and stress and diagnosis, blah, 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 blah. This is the one serious announcement that I will make now, with this being the old Spook RL announcement. This is for anybody who reads the Twitter thread and asking if it's real. Yes, it is. It's unedited. I won't pretend I didn't do things in my past that should be forgotten. But I'm sorry for having troubled someone so much. You might think what you want to think about this, but I made an active effort in trying to change and improve myself. I don't want anyone to take a biased stand against anyone. They have full reason to do what they're still doing. Being alone for years and trying to focus on one person for weeks and months on end has resulted in progressively escalating situations. I'll try not to put anyone else through this. I'm sorry for making your day so much worse. Before anyone makes assumptions, everything was a long distance. There were no direct pics. I'm sorry. Skipped a line. Everything was long distance. There were no direct pictures that would get me or anyone around here in trouble. I did not actively look for those interactions. They just happened. I don't want anyone to have to justify themselves for me or having to protect me from my own flaws. I'm probably not a person someone should get too close with, at least not without several others. I've made active steps into trying to improve my mental health and avoiding stress and further distress. What happened just happened. I can't say I didn't do anything wrong. I don't have outside context with anyone, and as a result, my views and common sense are nearly non-existent. I don't have many boundaries. I don't share many sorts of beliefs due to me being pansexual. I don't actively search for anything like a partner or anyone who seems ideal. I only care about personality and their age. That was the main reason that things have escalated. I still hold myself back quite a bit and have gotten hurt in the end of these months. This isn't one of those warning announcements. It's an insight. You guys deserve to know at least this much into, your sexual depravity. Just know that it's hard to do. It's hard to do more than just talk to me. Having friends is nice, but I don't want to focus on anyone. You can still message me, but don't try to get too close for your own comfort. I haven't had any difficulties till now, but I care for a lot of people. Just don't get too close if you aren't prepared for the roller coaster that is me trying to show you my cock. I'm not stable mentally, and everyone around me is helping me out as much as they can by just sticking around. Up my butt. I don't want anything further to bring this up, knowing that I would just be badly affected, and anyone else that shouldn't be even concerned with my problems. If anyone doesn't feel comfortable being in contact with me or trying to give me a word of their mind, just do it now, not later. I'll try to move and stroke as fast as possible, and nobody should feel like they're any less welcomed or cumped on. I understand anyone who has concerns. Just know that this won't change much for you guys, but it might change some things like positions I sit in for me. Yes, I'm ad-libbing because I think it's funny. But this is them admitting that they, in fact, had dalliances with people and that they were taking accountability for doing it. No, this isn't you taking accountability. This is you trying to find ways to get sympathy. This is you fishing for sympathy. You want accountability? Turn yourself into the police. Turn yourself into the police. Don't cope about it. Don't cry about it. Don't whine about it. Go to jail! To jail! Go to jail.
This guy basically gave himself a promotion. I am the true god of the femboys.
Yeah. So, we have Pikky admitting here in a post under the name Spooksy Dooksy that they did bad stuff, but they did not detail in detail what it is they did. So on top of that, we've got Spooksy Dooksy, we've got Pixie with a K and an S and a Y. We've got Pixie under the same designation. We've got Pikky with 2 Ks. Then we've got Barksy. Is this the user they bought the name of?
Pretty sure.
Okay. So from Barksy at the Barksy Run account, to start this off, PikkyRL, which is another identity, used to go by the username SpookRL, again another username. So we're now at a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Used to be a friend of mine before I found out what they had been doing to friends behind my back. I made a tweet about this before Pikky's moderators were trying to invalidate it as Spook has changed. Then we've got what looks like PikkyRL voice rocket clip. Like Rocket League clip. So this is basically them putting together a voice recording. This is technically a pseudo voice docs, but here's what Pixie is supposed to sound like.
It's like a leaderboard spot, you know. Like, I think tokens are kind of a good way to measure.
What was that?
Let me pause it. This literally sounds like Picky. It's just off the rip. Just
Yeah, that's 100% them. We just listened.
like you could assume that all Germans sound the same, which is not true. There's different dramatic accents. Like people from Austria do not sound like people from Berlin. But you're telling me that Pixie is claiming that this is not him when it is totally him. You can tell from the first 5 seconds.
Yeah. Now, we have the context in hindsight, chat, of having content material put together that we can hear the voice of, right? But we just listened to them try to speak back against the alleged pedophile that Amy was using the content of. And literally, it's night and day fucking different. It's exactly him. Pick back up on the clip. Roll to the beginning.
It's like a leaderboard spot, you know. Like, I think tokens are kind of a good way to measure how much importance you have to the stream. That's kind of how much it like is. Like how active you pretty much are, that's pretty much what matters. Like
So it appears.
how much of an impact you
goddamn, the fucking the goddamn thing in the back of the top corner is making it really hard to look. But
make to the stream.
it says in the top left corner, twitch.tv/PikkyRQRL has left the match because I guess that was the game-winning overtime goal. But it is the case that this is Pika under the Pika with a Q RL name. 100% confirmed. Flip it, mix it, reverse it. That is them. Not really much of a voice docs, but this is the terminology people use. Then we've got another name, Line Chew, under the name Line Chew ASMR. Discord member point since 2021. Then the Picky member, Picky God of the Femboys identity with the Line Chew ASMR name, and more importantly, the Discord ID of their account. For those that have never done account management or have never used server hooks and server bots, Dino, just like several other grandfather equivalents that might still exist in the marketplace, if there are any that don't charge you for basic features, which I'm pretty sure all of them do. They have the ability of posting updates for when users leave, when users are punished, when users get sanctioned, and when users are given permissions or change their voices and their names in the background of your mod pings for the bots. If you ever have a person leave and add to a server, it has the ability of pulling up their Discord ID that is affiliated to their Discord account name. That ID is the ID of Picky's account. I'm certain if you take every example of Picky on Discord and you correlate those messages, if you can get the ability to click on an official link of it, and you cross-reference the ID, it is the exact same. It might be the case that Picky has burner accounts, and yes, it is possible to have Discord burner accounts. You just have a Discord account registered to another email, because Discord is free. And this gives you the ability to have another Discord ID so that you can make it easier to be able to bamboozle whether or not it is you connecting to a place. But there are Discord hooks that can be able to show that the users, if it's a person identifying 2 or more multi-boxed accounts, are logging in from the same IP. Amy, am I lying? Oh, she might have stepped away, chat. Or she might be distracted. But for any person who's a server mod here, you know that I'm not lying. For any person who's a content creator here, you know that I'm not lying. It is one of the easiest things that a person can be able to do. It's a very ridiculously easy thing that a person can be able to do. It is ridiculous how easy it is to do, and it is really dumb how easy that it is to do. But it is something that you're able to do. Both of these posts, by the way, are listed as proof of Picky hiding as Line Chew. This one was the first. This one is the second. And then lastly, the Steam avatar post progression. We can see all of the identifying markers that are Picky and their different profile pictures. The progression through them is basically from the top left to the bottom right. First, it's like a fucking fetid mushroom. Then it's some skull emoji icon. Then it's Captain Falcon with oversized rim glasses. Then it's a character that I don't recognize, but I think it's the Plucky Squire. Then it's Pikachu with a crown. Then it's the Spook Pikachu tail. Then it's Pika with the Q. Then another Pikachu. Then another Pikachu. And then Fat Wizard Hat Pikachu. Then the 2 different Pikachu icons. Then a Femme Girl. Or no, that might just be a Lolly Girl. Can't tell. Anime Girl with pink hair. And then another anime girl with pink hair with Hectochrome and then the 2 versions that Pika has made of themselves for their personal identity. The one that's more chibi, and then the one that's more bimboified, or himboified, if you will. Moving forward. Now we get to the pedophilia and the screen recordings. So starting from the top. Screen recordings. Victim A, 2 recordings. This might be the same file. Let me double check. 154. No, 2 different files, just named the same. So, victim A, screen recording. Victim F, screen recording. Under the Line Chew identity, we have a user by the name of Artsy. Are you free right now? Can't call in? I can call in a couple hours. I gotta do some dumb schoolwork, but when I head to bed, I'll have some privacies. Are you doing anything today? I don't. I value honesty as well. Scrolling through. They give them the heart eyes emojis. Then, scrolling up. I have some dumb schoolwork to do. I'll have the privacies. Are you doing anything today? Not necessarily. If somebody wants something from me. The privacies. You could do anything. You just have to say it. Flustered face. I do like it when someone's in control. What does that imply? Anything else you do? I mean to yourself, or are you just controlling and laying back? Finger emoji. Can I ask, does anyone else get this side of you? Just doing anything they tell you? It's interesting. Elaborate. I mean currently. Like as of late. You already told me about before, dummy. So it's just me, ooh woo? I don't like secrets. If you get pounded daily, excuse me. Gotta make sure we discussed ourselves with the right narration. If you get pounded daily, I want to know. Sweat emoji. I just like full honesty. Don't want to worry about not being told something. Here in the content, we now get to the debauchery, where Pikky makes it clear that they like to have full control, full knowledge, and full information about who it is they're doing things with, because they like having full honesty. You can't see it, but I'm air quoting. Now you can see it. I'm air quoting. They like full honesty. I don't. I value honesty as well. Eyes emoji. I do like special treatment. Wouldn't mind being an outlet for things, even if it's like weird, strange, and kind of gross. I have some pretty intense kinks, but it's mostly about feeling useful. Are you sure? It's mostly bodily stuff. Talking about that kind of a part of it is kind of part of it, I guess. It's kind of like, you know how a lot of guys like blowjobs and stuff? I'm sorry, I gagged a little bit. How unprofessional of me.
Yeah, I mean, this shit is kind of fucking...
Disgusting?
Like, is he talking about the scat stuff again?
I don't know. I think this one is feeder content.
Oh my god, dude.
Well, imagine that instead of a penis, it was food, and instead of food being in your mouth, it's me going down your throat. So blowjobs in this situation. This is blowjobs. Basically, I like the whole aspect of being someone's treat, all close for hours, unable to go anywhere. And to you, it's just a normal snack. Would be a whole different side of you. Jokes intended. Knowing you in and out. Also joke intended. Mal. You seem awfully okay. I mean, to be fair, it's just a meaty snack for you, to be fair. You'd have me all to yourself in a way. Only one way to find out. What are you imagining? What? As in? Heart eyes again. So smart. And what happens to your little snack? Into where? The tummy? And where will I go? What do you mean? Different way. Oh, yeah, I tuck it up my shirt because it's 7 inches when it's soft. Lies! Stupid hormones. It's way too big. Touches the bowl when I sit on the toilet. Some people might enjoy that hormone surplus. Ooh woo. Flush your face. More blocked messages. None. Most I've done was kiss somebody. How much IRL experience do you have? Hey, yo, big smooch? I'm guessing no tongue. By the way, before you get the wrong idea, if you want to do stuff with other people, just ask. If I know you're a people pleaser. I just have incredibly high standards. Otherwise, the burp is intentional. I'll just fuck you until your body isn't satisfied with anybody else. T-sip. Face flush. Okays.
This fucking reads like a fucking shitty ass character AI roleplay, dude.
When people complained about the ERP that she was doing, this is what she was basically doing with him. It's nasty to read on the other side of the content, but, you know, the graphic nature of this chat is the fact that now that you understand the depravity that their kinks go to, the descriptions that they have with how vulgar they are with the things that they want to have the person alone where there are no others, where they have complete control and isolation in the situation, and they are the dominant, making the other person the submissive that has them as a treat all to themselves. They very much get off on having power. This gives rapey vibes. If you are even closely aware of the BDSM concepts here, this gives rape vibes. Pikky effectively likes having control and being the dominant in the dominant submissive relationship, but consent is not something they're really concerned with. They just ask for overlaying across the board consent so that they don't have to, you know, have enthusiastic consent going forward. That's my assessment. Amy, what's your assessment?
Is someone who's tried to be, you know, well, not exactly try, but is going to school for psychology, man. This just actually does straight up reads like somebody's like covert rape fantasy, you know, this like, oh, I love having control and stuff. It's just like, I'm fucking disgusted, bro. It's like, what else am I supposed to say? Like, some of these chat logs are like vomit-induced diarrhea, which, you know, I'm pretty sure Pixie's into that anyways, so I don't think it matters to him.
So true, bestie. They continue talking about how they get in the situations they can't get out of, and that further proves the people-pleasing. Elaborate with examples. Sometimes people want to get really sexual, and I don't want to, but it's hard to say no. You say people. Does that mean anyone? Yeah, that's not good. It really isn't, but it just happens, you know? Then I assume it continues further here. Yes, it does. Literally don't. Artsy, I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt the people I consider my friends, though. Don't apologize. You need to keep yourself safe. Yep. Went a little bit too fast.
To address somebody in chat, someone said, so this person is a sadist. The answer is no, because this person groomed this person.
Yeah.
So they are a predator / rapist, most likely.
Mm-hmm. Any interest in them being a sadist is more of them trying to project a particular fantasy and or prevailing idea of themselves through the actions that they're doing to other people. It is much more about the grooming angle than it is about the sadism angle. They might be a sadist. They might like to do butt stuff to men and to women. They claim that they're pansexual, but it appears to me that all of the relationships that they seek in text have all been male-male. And it is apparent that they like to be the dominant male and the controlling male in the situation. So your mileage may vary. Moving forward. Don't apologize. You can keep yourself safe. You can choose not to reply. I don't want to hurt my friends. Are they really your friends if they do stuff you don't like? I mean, that's a good question. Are you are you this person's friend in this situation? No, you were not, because you kept pressuring them. At any point in time when the person says they're uncomfortable with what's going on, you should have told them, okay, I'm going to stop for your safety. That was not your concern, nigga. You wanted that nut. Just say it or don't say anything. Avoid the situation altogether. That's an option. That is an option. Yes, that is true. That is an option, Picky. You could have avoided this situation entirely by not putting yourself into it. But you had to insert yourself, Kappa. You had to insert yourself, didn't you? Good girl. And why did you turn them down? That's much better. Keep yourself safe. You got me anyways now. Thank you, hun. I have, like, little boundaries. Like, if I like someone I'm interested, I don't get it. You know you can ask questions. Like, what's the best way to explain? If I have someone really fun to talk to and it's different than what I usually have, does that make sense? What are you doing? Trying to do some summer work. Oh, goddamn, scrolls away. Catches back. Should have been me. Why? Is that because you want to please me or what you genuinely want? Elaborate. I mean, what happens to snacks after eating them? And then what happens to a little pick? That's me. Feels nice. Where? Bit confused. What does your tummy normally do with food? Yeah. Would you let me out? Would you let me out if I asked? Or will I come out naturally the natural way? So now we're back to scatology. And then just keep me in. What would Pick become if he's your food? I like vulgar language. When nothing's held back. Just saying how it comes to mind. Scrolls a little bit too far. My purpose is to become what's whose. And then flush your face. Man, I'm so embarrassed. Auto. You just said you'll eat me, digest me, and shit me out. Ghostface, but yeah. Now you know one of my kinks. So this is them early on under the, or technically not early on, but later on, still under the line to identity, admitting to them having a fetish for scatology. Is this Nick Bates VTuber account? I'm seeing similarities. I don't know who that is, Exocrusher. That's very curious. I will look into that on the side. Do you have any apart from pleasing people so you don't get off to being ordered around and praised? Having a purpose? Can I ask something? How is the snack you had holding up, and where will you go later or tomorrow? 2. I'm on PC. I didn't see. Did you say something? Like what? And if I did? I mean, my other kink has to do with this. Guess. How did you know? And what does art want to do? Just pee or shop? What would art do? Would she hold back or just do what she needs to do? Also, what are you doing? Schoolwork and kink texts? Nice combo. Which means for Pick, a bit of both. I mean, I have a mouth. That's for you to wonder and for me to find out, isn't it? Just say you'll shit in my mouth already. God. You can't say no. Toilets don't get to choose. Only swallow what you give. And what would I swallow? From where? From where specifically? That's kind of cute. You don't hate the thought of using me like this, huh? You're an oddball, but who am I to say that? Oddballs go well together, I've heard. Pat head emoji. That was a bit smooth. I mean, balls come in pairs. A mow. Have you seen enough chat, or do we need to keep moving forward? We need to keep moving forward. Victim F skin recording. So we have here a user by the name of Fuwafa and Pixie. The user is talking to Call Me Calliope, who is from, obviously, the other context Discord that Pixie talks about. First message search is for come. I didn't come a lot. Mommy wants your cum. Will you record you coming hard? As you hopelessly come all over yourself? Like 8 loads worth of cum at once? I have a crazy high volume of cum. Post from a person on TikTok. Pixie, you're a good boy though. Am I allowed to touch myself? Thank you, mommy. Can I watch? Sure. Heck yeah. Your goddess will watch over you as you hopelessly come all over yourself, lol. I love obedient cute boys. So here again, we have Pixie putting themselves in the position of the dominant. Now they're cosplaying as a woman, being the dommy mommy. Another fucking bottom kick. Hiss, hiss. 1 second. There you go. We have Pixie again, using the identity and the mind state of a dominatrix dommy mommy, giving them the permission to nut their little brains out. They're being vulgar. The language, it does not leave anything to the imagination. Then another post with more Cutie Pie Callie showing up in the top post here. Now we've got the 11 messages that are connected to the ones that we showed earlier about the toilet, coming from victim number F. So, gosh, I love the toilet pic, can't wait for the toilet video, blah, 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 the toilet. We've all seen these already, but we didn't see the one that was in the last piece, which was one on the bottom there that said, I would probably ask you if I could see you on the toilet, and you would. So, first one was asking for the permission to basically watch them masturbate, and probably would be a form of mutual on-camera masturbation. The next one is asking for scatology, specifically to watch them shit on the toilet, and fantasizing about them consuming it and being made as a defecation spot. The degradation kink, scatology kink, control kink, switch dominant submissive kink. Then we get the posts. They go into context. Can't wait to see you do all kinds of lewd things for me. These posts start on April 25th, 2023. Can't wait to see you do all kinds of lewd things for me. Flustered face, you keep getting me hard in class. I need to see that bussy stretch on the toilet. Again, we've gone over these, but we're going to read them in context again. Direct view for me. Another blushing emoji. Seeing everything get pushed out of you. Grunting. Letting mommy see it all. Foo emoji. Huh? Scrolling again. Watching it stretch on the toilet. Blah, 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 blah. Showing that this is Picky's account. Showing that it's Picky's account. And it connects directly to the Steam and to the Twitch. And then the video cuts. I would not be surprised, chat, if we would all be stunned into silence. Is the safe word Kappa, Carl? No. The safe word is not Kappa. No, the safe word is not Kappa. There is no safe word. There is only the pedophilia. Now, I don't want to go into all these in context because I'm not trying to make you guys lose your lunch because I want to eat dinner too. But these screen recordings are here as well as the pedophilia comments. There are multitudes that are here in context. I will go over these ones. Again, I'm going to pin both of these links to both drives into the comment section of this video. I will then probably re-upload this stream as a video VOD for you to watch in full context, and I will re-upload them in the comment section there. Because, you know, there are people who probably won't catch the live stream. So, we've got the Ain't No Way PNG. We've got a blurred out name. I don't enjoy it. I need it. I guess that didn't help my case. Under the identity of Picky God of Femboys, you need punishment in a way. Yes, to be honest, I enjoy that. Me too. You're 15. First 15-year-old. Dommy Mommy, remember that. Supporters get the extra special treatment. So, here we have somebody who is a supporter inside of their Discord. Again, like I surmised, minor Discord user getting treated to sexual speak inside of the Discord, getting groomed. Crispy Laios is 14. I did have the iPhone 5. Old enough to be in a retirement hold. Well, so are you. Discord never cares, nor any platform cares about those finicky details. I could make a character who is basically just a teen boy, make him 12, and it's okay. But if I made a boy that looks like they're in preschool and say they're sexy, it's not. It's about looks. It caters to a community that doesn't give a fuck about anything but looks. This is Picky, under Femboy Godname, actively saying that Discord doesn't care as long as the 6,000-year-old lolly looks like they are a preteen or a teenager, but if you have an actual lolly body and you say that they're actually 6,000 years old, that would get stricken down. Ew. This is Picky admitting that to them, age ain't nothing but a number. It ain't nothing but a said no frame. This nigga needs to go to jail and he needs to get raped. Needs to get raped. Age ain't nothing but a number. Oh my fucking god. Having to do goofy shit so I don't be more angry as I already am on the inside is really hard, you know. I need people who are reading this and watching this back need to understand I am trying to keep myself calm because going through the evidence was already hard. Collecting the evidence was already hard. Having the talks was already hard, and I was already annoyed in the first place. I am trying to remain calm, and it is so fucking hard because if I still did the job I did for the government, this wouldn't be a conversation. Anyways. Is that the last one? No. Backwards. Okay. Next one. I'ma take, for example, a hard-ass fetish. I'ma take, for example, some Genshin Impact characters that look like kids and are hundreds of years old. They are still considered illegal. Age doesn't matter. Looks do for fictional characters. So this is Picky saying that it doesn't matter to him if a character happens to look underage. He is claiming Discord won't punish him as long as he follows the right guidelines, and that he can be able to get away with whatever he wants as long as he is able to put it in those guidelines. Then, guys, it's about a fetish, not an age. I don't know if you guys understand that. Why would we try to protect fictional characters? That's retarded as fuck. And then, teens are still underage. Lollies aren't teens. Teens are still underage, as I've said. Discord says Shoto, Lolicon, and Cub. That means any fictional character presented in a lewd way that looks under the age of 12. Teens are underage, I still said. Yeah, but that's allowed on Discord. So, this is Picky saying again that he accepts and allows for sexual activity to happen between minors because minors are allowed in Discord as long as they don't look a certain type and look a certain age. Now we have X-Staff requests. You've got plenty of things through here. You have an X-Mod statement coming forward saying, "Hi, so sorry for the late reply. I've been MIA. Someone said you might have insight on previous staff on PikkySilly's 7-Boy Hangout, and I'm wondering if you'll share your experiences. I used to mod there, yes. For my time, as a mod, the system was obtuse and really rigged against the community. I had cases of people who were not particularly doing anything wrong and were actually in the right, but because higher-ups chose to, they'd be banned from the community permanently." Damn, future Carl! How the fuck... Past Carl, how'd you call that? Past Carl, how the fuck did you call that? That's just how good I am, nigga. Nigodamus. What you talking about? Nigodamus. I can see you through the fucking screen, Picky. Nigodamus. So, they in fact were abusing the community. They did create the rules in a way to antagonize people so they could be able to pull them out when they wanted to fuck with them. That was pretty obvious to anybody with eyes, but hey, I take it as I see it. The team was also a bit disjointed, constant drama, and discussions over the simplest of issues. Even worse, the head admin clearly didn't care or understand the insights of the community, and ended up doing more harm than good when they stepped in. Picky, however, Picky, or however he goes by now, had constant tantrums and breakdowns where he had to try and calm him down when he used the N-word constantly and banned members at a whim. Something that we couldn't then even unban because they chose to make every ban permanent. Which, as a side note, is a lie, as they unbanned and kept people who harassed other previous mods and others to the point of making them leave. All because they set up a caste system. All those who sent money on Picky were protected against the mods for taking action. We could not do anything against them, and if we dared to, we could face every punishment. Oh wow! Yes, so the people who could be given preferential treatment and mod status not only were getting that preferential treatment, mod status, and access to porn if they were underage and were just simply allowed in because they paid the money, but they were also protected from the rules because they were now little greedy little piggy pay pigs that Picky could be able to farm however they wanted for whatever he wanted, including pornographic material and more. Oh no, that sounds like a pedophile pipeline. That sounds... that sounds like a pedophile pipeline. You're excused. Bless you. That sounds like a pedophile pipeline with an intention of protecting the protectorate racket that you designed around the exploitative pay system on how people could support you. So now we have the evidence that you were actively allowing minors in your server, you were protecting bad users with bad behavior in your server, and that as long as they paid you money, unlike in my audience, or in, say, Amy's audience, they would be able to have preferential treatment, and they would be forever protected from bad behavior, and they probably would even become moderators, like the mods you already got on staff. Yuck, yuck, go to jail, yuck, yuck. In a particular case of a user being banned for being too weird, something that wasn't even really the case, it was that some member of the mod team didn't like them and they chose to ban them, being somebody who was a very active member of the community and talked every day. The mod team was also heavily protected from repercussions, with some mods discussing the use of hard drugs in general chat, and others not even active in the community but keeping their positions. So although for the newer personnel we were kept under constant supervision to be active, some losing their positions over inactivity when the senior staff barely spoke for over months at a time. So... remember when I asked that rule about why do you have to have a rule about doing hard drugs in front of the camera? Remember when I asked that? You remember when I asked that, Amy?
Yep.
So, your moderators were doing hard drugs in front of the minors who paid to get preferential treatment in your grooming Discord! You know, Picky, that's crazy. That's so crazy. Damn, nigga. That's crazy. That sounds really frustrating. Can I ask you something? Are you aware of Picky's current pedophilia allegations? I am aware. How do you feel about them and what are your thoughts? I feel as though it was to be expected. He was always erratic and always selfish, always talked to his staff, and worse, he had to stroke his ego constantly. Impulsivity was one of the common ban reasons, and often badmouthed others when he entered any voice chat. Very cult-like indeed. And if I could add, really no one would be there because of him, even though he claimed that we did. We were all there for our own reasons, for me to actually try to make the system more fair. That's very honorable for you. I know a lot of his audience are only there for the community. It's a huge shame how much the owner and sometimes other staff abuses it. Sadly, yes. Then, I don't know if my idea will work, but I'm trying to get as much people far away from the people who are close to me, who are close with me, the mods, and I'm trying to friending people. I'm telling them what he's been doing. I don't know if it'll work, but I've already got one. He said he's black. I bet he's lying. Any pictures of Pisky? No. This is going to be hard. But there are those who have seen him. Good luck talking to them. They could be lying too. Some people even cover what he does by kicking some people out. Yes, they do that a lot. Although, black or not, this is still bad. That's why there's still a mod. I bet some of the people who are ex-mods probably got kicked out because they didn't cover his skin. He still told the guy to kill himself. Oh, where? Oh, never mind. I saw it. This, right here, in this attachment that he then linked to the person. I'm still there. You were an ex-mod? Yeah, Stolas, if that rings a bell. So you didn't protect the skin that you called out about, so some of those mods kicked you out. The ex-mods leave. What? Oh, they don't say anything about it. I don't cover shit. Yeah, you didn't cover up anything. My job is to protect the server and its people, not to serve a narcissistic motherfucker who doesn't even appreciate the work that we do, and instead belittles us. I bet some of the minors actually give up their life savings and barely even know what they do. They did, but it's done already. Yeah, justice and gonna make their money back go back. Go make their money go back. Gosh, this is hard. Some of them don't even want to be a part of it, which is pretty normal. I've done my part in it. I'm gonna leave now. I've heard that they're deciding to close the server because he's too poor and he can't afford it. It is too stressing for him. That's confusing. So the thing that I'm noticing here. So they confirm that minors are in fact paying for the roles. Once again, Negrodamus. But more importantly, The minors are paying for the roles, and they don't know what it is that they're buying, allegedly. They're just giving the money out of their pocket. And somehow, a free Discord server is costing a content creator money. It is free to make a server. And going from a small server to a community server that's listed on the discoverables list does not take money either. You just have to reach a certain statistic account for the server to then be considered as searchable by community. How are you losing money on running a free Discord server, Picky? How did you do that? How did you do that? Are you paying for grandfather features from these bots that you use on your server? Is that what's going on? Is it the medical bills? Well, what is it? I would love to know. Weird. Moving forward. Oh, also, you have to just close the server because it's too much stress for you. Maybe you should probably stop trying to groom kids. Just a thought. It's not
shocking revolution. Maybe you should not groom minors.
But it's not stressing you and sending threats. Oh well. A blatant lie, he says. I know. If I was 2-4, he wouldn't be able to afford Wi-Fi or a PC. And you know what? I'll keep this to myself. Go for it. I can't stop you. Yeah, I feel bad for barely doing anything. But you know who are the ones who actually had the bad ones covering up? Is when he actually does what he does, being horrible. And then there's a screen cap that's very hard to read. I'll attempt to read it. From Picky. I appreciate everyone. We managed to rank up almost 22,000 and inverted E sign. That's the European unit, right? Yeah, that's the European unit. So we managed to.
Wait, what are you looking at? I'm sorry, I'm like in the middle of doing other stuff too.
An inverted E sign with a line across the middle of what would be an inverted C.
Yeah, that's the euro.
So almost 2,000 euro in under 4 hours. It might not seem like a lot to some, but it's a lot to me. I'm glad I have a community that cares enough about me to support me. But things like this only last if it's every other month, even if just a few bucks helps a lot. Remember, if you have something to spare, I'll appreciate any help I get. I love you all. So not only are you pumping them for money, that you pump them for over 2,000 euro in under 4 hours. You then tell them, listen guys, I'll only be able to be around if you do this every other month. Just a few bucks help. So you are hitting them up like a fucking robber. Oh my god. Crazy. I hope this is fucking fake. No way do people actually give him that much. Got tired of his garbage, out of the server now too, because of some drama in Global, and they kicked me, haha. It's a former mod who is now banned for speaking out against him grooming children. They hit you with the tildes, like the tilde and the italic, so you know they're serious. Then, you've got the user with saying, with writing at the top, thank you for your help, XD, or excuse me, heart emoji. I will explain the screenshots with context since they are heavily cropped, sadly. This is his guilt-tripping method. Then Blank's still a minor and was at the time. Blank was also a minor at the time, but is now 18. Another VTuber about his sister. This side Nate, this person is also a pedophile. This Blank, this person is 15, at the time was 14, and talking to him when he was 18 plus. So we got 1 victim, 2 victim, 3 victim, 4 victim. Also this one. To be fair, I've been in court and I was found not guilty even though I was. So Pixie is announcing that he was guilty of something. I have to assume that it was him being guilty of being charged on the action of pedophilia because he's saying that he was 100% guilty. If that's not the context, then I don't know what the context is. But in context to the comments of what's being said, since this is in the investigation file about the victims and about the allegations and the proof of context, I assume that is what the context is. But do it for yourself when we get there. Your mileage might vary. Moderator only channel where everyone went against him. All the mods that he banned except for one was quiet the entire time. So he did an entire mod purge where everybody stood up against him. Good for you! Yes! You might have gone down swinging, but y'all that chose to do so here, good job. Your consciences are clear. You are not responsible for the butt rape. You are responsible for the butt rape as it happened under your watch, but At least you finally stood up for yourself, even if you got removed from the community. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I give kudos where I see it. You allowed shit to happen. You could have stood up any other time. You could have left. But here, you stood up against them. Good for you. Then, another one. Also, I'd like to clear up something for all of you, especially you, Pix. Blank is 15. Do not talk to my sister like this. This is the only fucking time that I'll say it. In the post, every time I think about the things I've done, not always with people, but sometimes just blank F. Nah, you do. You have uses for me, so you stay for me. So, a member of staff of the moderators had a sister that was in the server. And the sister that was in the server was being spoken to sexually by Pikky. And Pikky was told by that staff member, "Don't you touch my sister's glovial vagina. How dare you, bastard?" Other mods then comment on it and say, "Bro, you are scary." And then another mod, who apparently is allegedly also a pedo, then said, "Sibling wrath. Ha 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 ha." Then another one. "I can't believe you try to play it off. Wow, Pixie, what the fuck? You are actually miserable. Jesus. Are you deadass trying to play this off? It's not that. Do you understand how bad those screenshots are? Yeah, I saw them. You quite literally obliterated my net. Do you know most of them are minors? Number one, I did not. Number two, shrug emoji. What do you mean by this, nigga? What do you mean, shrug emoji?" That's a good question. That's a good question. Pikky, what did you mean by shrug emoji? When you're shrugging at them and saying, "I didn't know how old they were," but who cares? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying who cares? Who cares if they're underage, bro? They're in my DMs. Again, know that as a comedian and as a satirist, I feel dirty when I choose to enumerate these things in this way. The comedy factor is very important, bro. The comedy factor is very important. But understand that the comedian in front of you that's telling these details and is giving this research and exposing this nigga directly in front of you for the live studio audience, understand that I feel physical pain when I do this. That's how you know I have a soul. Moving forward. So, Pikky says, "Who cares if they're underage? It's still good booty." Very R. Kelly of you, sir. Then, another pick from StatChef. "Pixie, not me, not anyone can save you anymore. I mean, truth. Not to defend myself, most of the main mods and admins are gone. But 14 is the legal age here. Shrug, Pixie. There's no fucking way, bro. There's no fucking way." So, here is another case example of this particular screen cap. So remember, multiple times, Pixie has used the argument of 14 is the legal age. 14 is the legal age. Remember that Amy informed us that even if that is the case of the argument that only matters between minors, if you are still an adult and you are interacting with minors at this age, you can still be prosecuted. So Pixie is attempting to use people's unawareness about the legal system and the law and the process about how they do the law in order to try and justify his actions and behaviors. Nigga, you. Nigga, you. You. Nigga, you. You. Nasty.
Yeah, you'll like I said, you'll see this as a common occurrence of Pixie. Basically, Pikky, he'll hallucinate what the law actually means in order to deceive the mass. So it's like how people use, how some states' age of consent in the U.S. is like 16 or something.
Yes.
Even though that's to protect Romeo and Juliet laws and, strictly, issues between two minors.
Exactly. It's really repugnant because he's acting as though he's using a version of the EU Romeo and Juliet laws, which they don't have any that I'm aware of on the books. But he's using the mindset of the framework of the legal sense of the U.S. Romeo and Juliet laws in order to try and foist this upon himself as a protection, as though because he says this, that it makes it okay. And then more people comment. These ones are uncensored. Rose, Bagel, Picky, I really don't want to be this. I don't really want this to be how people see you. Then, from user named Fiam, insane. Then user says Rose. At this point, whatever happens, happens. Picky says, I just like manipulating people. And then another user, Nene, Second Night, zerped his brother. There's no saving his image. And then Picky banning these mods. The names get censored. Another case example. Assuming that they are aligned to the words of the people that he's banning. This is like him color coding who was banned. Kind of hard to tell in some cases because the colors don't match. But this is the censored version of the picture. So we've covered the server, responses, previous aliases, pedophilia, ex-staff. Now we have donation requests.
Like people are like, oh, I donated, he's gonna thank me.
Just started autoplaying. The title of this one is Donations Make Me Feel Something, Give Fastlink.mp4. The video is 17 seconds long. They are playing Pal World.
Like people are like, oh, I donated, he's gonna thank me now, and I just go, have fun. Oh god, why you
heard
him? Oh my god, is that $5? I can get like a meal with that. Like people are...
I do not know who the female voice is in the background that says you heard him, but I assume it is somebody who he co-streams with. So Picky makes the joke, because I have to assume that in this context it's supposed to be a joke. Although this joke is very Anna Vollen's playing with herself with a Levin's toy while making an article about Fallout guys kind of joke. Lord Pixie, in this situation, as he named himself, makes the joke that, oh, I received money. Orgasm noises. Oh, is that $5? Oh! I can buy food!
Dude, it's just so fucking degenerate. Oh my lord.
Let no one after today say that we don't know what a e-whore from the male side of content creation looks like. We now have the example. E-girls...
That is the answer to Foyd. I introduce you to the Moid.
E-girls, I present to you your brother, the over-sexual German e-boy. Oh, fuck. You know, if you try to, you know, squint and say that Naira VT is not truly a woman, even though they apply themselves as transgender, and Pixie here is applying themselves as pansexual, both of them are apparently originally born as males that specifically have a fetish with trying to groom people using scatology and power politics as a preference of how they like to be tops and or submissive bottom switches. Hopefully that's not a coincidence. Germans, you're gonna have to address for that, okay? Germans, you're on the duty. So, another one. There's literally no reason to unban you, since you show me absolutely no support or proof you care. The only time I unban people that did me wrong is if they donate, literally. If they donate, oh, okay. I can't trust what anyone says, so, your choice. So, there was a lingering question in the back of your heads, chat. That lingering question when I said that earlier about the donation shit was, okay, Carl, let's say that the minors are in fact donating and they have no idea what they're donating for. And let's say, Carl, hypothetically speaking, that the people who are donating don't realize that they're being given preferential treatment and that they're being protected because he's protecting the cash cow pay pig. Cue the song of I'm a pay pig, baby. I'm in love with Stacy. Although I guess you're gonna have to write that in love with Picky, but I don't think anybody loves this nigga. I don't know what else to do. I'll just shit on top of this toilet and shit in your mouth for you. If I don't laugh, I'll cry. So, hypothetically speaking, let's say they didn't realize that they're being given preferential treatment. Let's say that Picky was just being really nice to the people who were the people who gave him money. Well, that entire argument has now gone out the fucking window. Because here is the content creator outright admitting and claiming and saying abrasively, I don't trust you if you don't give me money. Slaps cock on the table. What's it gonna be, nigga? What's it gonna be? You're gonna give me money? Huh? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? So, any goodwill that you could have argued he had towards the insular members of his server, no, he will outright bully them into supporting him. And then he says, oh my god, guys. Oh my god, you're so nice to me. Oh my god. You're so good to me. I'm trying to spare you from the joke that I'm physically doing on tape. No, I won't spare you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm nutting. Server. You're so good to me, raising 2,000 euros. That's so nice of you to do that for me. Oh my god. Oh. And on the other end, he's like, it ain't gonna suck itself.
So what you're saying is Picky's ideals here is the famous YouTube video of how to actually scam retarded goy cattle online in 2025. Copy me.
Kappa, 100%. Cut it, ship it, cut it, print it! I'm starting to regret giving you money, Carl. I am making jokes. I'm trying to be humorous and satirical, but that was a little bit cringe of me. I will admit. I will admit that one was a little. That was a lot of gay from me. Okay. However, gotta give y'all niggas AFK checks. Okay. I gotta make sure you're paying attention. Can't let you fall asleep. Don't you dare close your eyes. And then one more screenshot. This is the one we just saw. So, yes, this is your snapshot. On one side of his face, he says, oh my god, you guys did so much for me. And then on the other side of his face, it's literally, suck it, boy. You better give me some money, you better suck it. Because you're not getting unbanned unless you do something for me. You gotta do some strange for some change. Disgusting. Repulsive. Then, there's an entire long section about his behavior. We're going to look at the top 5 to top 10, okay? Namely, we're going to look at openly into piss, openly into scat, PB1, PB2, Picky35, and then the Picky face PNG and the Picky voice Stardew Valley clip. So, a post from Goro Gomai that says, Gatorade, is it worth it? Picky, under the identity of PikkyPaw, I'ma chug it all! Next one, Quaint, on Quaint OG, in the butt. Whoa, I love this game. The scat scenes go hard. I have no idea what game this is. Please do not tell my audience. We do not want to know.
I don't even know what that is, bro, and I don't want to know either.
Then, from the main hall, a message that was being responded to by Picky. I look like I'm bending over and twerking. Then another, I'm just tired of leading a war against everyone. You could just stop! That's a choice! That's a choice, Picky! You could just stop it! You could just stop leading a war against everybody who doesn't like you! You can stop anytime. But you won't. But you won't. I'm just tired of leading a war against everyone. People have hopes and dreams, and I just remove all of that. I'm most certain you do not. In the end, people take information differently, and you cannot blame yourself for that. Comment with a blank face. How people choose to accept information is on themselves. I cut myself and treat myself like shit just to punish myself. Then, Picky35, trigger warning, blank. I brought this up before in chat, but I like to get this on my chest here. I was blank many years ago in high school towards the end of my education, and that caused a lot of issues with how I handle stressful situations and social interaction. Due to being exposed to this drama for years at this point, I'm starting to see signs of adaptive behavior to cope with it. At first it was curiosity, since those themes were pretty common in fiction and SFW, but it stepped past that. I started being incredibly forceful with getting my will, even if it were small things that I wouldn't take a no. So he's trying to admit that he's gotten a rapey side of his mind. I've been taking hormones, and I have no outlet for my urges, and as a result, I'm extremely moody and unpredictable. Hey, how about you find an outlet for your urges so you stop being moody and unpredictable? You're like a rapist. Then, beginning of this month, my thoughts turned into action. I went by bus a few times over, sitting in a park, where at the same time everything seemed normal, until I spotted someone I knew from one of my other friends. She was pretty, but not wearing anything over the top. Something snapped at me, and I followed her for a while, using years of experience in my advantage and staying at a safe distance so she wouldn't notice me, until I pulled her into an alleyway, away from eyes and people. I started ripping off her clothes, and I started to blink myself onto her. I'm incredibly tall and have been, and thankfully it ends there. Holy shit!
Yeah, imagine how I felt having trying to read this whole fucking document. It's just not like why this. It's so bad.
You can't see it right now, Amy, but I'm standing on my bed. That do it! That pissed me off right now! Right there! That shit right there! Right there! That shit right there. Admitting to sexually assaulting and or forcibly raping someone. Oh, okay. All right, Picky. All right, okay. Looney Tunes. Woo! He's a sick.
I think admitting that you raped somebody is kind of like you know, it's just like, why would you admit this?
Well,
dude, I'm not gonna lie, they couldn't bomb that information out of me. There is no torture method on earth. Batman could literally rape me in a prison cell, and I would never tell anybody this. It's just,
well,
like, bro, why would you, like, at least, I hope he's joking. I really do. Because the details that he described in that make it seem like it's not a joke.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's joking. I don't think Picky is capable of jokes.
Well, see, the reason I don't think he's joking is because the way he presents the message sounds like something only the rapist would know, you know?
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, this is how I felt when I first read this document, by the way. I was completely perplexed.
Mm-hmm. It hurts.
Don't worry. Picky still tries to say that this is not him, by the way. It's just somebody else.
Uh-huh.
And that they just sound the same, guys.
So
What is this? He went from Pisky to Picky. This is like what, the third identity where he claims that all Germans just sound the same, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So clearly we all know that this is his favorite song in the universe, right? This one right here.
Fuck, I like a quick fuck. I'm a sick fuck, I like a quick fuck. I'm a sick fuck, I like a quick fuck. I'm a sick fuck, I like a quick fuck. I'm a sick fuck, I like a quick fuck. I like my dick suck.
Clearly that's his favorite song in the universe, because he tried to do that on that woman. And clearly keeps initiating this throughout his content. You know, God, I don't pray for you for much, because I would rather take what I want from this universe. But, Lord, I'm coming to you with violence and evil in my heart, and I am praying the way that only a hater can. Please do horrible things to this nigga. Please do horrible things to this nigga. Please, I am begging you. I am begging you with tears in my eyes. Please hurt him. Please hurt him.
Hurt that nigga bad.
I have to come to you with the Spider-Man 3 in the church Brock prayer, okay? I need you to hurt him. I need you to hurt him. If you cannot hurt him, grant me the wisdom and charisma to convince people to help me see justice done. Please. Oh, God. That shit almost made me vomit.
Don't worry, chat. It only gets worse from here.
We're only like halfway done, chat. We have an entire other document. I'm technically speed reading through these things because I'll give you all the access to to consume the content yourself. But anyways, back to business. Fucking Christ. So, we've got the Pixie Voice Stardew Valley clip here.
There we go. I got a sunfish. It's 9 inches. That's kind of small. Only 9 inches, damn.
Ha ha ha. The fish was only 9 inches, which is above the general standard of all men in the world and how large their members can be. Ha ha ha. Allegedly, he's 7 inches flaccid. Ha ha ha.
Aren't almost okay, so is it the premise of like grower versus shower? Like if you are a shower, that's how big your penis is, and it only ever gets slightly bigger when it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just how it works, right?
Yeah.
Because like when you're a shower, all your meat is out for show, you know? That's all you got.
Oh, God. I've always been the case that when people brag about being large showers, it's like, okay, you've got all this meat. That's good for you. Can you use it? Even then, outside the conversation of that, okay, why? Every time he finds a way to try to make something sexual, I swear to fucking Christ. I swear to Christ, he just finds a way to try to make it sexual. Also, this is the alleged face stocks picture of Picky. As we can all clearly see, especially as we heard it, because you can even see the fucking Ape Escape fucking side swivel hair part there as they're wearing a hat. That doesn't look like a black man's skin. You know, he might have that reverse vitiligo. He might have that reverse vitiligo we all heard about. He might be a German Uncle Ruckus, you know. You can't rule it out now. You can't rule it out, okay? You can't rule it out. But that looks like a white alabaster complexion.
Yeah, we've already. Me and Carl have both reported this to the police. Like we've already like done stuff like this.
I've already reported it to the police. I've given information to my Fed contact, and they are now trying to liaison the information through the proper legal channels to see if something can be done for connecting and addressing this to the trust and safety team through the official channels of the government. I've done everything that I can. I can't stop dying! I'm watching cringe! It's like I'm being throat fucked by a ghost.
Yeah, there was this guy on Twitter who called me childish because at the end of one of my posts, I said that that this guy is giving a bad rap to the femboy community of some sorts, and they're like, well, if you were a real person, you would have just reported to the police and shut up about it. It's like, no, I did report it to the police, and I'm not going to shut up about it.
That's just them demanding that somebody be quiet. Because I can report this to the police the same way that any person could have reported something to the FBI when a person would make a terroristic threat on a place like TikTok. They have an entire forum post where you can take the link and post it so that they can be addressed. People did it all the rage during Charlie Kirk. Happens amongst a bunch of other situations too. And if they is posting content like this on places like TikTok, you can also use that way as well to report that material as well, which I suggest people do. You have to go to the FBI website for the purposes of reporting it to the FBI, obviously. Connected to the certain channels for all the instructions on the page. They will be able to... God, I got probably need to get a bottle of water. They will be able to address it to the proper channels. Do not do anything on your own. Always go through the official channels. Because when you don't, you actually make it impossible for them to do their job. Now, there's another folder that said more shit because I'm petty, but there's nothing in this folder. Then there's another third follow-up. Follow-up aftermath. And documents. As well as information in those documents. So, starting from January, you have Doc Evidence 1 of a Google Doc project. Disclaimer, not affiliated with anyone such as Apache. This is an independent document. Any further changes by contributors are seen by me before they get officially added, breaking their own rules. This server is for ages 16 plus, and members will be self-serving and mature when it comes to avoiding certain themes. You don't follow by these rules, there will be punishment. Server rules, bottom of the page, rules ID, blah, 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 blah. Hey, so I'm normally don't vent, but I need to blow off some steam. Well, I'll just start. I'm 15, and I don't think I'm depressed. I just have some suicidal thoughts. The person is 15, and then the list of their Discord ID. Posts about other users, permitting a 14-year-old on the server. Once again, Nicodamus! And then the connection posts of all the people in the red dot IDs in descending order, where they break the rules about Rule 4, no racist and homophobic and otherwise hateful speech. That's cute. So we have here on the screen, I will zoom in a little bit closer. We have here on the screen somebody by the name of Quanti saying, "Oh my god, can you shut the fuck up with the pings? Nobody shit cares." And Pixie just drops the hard R. He just drops this hard R. Message ID is not available, but this is not to be said under any circumstances. It's extremely disgusting behavior. Picky at 6:11 p.m. I have to rob people for money. It's full of queer people. I am abbreviating LGBTQ plus as queer. It literally is. The reason and motive behind it is. It's no way that it's nearly that bad as something like that. It's just that nobody gets offended by it. I'm literally committing crime on a daily. Again, message ID cannot be sourced, but are you serious? Admitting in a server full of kids that you commit crimes? Another one. You still call people crackers and stuff, bro. That's not okay. Who gives a shit? I've killed dozens. Joke or not, that shouldn't be said. And then various uses and repeatings of the word, followed by a soft A, long G expression of niggas under the statement, yeah, niggas can be pathetic for real. Can you count the N-words, chat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13.
To answer Red Moon Roku's post about how the femboy community was already ruined, yeah, that's kind of like why we shouldn't, you know, allow him to continually ruin the image further. You know, it's just bad.
Well, there might be such a thing as a community already having a tarnished and or ruined appearance. I am under the auspicion that how can you tell what a long G is in text form? Pip, I'm going to break it down to you. N-I-G-G-A. Long A, short G is nigga. If you add ER, that is the hard R. Hooked on phonics, bro. The sound of an A becomes short A to long A. Try it. Say it out loud. Say it out loud in your room right now. Try saying the phrase N-I-G-G-A with a long A and then a short A. And then try saying it with a short G and a long G. Long A, short G. Nigga. 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 Moving on. Another time where he just bitches out and doesn't fully say it. Then, shut up, you loose, used up bitch. Pikky saying that he has heart problems. I have art issues. I wouldn't even have a donate page. You ableist fucking stupid ass bitch. My heart issues come from a mental disability that basically makes my adrenaline go up when I'm stressed. Like I can't even remember what I did today. How am I supposed to work aside from the fact that I suffer from heart issues due to stress? Mentions it every time he gets it.
You know what?
Yes.
No. Go back to that one part. He says he can't even remember what he does today. So could he technically just make the excuse that he just doesn't remember grooming those minors, guys? He just doesn't remember.
I mean, it depends. Did his heart rate get up enough that he busted a nut and it's like, oh! Wait, where am I?
The excuses that this guy makes is just astronomically large.
Yep, because in this exact post here, because there was a post here that had their addressed comments, but now they're broken links, apparently. He says that he can run 16 miles in 55 minutes. No, the fuck you cannot, because you would have a way too high BPM and you would have died of the stress. There's more posts here, but the links are broken. More posts and the links are broken, which makes it kind of hard.
Yeah, because they're Imager links, and Imager deletes certain links to have certain topics, which is kind of sad.
Yeah. So then we go to doc evidence. And this, I assume, yeah, I think he saved this one in PDF form. Okay, so now we have the video. Okay, I like this. Yes! I am so disappointed when people give me Google Docs and they don't have preserved images. So now we can read on continuing. Okay, so we get here where he says, I can run 16 miles in 55 minutes. I can run 16 miles in 52 minutes on a different day. So he says this first on December 3rd, 2023, and then again, or rather earlier on November 25th, 2023, I can run 16 miles in 52 minutes. Considering I can run 16 miles in 50 minutes on a different day in October 17th of the same year, I can run 16 miles 3 times a week or so. I should be able to do that from August 19th of the same year. I'm having a monster right now and eating fine cuisine. December 22nd. I only drink Monster, December 18th. Now I only drink Monster, December 15th. Monster and serious heart issues do not go well together. Not to mention that he says he lives with parents that are his caretakers. I'm only at home because my parents are my legal caretakers, otherwise I'd be back in the psych ward. You'd think they'd be a little bit more responsible with what he consumes so he doesn't die. Because the amount of fucking sugars, caffeinated substances, and additional additives that are not good for your fucking heart, dude, the shit that's in your brown energy water, that shit's not good for you to have when you have a condition like yours. It's no good. It's no different than it not being good for me to have. that my dietitian has told me to stay away from it while I'm on the Mediterranean diet. Because the guarine, the taurine, the L-vitamins, the L-vitamins, mixing that with any level of other shit that gamers put in their body, that shit will make you pass the fuck out. You will get a heart attack event, and you will have a heart infarction. But apparently that doesn't matter to him, because actually, he's out here running marathons, lanking that 7-inch that 7-inch shower, the 7-inch shower penis up the side of his shirt. So I don't know what to believe, chat. I don't know what to believe.
But Carl, he has medical bills, and he needs support to pay for his fake medical bills for his fake condition that he obviously doesn't believe he has.
I mean, shit, with the donation amounts...
So not only is he a pedophile and a racist, he also just straight up commits, he just lies to commit fraud.
Yeah, because looking at the prices here of what he's buying in these 12 milliliter cans of Monster Energy in the blue and green flavor, $21.49 for a container. How many containers is he buying throughout the days and months that he is funding with the money that comes from his donos? Every single...
Because,
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, because you can tell, like, the way he describes his audience is kind of like, pay piggish behavior, like he deceives them actively. So, he's technically committing a version of fraud where you deceive people into giving him money and stuff like that. Like, it's so just distastefully disgusting.
Mm-hmm. And then
I don't know how he lives with this, honestly.
Apparently by trying to pretend that there are people shitting directly into his mouth. There is a bot on the server that constantly reminds people to donate to Pixie as many times a day, not to mention his many remindings of donations. Yeah, as long as people donate here, I guess I won't at least starve to death. I'm kind of struggling with that, probably because I don't have the most fixed income since it's occasional donations. But yeah, dono minimum is $5. A bit because I kind of rely financially quite a bit on the Apache, and I'm kind of unsure if he plans on helping me or not. And Apache made a big impact on the server in order to leave this. I have come to announce that with a heavy heart that I'm announcing my leave for the server. I love each and every one of you, and waiting to watch you all grow has been some of the most fun I've had in a very long time. But I need to focus on my mental health, and I'm not going to be able to do that in front of a server that I keep coming back to and stressing myself out with, trying to make sure that everything's in order all the time. You all have been pleasurable experiences. My DMs will all be open to you guys if you want to ever be able to come check up on me. I might not text back right away, but I'll try to be my best. Picky, I love you to the ends of the earth. You've been an amazing admin, and I hope I did my duties here at the mod to the best of my abilities that made you proud. And finally, thank you for being one of the most nicest and accepted communities that I've ever been a part of, and I hope you all have wonderful days as well as we all have two lives. This is a weird statement. I all hope you have wonderful days. We all have two lives. Our second one begins when we only have one. Love you guys. And many members were upset, but Pixie was only concerned with his donations. Then, Pixie acting sexually towards people in the server. This is not only extremely uncomfortable for some, but also straight up weird, especially in a server where a majority of the people there are minors. Yet again, more proof that you have underage minors in your server! Paul, sadly, yeah, mate, didn't do shit except clap his hands and something else. Clap me. Go ahead, Amy.
But Carl, he is only concerned about his pay pigs. He does not care about anything else. Don't you know?
I mean, allegedly, the only other thing he cares about other than his pay pigs are the pigs that he wants to get milked by.
Like, he likes to, what is that one scientific journal where they propose making a pig obelisk that had no brain, no eyes, no ears, no mouth, so they could harvest its meat without suffering.
True.
That is how Pixie views his donators.
True. Very true. Suicide spaghetti machine all the way. We have a post here saying a little... Oh, yes, this is what we already read about the ASMR content. Again, not everybody in the server is an adult. Creepy, unusual, because a large majority of people on the server are 18, logical reasoning. See, even they came to the same logical conclusion I did. Even they came to the same logical conclusion that I did. Oh, and then, of course, Pixie. One of them stood up to Pixie, and then this was Pixie's response below. Hey, I wanted to say something from the big conversation earlier today. I know how it can feel to think that you're a hindrance to your family when you might not be. When something happens, I often think it's all my fault and if I had absolutely nothing to do with it. I am also very hypercritical, so I can relate on a level. Also, this is an aerodynamic from the server. You are a groomer. Gonna make every single friend you had remove you, by the way. And yes, these are the posts that he said, where he said the thing to the person, where he said, you are a groomer to the person, where they communicated before what happened, and then January 11th, they came to them and said, bro, you're a groomer, because they got confronted. And then the comments that he said, very, very mature. They could not get the ID post of these messages because he deleted these texts. But that was, in fact, the context of those texts. It's all coming full circle, chat. It's all coming full circle. Then we've got PikkySilly, where the conversation was made, and then the full context of the fact that this was a DM. So, he deleted the DM of the things, but we have the communication from Starfinder from their side of the conversation. PikkyRL, the old identity as the groomer regarding PikkyRL. Read this, everything on this internet garbage. He used to go to PikkyRL. It's still on the server. Still on the server. Still on the server. All the ones tagging the old identifications. Pika VTuber, Spook IRL, so on and so forth. He groomed people. Look up PikkyRL on YouTube, into Google, with people asking, why are you looking at this? The Pika stuff, more of the Pika stuff. The downfall of Pika. Top comment said he rebranded to Pixie. Other links. He went by the name Spook. Do not fall for this wicked pile of internet garbage. Report the server. One of the dark sides that Picky had when he lashed out. And here are the messages and the IDs. It's just a bunch of lowly, lazy, and bored idiots. I'll kill and eat you if we're left in a room together. I have to rob people to not starve now. This server was a mistake. People don't deserve having a place they can still call home. They don't deserve anything. Uncaring assholes. You guys literally would do me a favor by uninstalling Discord. It's a bunch of stupid little dumb assholes who don't have anything better to do in life. I'm gonna start robbing people because so I can afford food. Like all kind of why I don't care about anyone here. People don't want to be my friend. They just want to indulge themselves. No, I try, and then people try raping me. It's been 23 years. I'm past that. Meat bags filled with viscera and blood and emotions. I could kill. Wait, I need frame music. One second. I know what I need. I need my sound effect. One second. Thriller, scare, chord, progression, sound effect. Actually, I need the building tension. I can't remember what that is. Is it the suspense sound effect? No, not that one. Not that one either. Not that one either. Fuck it. I'm gonna use Yoshikage Kira. Load, you fuck. Okay. This server was a mistake. People don't deserve having a place they can call home. They don't deserve anything. Uncaring assholes. You guys literally would do me a favor by uninstalling Discord. It's just a bunch of stupid dumb assholes that don't have anything better to do in their lives. I'm just gonna start robbing people so I can afford food. Like, kind of like I don't care about anyone here. People don't want to be my friend. They just want to indulge themselves. No, I try, and then people try raping me. It's been 23 years. I'm past that. Meat bags filled with viscera, blood, and emotion. I could kill you, and I'm only going back to the psych ward. I want to get rid of all of you. It doesn't matter if I save someone or push them off a bridge. I quite literally hate everyone at this point. It's not even about who or reason. Your very existence gives me enough reason to dislike you. It's just people taking advantage of the place I created because they have nothing else in their lives. You're just an insect. You don't have rights! People are way too retarded to even be the same subspecies! You're not making life easier, only harder. You're a burden for others and no one wants you! Pathetic creature. You're not even a fan. You're just an annoying pile of filth getting on my nerves. Like, brother and Christ, what the fuck are these insects yapping about? Get a therapist! Maybe you pay someone, they'll put up with your yapping. I sure don't. I want to talk, not watch people solely in their own predicaments, talking about their lives as if I cared. Nobody on Discord gives a shit about you. Stop talking about it, you lonely bitches.
Bro, somebody has to clip that and turn it into a Twitter clip. Somebody has to.
Oh, shit. You know, it's not quite up there with Cherry, I want to kill her Cherry, but that's gotta be a top 5 crash out of content creators ever. Also tried Void into Blue, Atro into Intro. Void into Blue. Void into Blue.
The first thing that popped in my mind
Go ahead.
was that this is either Kira from fucking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4, or it was fucking Tenjaku ranting to Gojo about how humans are filthy monkeys or some shit.
Yeah. I'm not that quite caught up on my fucking thing there. Oh no, you're right. I should have definitely probably used this one. That's a good pick. I'm gonna put that in music for later. I'm gonna keep that in mind the next time I gotta read somebody molding on the timeline. Oh yes. I put it right in there, and I'm gonna pin that shit. All right. So we got further down here. If you can access the channel, you can post in there since Discord believes you are of age. We believe that Discord can reinforce their own age instructions better than any mod can, and if it doesn't align with what you say in it, we give Discord itself the benefit of the doubt to keep the user safe. Femboy pick rules. You know what? That's a major red flag. Thank God I never posted anything in there. I asked Pixie if they say that they are 12, but then they can post that it means they're 18, even if they continue to say that they're 12, and Pixie's response was, yes. What the fuck? Sorry. Of course, don't share this info with anyone. That was Doc Information 1. Then, of course, Pixie's misdeeds. Do not go after anyone in the screenshots, blah, 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 blah. Here is the replay of the event with the user from Incident 1, that was 15, asking for the scatology videos and recordings. And then other screenshots for context, because they got super uncomfortable with the fact that he was asking them for these from the user called Super Shorty. Then, Incident 2, next conversation he had with a victim between the ages of 16 and 17 as a minor, not as sexual orientated as the first, but downright creepy and weird conversations with them doing the best to fit everything on the screen. Then Incident 3, with him throwing around the slurs and telling people to kill themselves. For the first and second screenshot, I was there in the room for both instances. Sometimes when he'd spiral, there'd be nothing we could do to prevent it. Trying to prevent it made it worse. After saying these things, he would delete the messages or someone else would delete them. I tried to find them in the logs afterwards and could not. Where he said things like, don't care, fag, kill yourself, and, of course, obviously, the crash out from earlier when he was told that nobody cares about the pings, with him hitting them with the hard ER. Incident 4, throwing around a few screenshots of how he talks in chat when minors are present, but claims you can't legally donate to your 18+. I'm sorry, but you know one of your donators is 16 in that chat room, let alone you flirting with them. Negrodamasa! Yes, he's flirting with the donos inside the fucking chat room. Negrodamas! I hate being right. I hate fucking being right, bro. I really hate being right. There's no excuse for your actions at all.
Bro,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry for interrupting, man, but when I first read that bit, it still hits me like a fucking brick even when I read it a second time. You're openly flirting with your grooming victims that you have got to donate to you, which in my tweet where I said that he was scraping pennies from the minors he grooms, and like I was being serious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people thought I was joking, but I was being for real. He actually is taking these donors who are minors, grooming them into giving him money, and then continuously flirting / having sexual relations with them on the internet. It's gross. It's so gross.
Screenshot took place in supporter chat. Your handicap's not an excuse. Nothing is an excuse. Pixie, who's my toilet? Crowbee Dinky. Me. Good boy. Me and another mod confronted him, letting you know there was a minor in chat. There could have been more. And the next 2 screenshots is how we reacted being called out. Nothing but excuses. No acknowledging any wrongdoing or any of that. Just excuses. These pictures are very, very low quality and very, very zoomed in, but I'm leaning in to read these. Yeah, I don't at all. You still have that moment to think before you press send. But I don't have that, though. Unless everything auto-sends, you do still have that. I don't know if you understand this, but when I type, I talk it out. I can't even spell or write anything without doing that, and I say whatever I think. I have no filter, and stuff like the N-word and others just slip out constantly, especially when I'm stressed. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
How could I...
run a... I'm sorry for interrupting you, but this guy could supposedly run a marathon with a heart condition, drink Monster on the daily, but he just gets so stressed out and he like loses his mind and he goes on these racist rants that he totally doesn't mean, by the way.
Of course, how can I forget? The last presenting problem of DID cluster B syndrome. The Sweet Anita condition. Of course, bro, how could I forget? You can't control what he says. He just opens his mouth and the words don't come out. There's vomit on a sweater already. It's mom's spaghetti. Not his mom's spaghetti. Their mom's spaghetti. Whoa. Shame on you, Carl. I have no filter, and stuff like the N-word and other things slip out constantly, even when I'm stressed. I see where you're coming from, but it's hard to change something that I have no control over, because that's kind of why Pigeon wanted an ID verification for people over 18, like for 18 and over people. I basically post on Twitter, and I have DMs as an outlet so I don't say stuff in the server. Oh, of course, because that's much better. Instead of saying the illegal and bad and horrible grooming things in the server, you say the horrible, bad, illegal grooming things in your DMs to users. Yes, that's much better. That's somehow much better than the alternative of not doing that. Somehow. Somehow, chat.
Once you get to the part where he says he's explained it already and he just simply can't help it anymore.
I absolutely have no control online or IRL over anything I am doing. Anyone who knows me at my worst knows that I have horrible pressuring and how I get and how I never stop. I can't do shit like driving on my own because I'm prone to sudden psychosis. I go into road rage over nothing. I try, but I can't promise a single thing. Disabilities aren't all the same. I can't live basically ever on my own, and I'm in a nursery case to begin with. If it was a genuine slip-up, why wasn't it deleted? I hardly remember I own this place. Kinda why I never ban people that break rules. I forget I can. That's why Pigeon owns the server. Anyone can delete their own messages. Yeah, but I forget that, Zoe. I forget my age. I forget my name. I have to be constantly reminded of everything. I can't remember people's birthdays or age, so I often have to write shit in my calendar. I work with a shit ton of notes to remember basic things, and even then I oftentimes don't remember to look. You can't expect that everything is a given with me. I'm trying, I really am, but a lot of stuff is outside my control. Like, I don't want to hurt anyone, but I still hurt them. Like, right now I'm even unsure exactly what's being talked about. I started and now I'm lost. Now, of course,
You know what's funny? It says he doesn't qualify for government assistance in Germany, but if you are genuinely suffering from this level of delusion / psychosis, you can almost always get some form of like government assistance to help you live your life because you can't work a normal job. Which is why I keep coming to the conclusion that he might just straight up be lying about everything that is wrong with him, because like it just doesn't physically make sense. Like you say you have a heart condition that when you get stressed out you can have a heart attack, yet you're running marathons, drinking Monster, and constantly getting yourself in situations that constantly stress you out, and then just claim that, you know, tee I just can't control it. It just doesn't make any logical sense, you know?
And they're like, nigga, is this NBC3? Are you the Dark Phoenix? You can't control it! It's coming out! Every time. You just can't control it? It's just like a fucking boat engine? Man, that's,
and like
that's
I've
tough.
met people who have DID and actually suffer from psychosis. In fact, one of my first ever petitions for my behavioral therapy internship was treating somebody that had DID and psychosis. And obviously not not everybody suffers from DID and psychosis the same. It'd be foolish of me to assume so. But this person does not give off the vibes of somebody who suffers from frequent psychosis, you know?
Yeah. They suffer from frequent something, but it is not frequent psychosis. It is frequent not getting your ass beat. Look out, he's popping his DT! He's gonna X Factor! It's gonna go everywhere!
Yeah, basically, it's like people who, like, I'm not saying that Tourette's isn't real, but there are people that fake having Tourette's. And this is essentially what this guy is doing. And he's claiming that it is because of his stress / psychosis / you know, all of his personality and mental and physical health disorders. You know, he's like one of those people that will just lie about having something.
And the thing that's crazy about this is that he's saying that he's using text-to-speech as a dictation method for typing things into Discord. So he's using text-to-speech. That is possible. If he's using mobile, they can use text-to-speech. Text-to-speech sometimes struggles on dictation. Lord knows how it deals with the German dialect. But if he's saying that he literally can't control himself, he's doing all of this as he's typing it in, and also then correcting it, and then deleting it, and then posting it through things with text-to-speech as his way of dictation, he is bullshitting me. Because to this effect, this is the first time they have mentioned in posts saying that they use text-to-speech dictation for their typing. I'm under the auspicion, before that moment occurred in the text, that they are typing the words. Now, autism, very important thing. DID, very important thing. Split selves and complex mental systems of these alternate identities that a person can go into as a way to shield themselves from the stress and trauma that might affect people. He has not claimed that he has any of those particular things, but he claims he has a form of Tourette's of the brain. Tourette's of the brain, you see. Somehow, he is speaking the words so frequently that when we go back to the 13 instances of the hard R, he's text-to-speech narrating that into his Discord. He's not typing it, he's narrating it.
If you try to do that with any modern phone, Google will just automatically censor it. Any text-to-speech dictation software, like if you say the hard R and you don't have it disabled deliberately, it'll always censor the message. And typing that many hard R's with text-to-speech dictation is not an easy feat. Most software will struggle with it too. Plus, I mean, he's not, like, to claim that he expects text-to-speech to do his dictations for him, while also being competently literate enough to get into engagements on Twitter, doesn't make any logical sense either. You know, because typically what you see with people who use text-to-speech dictation, they have a hard time communicating proper grammar and stuff like that, which means that, you know, when you do it, Google speech and stuff won't automatically add grammar for you 100% accurately unless you're using like AI or ChatGPT or something. So that means he's going back and physically correcting the periods, the commas, you know, to make his speech sound more coherent. So, like I said, it doesn't come off that he's using text-to-speech dictation. And if he was, right, he's still physically going back and grammar correcting everything, which for someone who struggles with grammar and speaking and typing, you know, they would struggle to understand those concepts correctly.
Yes, exactly. Especially in the 13 utterances of the slur, those were separate broken statement speeches spoken multiple times over. So he's saying the word, pressing enter, re-entering text-to-speech, saying the word again, pressing enter, saying the word again. Because you have to understand, when you have a mobile phone and you're using a form of Chromium as a browser or as an inference, unless you are using something closer to like X online, which still defaults to using a Google Chromium. I didn't catch that word filter unless you have disabled it. You have to close out the dictation, press enter, or press space, or the space bar, line bracket, whatever input you use, and you have to input it again. So he's doing it once, then recycling it, doing it again, recycling the action, doing it again, recycling the action. That's a lot of time to still be under a form of psychosis to be able to go through with the effort of doing that action so that you can say the slur in that moment. For single utterances, that could be believable. Let's assume that that is believable. 13 instances? 13 instances? 13 instances, and you're willing to do a process that's going to take 5 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds, depending on how fast your phone loads. Right now, I want any of you to just test it. I will do it with you, okay? I will do it with you. Not saying the slur. Go to your phone. Open your phone. Go to any application that has text-to-speech dictation. For me, I'm going to go to my X app. I'm going to open X on my phone. Open Twitter on my phone. Go to the plus bar. Right? Go to the plus bar. Open up a new open up a new post. Open the post. Go to here. This is a Verizon phone. This button here is text-to-speech. Bring up text-to-speech. Words. Dictation. Notice, there is no way for me to go forward. It is still hearing my voice, and it is still dictating what I'm saying. In order for me to close this, I have to hit the back arrow. I then have to reopen the key tab. I have to hit enter, and then I gotta go back on the back tab again, because it will try to give me auto corrections for the words that I typed, and then I gotta do it again. He did that 13 times. 13 times. Allegedly. In the way that he's describing that he uses it. He did that 13 times. I don't know how patient of a bigot you have to be to do that 13 times, but no fucking shot. No fucking shot. Now, of course, I could just be an unprofessional bigot. You know, I'm not up on my black code, where we have slur rules for white people, allegedly. But for any of the people who want to do the experience on the home version of the game, the only way that they could have done that, the way that they were doing it, the same way we have here with the full screen of my dictation from when I was talking. It's not going to come through very good because it never does with this. Maybe he's an advanced racist, maybe it is. But there's no way he did this multiple times and then went back, did the dictation to make sure that it was legible, and that he's still saying, I don't have any control over this. He's either a fucking liar or he is somehow an ascended dumbass. Which one is it? Take your pick. Neither one's good for you. So, incident number 5. If it couldn't get worse, I'm sorry, we have him threatening to dox one of his friends because they didn't text him back that day. When we confronted the victim, they said they were below 16, and later we found out that they were 14. I don't know exactly if they are really 14. They've been a little bit shady, but when I confronted Pixie with the age of the victim, he didn't deny it at all. Take a deep breath for this one. It's about to get deep. I'm assuming I'm reading this from left to right. I do these daily. Gonna send stuff to their friends and see what happens. Potentially gonna dox someone today. Wrong. Me after I put a pipe bomb in your mailbox. To you guys, it's extreme. To me, it's another day. So, keep in mind, he's saying this into the phone and pressing send, and then bringing it back up again, and then saying these things again. He's not typing it, he's saying it. I'm not beyond anything. Considering they drove me to do just that several times, XD, basically, it's either they just talk, or I'm just doing something drastic. For you, if I don't severely hurt them back, I won't ever be really happy. Happily. B-R-A-P-L-Y. I won't ever be happily. Doesn't Walker. W-O-K-R. Walker. Remember, text-to-speech. Walker. They need consequences. Only way to, by sending their friends and family stuff. That my friend is ignoring me every time I talk about my issues. It's either killing me, it's either killing myself, or ruining them. Imagine your best friend ignores you for months and never says anything. They don't have to talk to you. It's a fucking privilege, not a right. Their choice. And what I do after that is my choice as well. But sure, doxing a 14-year-old shit is okay to you. Done worse. As I said, I have zero morality. It's nothing that deep. Allow us to dupe right in right now for a second. He's saying that he has zero morality, and he will in fact not only antagonize fans, antagonize mods, antagonize friends. I said friends twice. Antagonize friends, antagonize mods, antagonize ex-server members, antagonize people that have been banned for allegedly creating rumors when really they just say to his face, bro, you a groomer for real? Zero morality. It's nothing that deep. During the entire situation, he was claiming how it's the victim's decision. What more could you expect from a disgusting human being? It's their choice. That's like stooping so low. Not mine. It's your decision. Wouldn't be if they didn't act this way. You're actively thinking about it, planning it. If it was their decision to leave, it's your decision on how to act. It is your decision. And notice it says that he was typing at the time. They were typing at the time, at the middle of speaking on this. Then, of course, they speak on the identity of the former aliases, multiple screenshot things, and then other people speaking on whoever it is here on this clip that they posted here on the part of this piece. They have multiple things here that are screenshots that come from accounts. I'm going to check them very quick. They are still up. Thread time, generally going on with experiences stuff that I post with. Everything, multiple screenshots showing proof. Share a couple of links and screenshots proving the same person. Cisco's video on him. Please watch it in Linktree. If you click on the YouTube, it'll take you directly to Pixie's YouTube channel. Click on the Twitter link and paste it into the internet. Okay, you can look at all 447 posts he made on Twitter as Spook. You can look at the post if you further post the claim of it. Made a thread about Spook's misdeeds, aka Pisky. Continuing a thread about Spook, grooming another minor. His Steam statistics and his old Steam aliases. A clip posted on Pico IRL of his TikTok of a little TikTok slip where he used a face cam during streams. They kind of sound the same, don't they? Listen to our current clip from Pisky's Twitch and you confirm they sound exactly the same. They are the same person. This Pika TikTok video I linked can clearly tell it's the same person. If it's false, then here's proof of Pisky throwing around another slur. Even then, why would somebody send a picture of your face to you if it isn't you? They're making it clear to the meme that you posted connected to this reply. And then there's this, get that white cracker out of my face. So, for people playing the home game, this is Picky. This is Picky. This is Picky's real face. We can tell... Allegedly his face. But I would posit to you, for those that were looking from the content, notice that in this material, this goes right up there with what we saw from the context of the from the aliases and from the face picture. I'm in the right folder. I am not in the right folder. This one? Yes. So, we can clearly see here the framing of the hair on the face is the same. The skin tone is the same. The TikTok logo in the corner shows that it's from the same time period. So, cross-referencing that with the documentation, here from the PDF,
Also, sorry for deafening constantly. I have to constantly go help my daughter with stuff, and she made me a cup of ramen noodles.
yeah, that's fine. I had to leave the room multiple times to go feed my mother dinner, and I'm trying to do my my nurse notes in the background in between these downtime moments. But you can see here between the framing of the face from the last example, there is a 100% chance that this is the same person sitting down from a position where they're being looked through at a webcam position that is mirror facing. It is the exact face of the person that you just saw that was blurred out from the last image. This is Picky. Behold! The black man! You know, sometimes when people lie about things, it makes it really funny. But it always is a little bit sad on the inside when a person's like, yeah, these niggas don't realize that I'm black. And it's like, nigga, where? Oy vea. Now, he just has a hawk nose because he's black in his bones. Listen, he's black where it counts. Dying on the inside. Dying on the inside. Alright, so, another topic I want to discuss for a quick second.
The true African BBC gene, bro.
True.
It totally has.
He has the phrenology of the lanky white guy from Eurotrip that has sex with the big black woman. See, that's giving him a compliment because that character's not fucking annoying. Another topic I want to discuss for a quick second. Why are you committing fraud? If you had handicaps this bad where you can't work, why did you use that as a reason for donations under your previous aliases? Oh wait, I forgot. You'd rather lie about being Ukrainian. I've seen some shit in this community, but recently, PikkyRL is out here pretending to be Ukrainian, telling his viewers that his house has been blown up, etc., all as a big joke, sympathy vote, and ultimately a fuck you to every Ukrainian currently going through the war right now. Fuck you. The user that is taking this image has been banned from chat. You are unable to ban, blah, 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 until a moderator bans you. This channel allows banned users to request an unban once they have waited 3 months. Mod from your chat went under you. Pika came out about this. The thread going him lying about being Ukrainian, but here's the main screenshot that matters. There's a video in the thread showing him putting on a fake-ass accent too. Germany's best freestyler from Ukraine here. Help me through these tough times. Sad face. And then the fraud.
Yeah, that coincides with the part where I said that he was actively committing fraud.
Yes.
Yeah, this is one of those moments.
So then we get to the fraud section. Now tell me, why do you need money for college when college in Germany is free? College will be $320-ish bucks, and insurance, which gets lowered because of my circumstance, comes to $600 in total. I've got $130 to live on this month because that's all the donations I got this month. I got $130 to live. I don't need that much if I had $700 a month, so I could pay for college and my insurance to be fine. I appreciate everyone, blah, 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 the €2,000 comment. It's a lot less. My issue is that I have to pay $1,000 because I was in a major accident and my insurance didn't cover it all. This is the second time going to college since tax benefits and other stuff because I get insurance benefits from it and other benefits because my insurance will take $1,000 out of my account and college is $320 and it's going to be a fucking asshole. Bro, I can't even pay my insurance or college bills. It's going to come next month. Even $2,000 a month doesn't really cut it long term without extreme budgeting. He claims from time to time that he makes $2,000. The number that we've gotten today was $2,300. You know, more than I make a month, and yet I still live off of it. You either have to be the worst at budgeting and saving, or you're just wasting your money in useless shit instead of putting cuts of it away to save for insurance, colleges, and rent. I
want you to go back to the major accident part, because this is once again of him being deceptive of Germany's like healthcare. If he was in a major accident, he should not be drowning in medical debt, because he should never see a bill outside of co-pays for hospital stays, which don't really add up. Because most co-pays for the, public insurance that most Germans are automatically signed up for, he won't pay more than $100 on insurance at any given time. And most of it's covered through like employer taxes and stuff like that. And, it's just like he's lying about everything that's ever happened to him, essentially.
Mm-hmm. The kind of lies...
Like he's claiming to be drowning in medical debt in a country where you will never see medical debt that high, like ever.
I find it to be interesting because if he is lying about things that can easily be provable by other German citizens that are aware of how their state laws work, I'm not putting that on you, because I do know you live not in the U.S. and you live on the UK-ish soil or the EU-ish soil. All it takes is one other person that's actually a German from the area that he claims to be from to just expose this. So this is a definite...
Well, the reason I know this is because I was actually in a hospital stay in Germany because I accidentally cut my arm, and it was severe enough that I had to go to the hospital. I didn't see a bill for that. I paid $10. That was it. I didn't see a bill. I got charged a copay, and that was it. It was $10. 10 euros.
Yeah, so when he makes claims like this can just be disproven by any singular person from an area like his coming forward and explaining that, nah, bro, you would not have these charges. It's a very interesting defamatory statement to make about your country and about your healthcare to justify a constant intake, because it's much more likely, if you are earning this money and you are being charged this for your college, that you're mismanaging your money because you're spending it on fucking energy drinks. Those 2 pallets you had there of those 12 canisters, those were basically $23, $22 each. Let's assume that you're buying 1 each when you get a re-up. That's at least $54 that you're spending right there. Out of something that, like a dono, maybe you're able to get away with it if it's like a $75 dono every now and again. If you claim that you're making $2,300, or now the example of $2,000 a month, that's nothing in terms of the entire capacity log. But I technically make $2,000 in a 2 bi-week fortnight pay cycle. But unfortunately, I pay a cost share for my job. I pay a cost share. And what I'm now being gauged and gouged of from my own family equals out to about $1,000. They take almost half my fucking earnings from me. And that's between 2 checks, where a large lump sum is taken from the first check, and a smaller lump sum is taken from the second check. And what I have left over has to pay for the $271 cost share that is necessary for me to be eligible for my next lump sum payment for my job. So I don't even have, technically, $1,000 on hand at any one time. It's more like I have a minimum of, if I don't give money to anything or spend anything, maybe $500 that I can hold on to. That I then have to levy in wage against the medical bills that I pay for my copays when I have to go to the Ann Capistanian Clinic. That is also the Ann Capistanian Farm that I get my fruits and vegetables from as a part of the healthcare program that the dietitian has assigned me to. Fortunately, those are only $7 payments every week when my bundle of near $30 to $40 worth of vegetables and groceries already, and then only a $2 amount for any extra things I would like to buy from the walk-in closet that they have for the greens that come from said farm. But that's $500, but if I have to pay bills for myself, it's probably going to be closer to $200 to $300 every 2 weeks that I have to survive on, to then get to the 3rd or 4th week of the month, to then receive the next payment up share, that then gouges about another 500 out of the said check to then sit on and try to make something out of it, while I am not liable to build and have another job at the same time. Somehow, you have 100%, 130% more of the income opportunity that I have, but you can't work a job because you would literally fall apart if you did. But somehow, you're not producing content, you're not producing material, you're not producing events, you're not producing crossovers, you're not producing co-streams with other people to actually elongate and create opportunity for more likable, shareable, memeable content, while saying you have all of these things that you have being linked against you. It just doesn't meld. It just doesn't go. It just doesn't fucking go. It just doesn't. It just does not. It does not. It's bullshit. It's just bullshit, unfortunately. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. So, going from there, we then move to the bottom section. He claims from time to time that he makes $2K a month, you know, more than I make in a month, but still lives off of it. Either you have to be the worst at budgeting, saving, blah, 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 getting onto here. You either have to be the worst at budgeting, or you're wasting your money and useless shit instead of putting bits of it away for college, insurance, and rent. I do not have video proof, but he admitted to spending most of his money on sex toys in a call that I had with him, the only private call that I ever had with him. I know it's hard to trust my word on this specific claim because I don't have picture proof, but I have others' claims where he claims the same thing to them as well, mostly his victims. Do not fall for his trap. Be aware of his previous misdeeds. It is all a scam. Then, of course, we've got the kill yourself hard R, leak his address, give this dude death threats. To be fair, I've been in court and was found not guilty even though I was. Nice cult, while the god digs through trash. Kinda hate how people take everything so serious, like holy shit. I dig through dumpsters by daily because I'm broke as fuck. But I thought you're like a fucking comorbidity hazard that's walking, that's like a fucking zombie. I thought if anything touches you or you even have to do something stressful like dumpster diving, it's gonna give you a fucking conniption fit. So how's that work out?
Yeah, and then this is the same guy who's bragging to me on Twitter that he makes $2,300 a month from his underage server members in which he has sexual relations with, so... Sexual
relations with minors. Literally committing crimes on the daily. No, proven innocent. Crime folder wiped because I was listed as severely mentally handicapped. Yeah, that's definitely something to be proud about. I was... Hold on. Let me do it with the music. I wasn't considered worthy to go to jail because I'm severely mentally handicapped. I got away with it because they decided I was too retarded. You know, he has a point. It does hit different when you got with that background music. Oh my god. Anyways. Actually, no. This is a great opportunity to use the music. Let me take it from the top. Kill yourself, N-word. Yeah. Leak his address. Give this dude death threats. To be fair, I was in court and was found not guilty even though I was. Nice cult while the god digs through trash. Kinda hate how people take everything so seriously. Like, holy shit. I dig through dumpsters by daily because I'm broke as fuck. I'm literally committing crimes on the daily. No. Proven innocent, crime folder wiped because I was literally listed as severely mentally handicapped. I don't even remember most of the things I've done in my life. I only have recollections from past records, but my crime record got wiped in the beginning of the last year, so I can break basically any crime and face no direct punishment. Since they found the culprit of the main lead, but then I got diagnosed with schizophrenia and heavy psychosis, and my crime folder got wiped. Dude, they just want to lock me up after I tried to kill my psychiatrist when he hit my trigger almost 2 years ago. Bro, telling trans people to kill themselves isn't against the rules. That one's a little bit more diabolical.
Same guy with rules about no racism, no homophobia.
I gotta admit, that one was a little bit darker with the progressive rock in my ear.
And not only that, you know, if you think about it, right? He's like, oh, they can never charge me with a crime. He like admits on Discord that he raped somebody, and it's just like I think the police just don't know because I think he's making all of it up.
Yeah. Feels like it. And then again, here he is impersonating a so very popular VTuber Line Chew. Okay, so this is him impersonating someone. The Line Chew is him that's right, you did tell me that. But then that means he has two identities that he paid for. Okay.
Oh, so it's not allegedly. I was just remembering it correctly. I just didn't know if I was right or not.
So he buys and pays for an account. And then he also has an account where he impersonates another VTuber to stick it on them. And he cannot remember if the account that he bought the identity of and bought the server of was for somebody who used to play Smash. So, 2 instances of him admitting to and being caught trying to impersonate someone else so that he can put his persona problems on those identities. So it's twice as bad. Okay. Okay, I should probably read it again with the sound effect. One second.
And it still gets worse, by the way. It somehow gets worse.
Involving Zoe and Reina just made everything so much worse. It's not just the first time someone took advantage of me and used me before. So it's not surprising at all that people take my side when they think you don't care and did the same exact thing. I couldn't even say much since we never talked about it. Most people know is from Zoe and Reina and from the vents I've done without using your name. I know you still care about me, and I still care about you. This whole thing is just out of my control with how many people it has involved, but not putting any effort in silence isn't helping. Tell me when you can call! Oh my god, the Void in Blue really goes hard. Oh my holy shit. His new name changed on Discord as of August 14th, 2024, along with his alt on PikkyPaw. And Incident 4, you can see in these screenshots, he's talking extremely sexual to a minor. They later told us that they are 16. You can see after changing every social media account, he is still doing the same actions, even though he says screenshots don't matter. Not before defending people posting hentai of underage anime characters, saying that it's fiction and it doesn't count. And I want... Oh, okay, I hate myself doing this one. And I want to see it all shoot out. It's my cum after all. I own all of you. Be a good boy. That's so small. That's just cute. I'm touching myself. Thinking of you. What if I asked to watch? I might. A missed call a few seconds ago.
Yeah, so this is... Okay, pause. This is basically the part where the minor had showed him pictures of his tiny kid dick, and he was like, oh, yeah, it's so small. And then he had a video call or a call with that one kid in the second screenshot you were about to read.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, can I watch? And he basically is watching these kids masturbate to him.
So I was correct about the collaborative group mutual masturbation. I just underpredicted the amount of people who would be
It gets so much worse. Like that stuff you read earlier, the asking minors for scat, it gets so much worse down to the point of child pornography. Like it is just absolutely the most disgusting human I've ever seen walk this earth.
Like, you're already asking to watch these two children fucking whacking in front of you, so the action of you recording this and or witnessing this is itself child pornography. You are having these children produce CSAM in front of you, and you are enjoying it and watching it and gluviating in it. God damn! And how are you not in jail yet? Oh yeah, that's right. I got off because I'm super fucking stupid. Fucking... Oh my god. I might...
Yeah, you can continue. I just thought I would interrupt to let you know that this is the part where it starts getting much worse.
We've already reported it to the police, Pip. We've stated this multiple times before. Sorry.
Yes, both of us have reported it to the police. I've actually made 2 reports in the last, since I started the drama with him on Twitter. Under his Shy Lily post, I had reported it to the cops once I became aware of the material.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Carl, you don't have the voice for it. Actually, I do, Pip, because that's me being a voice actor. Pip, we said it multiple times earlier in the broadcast. You weren't paying attention. Yeah, that dude just makes bullshit videos. His other vids are literally exposing random people, and one of them literally didn't even do anything. He just likes branding smaller creators. Like you? He just uses anything he's told, even though screenshots don't really mean anything. Screenshots hold zero weight, since anybody can just fake them. I'm glad it's fake, I didn't want to believe it. I don't know why anybody gave him weight. I can just... To be fair, in rules, it says never accept any DMs from people you don't know. Yeah? They take advantage of my community to grow in their own spaces. You almost fell for a pulling scam. Damn! Hey, Picky, when am I supposed to be allowed to send you, and what's the limits on it? I want to be one of your friends, too, if that's okay. Whatever, Nye. So I can send whatever? Hey, what's up? Eat your balls. Basically, yeah. Ayo! If I paid more attention in class, I would have gotten a better result. Lamau, I saw your Twitter. Nice art there. You're getting paid! by you, though. Yeah. What are you gonna think? What do you think is going in if I say pegging? Gotta give you a use. Yay! An eggplant? It's as thick as one. Bottle slurp. Picky, you know something I've jerked off to on your Twitter? Before, I must admit it. Why would you admit that? Which one? The sauce one. I know, but what post? Several ones. You want to be topped by a tall femboy? One day. I'm asking right now. Yes? You want to get a giant femboy cock in your ass? Rearranging your guts? Taking it happily like a good boy? Is that what you want? Yeah. You want to... Yeah, is that what do you want? Say it out loud. I want a giant femboy cock in your ass. And whose cock do you want? I'm a good. How about you? How are you right now? I'm right, little meow meow. That's good. So, Picky, what you doing? Being horny in bed, I guess, with my stupid estrogen. Personally, I never thought I had estrogen, but it seems pretty cool because I'm underage and I sent you inappropriate things. I can't consent. I'm severely mentally handicapped. I can't stop or say no to anyone. That must really be a problem sometimes. Duh, I'm a victim. Aww. Take all the time you need. If I can be in VC, I can share my screen. One question. How old are you? 16? Well, damn. One more pedophilia case on his record. That's gonna be fun. Yes, I got exposed. Sexual talk in his 13+ server. Yes, I got exposed for having a massive cock. Proof? Beg. Send pics. Beg. Like what? Paying taxes, I hope. This is kind of crazy. Y'all niggas thirsty. Lol. I want to see. Do you blame them? Join the buy club. But I want to see it. With time, little one. Beg. Y'all are
Little
just...
one? Oh, that is this fucking dude. I can't. He just openly flaunts being a fucking predator and is a dude.
Mm-hmm.
He likes the little ones. Holy fucking shit, dude. It's fucking disgusting as fuck.
Y'all are thirsty.
Even reading it a second time is not helping. It's just as bad as the first time.
Mm-hmm. Y'all motherfuckers are thirstier than a motherfucker in the Sahara Desert. Go outside and consider your actions. Yes, lol, I blame them. What? But this is an order. If I beg, I'll beg for you to. Which channel do I verify in? I don't have access. Channel in a 13+ advertised Discord server. Why do you have an 18+ channel in an advertised 13+ Discord server with a super faulty verification system? Let alone that it was able to be viewed by everyone in the server for a day. That entire channel filled with porn and nudes was being able to be viewed by minors and everyone at the server for more than 24 hours. And why
Wait, whoa, stop there. So he had, okay, so he complained today that when you go to Shy Lily's Discord server, you can see all the channels without any age verification. And he criticizes her for being a dumb foid who doesn't know how to run a Discord. But this same fucking troglodyte suffered the same problem years ago. Ow.
Yeah, it's fucking repugnant. So
It's just so fucking, oh my god.
And then why
I'm
not?
actually getting a migraine now.
Drink a Sprite. You'll be okay. And then, why announce it in the regular announcement so minors can lie about their age to gain access to adult content? New newbies. Now level 0s have a place to talk. It will be chaotic, but now everyone has a VC to talk in. It also gives you levels for activity. On another note, remember to verify if you are 18 and at level 3. These channels have little to no rules, everyone. Yeah, sitting in a VC. Yes, sitting inside of a VC gives you levels. That is not good, because if you can just earn levels by AFKing, it defeats the purpose of having channel activity. Because if you can just lurk in order to gain role experience, then there literally is no actual purpose for even having the roles. You might as well give everybody access anyways, because it means that people that don't actually want to engage can just simply AFK their way to getting access into your server. That's really stupid. Then, at the conclusion of this document, as we come to an end of the document of the current misdeeds that he has done from the past and aliases to the current 2024 actions, he is a complete monster and doesn't deserve the nice, heartwarming community that he currently has for the way that he treats everyone. For everyone to adults looking to share their hard-earned money, helping people out, to the minors looking for a safe place to chat and make friends, please stay safe out there, especially to the younger audience. If you're uncomfortable at all when talking to somebody in DMs or in a server, do not feel guilty for blocking them and letting them know that you you being comfortable matters more than how they will feel knowing. That is all I have for now. Please stay safe and have a good one. A former mod from Pilski's. And then, of course, there's more things from the Pilski's PDF side, which I think this is the same document I just clicked on. Yes, it is. More evidence PDF. Disclaimer. This is all things that have been removed. Don't go looking for them in the server because you'll find nothing. Because these are the posts that are made about stuff. This one right here is about the fact that he was assaulted. So this is the uncensored version of him being censored. And this is him in the full breakdown. So now we can read the rest of how he sexually assaulted our former classmate. Yay! Yay! Isn't that great, chat?
Dude, what's disgusting is that now we just, like, I already knew it wasn't a joke because he talks, like I said earlier when I was discussing this, typically what you see in people who commit horrific crimes is that they will often talk in the perspective that gives away that they know they did it, right? And they'll just sit there and they'll just be like, yeah, here's this so-and-so detail that I would only know if I was the perpetrator of this crime. And that's how, like, you know, you see it all the time in, like, interrogations room, how people will give themselves away by only knowing details that the rapist would know. So, you know, when I finish the other forms of psychology and I start getting into criminal psychology, bro, I'll be looking back on these messages and I'll just be like, holy shit, you know, he's just admitting that he actually did rape her and that it was not a joke / a bit on his part because of the details he brings up. I'm just like, I actually do have a migraine. Like, I can feel my blood pressure actually rising reading some of these messages.
I have the antics of a person who is a satirist. If I don't make jokes to suit my ability of trying to communicate how this should make you feel, I would be pounding my head into the wall. Not into the bed, into the wall. It hurts to look at this kind of shit because it's disgusting. So, the place where it cut off was where he said he pulled her into an alleyway. I pulled her into an alleyway, and then I'm incredibly tall, but doing a ton of training for the years, so she couldn't do much. She'd fight back, so I gave her a jab to the chest and the chin. I pinned her against the floor next to the dumpster, leaving her clothes tethered as I got a second thought that made me snap back to my senses. I know I talked about this before, and people were supportive, but I realized that this VTuber, yes, I know her, has made a tweet about being assaulted weeks ago, and I don't know what to think or feel reading it. I have a lot of mental disabilities that make me prone to violence, and I'm glad I got some control back. I might delete this in a bit. Followed by a poster saying, and then followed by them saying, I'm gonna impregnate you next. And then my femboy friend unalived themselves from a user called Fluffy Lay, and Peaky said, womp womp. Fluffy Lay said, you're not happy? No, I'm God. You pray to me to become happy. I don't know. I don't think you would be able to get in it, bro, though. Well, I can impregnate anybody. And I don't know what that emote is. It looks like the legs of a dog creature. UI Shaggy just built different. He'd be taken to BBC. Then the tweet from the worst of Twitter. Then another post we haven't seen before with a different profile pic that we've never seen before. I want to go to South Korea, impregnate like 10,000 women, and watch the economy collapse because having one kid is $200,000 to raise. That's where that document ends. Then we have 4 video files: Blaze vid on Pixie, Silskill Pit on Pixie, and Silskill Pit on Pixie 2, as well as recording Pika RL doc. Blaze on Pixie vid is 20 minutes. Silskill on Pixie vid is 20 minutes 32 seconds, and it's probably the video that they tried to skim over. And then another video that is 41 minutes and 43 seconds. For the sake and consideration of brevity for this stream, I will not go over these 3 videos. But again, the content of this entire documentation will be linked inside of the chat and will be linked inside the bottom of the comment section that the stream will have. And when the recorded VOD section of the stream goes up from clip again and is posted as a video, it will be found in the comment sections pinned below, as well as in the descriptions of that video. This then brings us to what? Follow-up? Follow-up aftermath? Yes. So things to consider. Consider this. I want all the members of Pissy who are here to know that we've been banned since November, like IP banned. We told him numerous times to reach out, but he refuses since not talking to him is us not talking to him is his whole argument. And we've never even joined. Sorry, buttoning in. Nope, none of us are there. Never have been and never even considered. None of you have been banned here despite me knowing that you're there. He's constantly contradicting himself. He begs for money and then calls people broke. He says we're not banned, but then says we're banned for harassment. I have his video in the drive. We are not hiding anything. If we were, I would never add it so that people can see his responses with all of my proof and evidence available. Especially since Pissy is claiming that we send people after him. We haven't once. It's in the video to not harass him. It's in my doc to not harass him. We said it here multiple times, and yet he claims anyone who joins and doesn't agree with him is people that we've sent. Then, the community response. Audio from YouTube.mp3.
Don't you love when the 12-year-old wife of a pedophile impersonating Chris Hansen and his pedophile husband come to me and accuse me of shit that's not true? I will make sure this is all more fun. Silksos, I'll make the rest of your life sleeping with a gun. Just so you know, there'll be more than a flood, laughing as I drain your 12-year-old wife of her blood. Nothing more.
I just got an idea. One second. I gotta reopen the screen again. Make it a little bit quieter. And play.
Don't you love when the 12-year-old wife of a pedophile impersonating Chris Hansen and his pedophile husband come to me and accuse me of shit that's not true? I will make sure this is all more fun. Silksos, I'll make the rest of your life sleeping with a gun. Just so you know, there'll be more than a flood, laughing as I drain your 12-year-old wife of her blood. Nothing more. I'll laugh as you cry. You're a pedophile. You deserve to die. Nothing more. It'll be all grand. I'll bomb your house if I get from YouTube banned.
That is crazy sing-song work. They got into a rhyme at the end there. Again, Exo Crusher was right. That's funny. It is actually better in context with you put the fucking audio from that last one behind it. I have no idea who's speaking on this piece of information, but I'm assuming...
I'm sure it's somebody threatening Picky because of the allegations. I'm not sure where the audio came from, but considering it's like in the to be considered folder, I assume that it's the community saying, hey, we'll fucking kill you, basically. So I don't know.
I suppose. You'd imagine that somebody would take credit, but I suppose they did not want to take credit because they're probably the, legal trouble. And then we have the announcements response PNG. And then we have here Picky saying yet again, do not respond to open witch hunts. I'll refrain from saying who to not send hate, unlike what he does by openly witch hunting me. I don't like people who don't do any fact-checking and spread information online, but hate does nothing but destroy. I'll pitch in with some info. You can DM my mods for more information or ask questions to the person who made the video yourself. Since they leave out a lot on purpose, I make porn, ask him for any of the information to show beginning of chat history that he has in the Discord. He'll ban you for it. He will silence anybody defending me. It's innocent until proven guilty, and what he does of no digging himself into all his info from people who have no history with me and got banned ages ago for basic rule breaks. I have age-restricted socials, age verification, and he actively restricts who joins his server to prevent my community from joining. Confront him for more information. If you blindly believe screenshots without asking both sides and digging yourself, you'll be misled. Watch some of my content, look at my socials as my mod. Look around here, it's pretty easy to debunk all of it, and it isn't a big deal. Before drama happened, I was a tiny creator, and all this attention pushed me to where I am now. Now, there's a little bit of consideration there. There is this big thing, especially with VTubers, that drama does help you grow, because a lot of what people do when they find themselves in this position is they weaponize being antagonized as a way to, rally people around them to create the opportunity to create growth around them, right? So we saw a bump when we worked with KinoFlex, and by worked with, I mean I responded to KinoFlex and allowed him the opportunity to speak to me on my platform to hear the arguments that he already was going to put into his video response to Anthony Edward West and all of the ideas going through the head of Tony the Tiger before he made his response videos. And yes, the hate watchers did create a significant bump, but it was not the bump made from supporting KinoFlex. It was from the fact that other people who watched my content more than likely were spreading my content around on other media places, which was what they were doing. They were spreading it on Reddit, they were spreading it on YouTube, they were spreading it in their Discords, they were spreading it in their doxing Discords, they were talking about it in DMs. That was a part of what created the bump. People looking for information on the Birdman and him spurging out found my videos on my channel, and they decided to watch them and bring them up with the audience force of both the combined efforts of my people as well as the people that were coming to harass me from the Birdman, as well as those that came to support me from the community of KinoFlex and their other stream member that they work with by the name of Jam. It's not a singular one thing that a person does. A person can get benefit from acting like a victim, but it can only go so far. Notice that I did not gloviate in the use of that word. I didn't stay in constantly making a drama cycle of constantly fishing and farming the Birdman. I moved on to the next story that was relevant to me that I wanted to cover. Because for me, it's a story to cover, and then it's old news. There are plenty of people who still show up inside those comment sections trying to jump onto the news wagon and say, lol, you're irrelevant, nobody cares about you, no one likes your channel, blah, 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 blah. But clearly here with Picky, they have gotten to this position where they're weaponizing this as a way to say that they're always under stress and they're always under attack. And that allegedly they're very open about how they talk about things. But it's the case that Picky keeps saying and keeps characterizing it as, bro, it's not a big thing. So, a couple of caveats, a couple of things that are important. If it's not a big thing, why don't you just tell people straight up what's going on? Why do you make it the case that other people need to go address the person who allegedly is going to lead them astray to get context information behind how they need to inform themselves with you? Why can't you just lay it out to them? Put it in a video format. Put that video as a pinned comment in the FAQ section. That has an explainer of everything. Emd it. I don't know what the proper participle form of emd is, but post the image inside of the server as a preview post emd participle image with a tracking pixel. and make it so that when a person clicks on it, they will get the direct, straight information from the VOD, from beginning to end, without interruption for the question. Do that. Just do that. You don't need to do any of this preamble, because when you do this preamble, you're putting the onus on your enemies to explain how you're innocent. And they don't have to do that. You have to explain your innocence. It's accusations of your character. You have to prove them wrong, not the other way around. Anyway.
It's also funny considering that there's a mountain of evidence proving every accusation that's being weighed against him. Even like, DMs between that 16-year-old where it was clear that Mr. Picky was over there, producing live child porn for himself to jerk off to, essentially, over a Discord call. It really speaks for the volumes that while everybody else is providing a mountain of evidence against Picky, he maintains his innocence without backing up his innocence, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like if it is truly innocent till proven guilty, when you go to court, you're there to also prove your innocence too, right? And he's not even doing the bare minimum of proving his innocence. All of his posts or these announcements are just deflection by considering the fact to be like, oh, well, this was made by a pedophile, or this document was made by this user who grooms kids. Even though these are verifiable things that you could look into, like, we will admit that the person who made the original videos was a pedophile. The information didn't come from him, though. It came from all the multiple other people, his mods, his victims, who made a large document to expose the information. Then he said that the document was made by Parla, who is apparently another pedophile. And it's like, well, how did this person make this document if Parla was the one who made it? So now you're changing who made the document in order to obfuscate the truth, so you can announce to your server that people are just making more drama about me, guys. Why don't you believe me, guys? I'm innocent till proven guilty. Even though he has been proved to be guilty, he refuses to prove his innocence.
Yeah. This constant need of trying to find ways to drama farm for yourself without ever having to prove anything is the open shut way that plenty of people on Twitter and Twitch have made a name for themselves when they do this kind of drama farming. It is probably the most well-known Reddit tier tactic that when you get into the position of a kingmaker, when you're in like flame with any particular audience that will platform you in their subreddits, that you can just simply lie to the mods, lie to the users, drum up drama, claim that certain users are just stalking you, and just simply control the narrative. He's not very good at controlling the narrative, but if you look at this from the viewpoint of he's just concerned with what goes on directly inside of what he can control, he doesn't seem to have any particular friends that he broadcasts with where he is able to extend this control to. No male friends, no female friends, none that seem to be broadcasting with him and standing beside him, except for the people that are only defending him on Twitter. None of them have come to my DMs to tell me anything. None of them have come to any of my mutuals to tell me anything. None of them have come to me anonymously to tell me anything. The majority of them have just come to you to tell you that you, Amy, are in the wrong for what you're doing. I'm just unconvinced that it is the case that he's just a poor little victim that's being singled out by individuals that are going out of their way to perpetuate this eternal cycle of drama that then necessarily requires that he is going to be protected by his audience just believing blindly these things he says, when the evidence that is contradictory to his statements can be evidently found everywhere where you fucking look. To the point that it's common basis that whenever that post gets made, both the original post, the original documentation, the secondary revestment of the documentation from the sanctuary, that he just puts it under the restricted posts. He tries to block the posts and hide the replies. He doesn't even try to address the comments. He just hides them because he can. That's something he can do. If he's on YouTube, he'll delete it. He'll block the person from the channel. If he's on X, he will hide the post and he will block the user after he tries to get responses out of them that he can then characterize as, oh, you just are going to be a perpetual hater, you don't have anything real to say to me, as he's tried to do to you. I chose to go the route of holding my tongue and waiting so that I could amass the information, and then coming to this day and allowing this to be put forward where you don't need to believe me. As I've always said is the case, and I will continue to say is the case, whether I defend myself, whether I defend others, you do not have to take my word for it. You do not have to take my word for shit. Here it is. Boom. Right here. Take it. It's yours. I put it in your hands. See it with your own evil eyes. And then decide if everybody is against him and just lying, the weaselly little liar dudes, or it is the case that he has something to hide and he has a reason to hide for it. It is the case here, as we can all clearly see, that nigga did that shit. And he's mad that there are individuals like myself that are motivated enough that will make it stick to him like fucking glue. Now, he could have again avoided this happening to him if he had just apologized. Unfortunately, because he chose to act the way he has, and I certainly don't like the way he's been speaking to you, I was motivated enough to do the legwork, and now that I've done the legwork, now the rest of us are going to do the hip work. And by hip work, I mean we're all going to fuck him in the ass. Collectively, together. It's going to be like Tengen Top and Gurren Lagann as a porn. Our drill is a dick. We're going to drill him with our drill dick, guys. So, here's his blank post.
I can't tell if that's a joke or an insult, because I don't think anyone would even want to have virtual sexual relations with this person.
It's obviously a joking. It's obviously a joke. It's obviously a joke.
Oh, this shit is disgusting. We need to. He's like, in the nature of TOS, I will not say what I was about to say, but it was pretty violent in nature.
Okay. Here we have a follow-up from Picky. I know the person involved is a douchebag, but please leave his family out of this. Oh! Oh, that's rich! Oh, I know he's an asshole, but, you know, this time, I just want you guys to leave his family out of it. Do whatever you want to him, but please, just leave his family out of it. I'm begging you, please. Don't hurt the family, but kill him. Don't hurt the family, murder him. Okay, all right. What a change of heart. Oh, leave his family out of this. I've seen some pretty scary things just now that I don't really agree with. Doxing isn't okay. Threatening someone's life isn't okay. Please stop sharing pictures of his house. I know he's stupid, but threatening him and his family isn't safe at all. So, actually, you did in fact say it before in the past, Picky, that doxing is okay. So why is it changed here? What changed? What changed in this context?
He got doxed, and, you know, it started coming out about him, and he's just like, well, I'm trying to save whatever career I have left, because, you know, gotta keep those pig obelisks, those dono piggy obelisks alive, so they'll continue to give me shit money every month, you know. Gotta let those 16-year-olds keep giving me money, so I got sexual relations with them. I gotta keep having them do it, guys. I'm gonna save what I got left before I have nothing at all.
Alright, so we have here, Picky's emojis and stickers are goated. Nah, they are, but they're questionable ones. He is technically mainly a non-safe for work content creator, so there are going to be interesting ones. I don't think a person being a pornographer is necessarily going to be something that says there are going to be interesting ones. There are multiple different main websites that exist for the purposes of looking up global emotes that you can use. People have found and made different ones. People can stylize different ones in their own style using their own emojis and their own standards. But it is the case that it is not a justification at all. So then, we have the post from Pigeon. We have someone that is attacking that one guy's wife in his comments. I understand we aren't happy about it, but the wife doesn't deserve that. Please stop. Thank you, Pigeon. Reminder, his wife is 24, by the way. And then, from Celesco, enjoy your police report, lol, PikkyBT. Thank you. Reporting exploitation is an important step in stopping it. Thank you for the information that you shared. Your report number is blank. I can't see that number. So I'm assuming that is a report from the website for what I assume is the German police. Because that was not the website for anything that deals with the American state. And it's certainly not Twitch. Picky on this one says, the dude does it for money, bro. All of his shit's monetized. From a guy who's never been here nor talked to me. Focus. To be honest, the evidence is pretty solid. I mean, past mods and all that. Solid of, I'm a disabled nigga. Then more things that are being that were blotted out. He does address that, I believe. They don't even got my voice, bro. But those are like a lot of screenshots, thumbnail, or if you see, excuse me, thumbs up. Plus people vouching for him from a dude that makes money from drama. You also make money from drama. Yes, exactly. Which are people banned here ages ago and out of other communities. Way more than him. But I don't defend that. Actually, you are defending it because this goes back to the entire point we made earlier about whether or not it was justified to be able to have sponsors. You are in fact attacking him for money. He makes money from doing drama. That means anything he says is illegitimate because he just wants to make drama. You know what that sounds like? It sounds a lot like, you can't play Marathon, bro. All you guys just want to talk shit about the game because you can't play the game. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like bullshit to justify your attitude and your outcome for the argument that you want people to engage with, which is that these people don't just have anything worth saying, so you should ignore them outright, and you should block them from being able to have the ability to spread the story that people are saying about you that happens to have evidence that is attributable to your character and your behavior. This is getting interesting. I made like $200 when the shit started. Now I make several thousands. There's you bragging about money again. So, Picky, the basic numeral value of several starts with 7. Starts with the number 7. Are you making $7,000 a month off of drama? Or are you just saying that you make several $200 to $2,300 payments every pay cycle because you're making that much off of drama? Either way you go, you're making money off of drama, and you're acting as though it's evil to do that when you are bragging about doing it. And bragging about the career bump that it's supposedly bringing you. It's crazy. That would justify if you were proven innocent, though right now, that's pretty much nothing. Not just because they were banned doesn't mean you're weird or erase what happened. Innocent until proven guilty. A level up a day? That's crazy. Yeah, but the thing is, i.e., nothing happened. This ain't a court of law, my guy. I have a community of over 28,000 people vouching for me. I don't think any of those people vouch for you, Picky. Them existing in your server doesn't mean they're vouching for you. Considering that they bring up the law, it kinda is. Of whom which 99% don't even know the people that are in the video. Accusations are always about law and morality. Not really. I can bring up the law even if I'm not a judge. My own mods had for years because I don't know it because they're randoms. Like, they've never been a part of this community, at least most. You got 28,000 mods? Bro, that's crazy. Then proceeded to justify by saying the mods knew the people that were involved. There's no such thing. Believe what I brought up was that age of consent laws about online interaction, such as I remember, which is a fair point in such a situation. There is no such thing. They bring up Discord TOS when I'm friends with several staffs on Sita. Then proceeded to justify saying the new mods they people. They don't. Just to take the massage gun with me. I have no idea what the context of that statement was because it gets blotted out in white. They don't. Overall, it's best left alone as the latest video. People can choose whether they see or do or choose not and to stop interacting with said community. For science, I said I don't know. They don't know randos. You seem to know them. I mean, I get more money from exposure, Amal. Hardly. I knew them from shit. They talked about me in other servers more than anything. Yes, I agree. One video is enough. It's worse if more people make this a bigger deal. I'm here for shits and giggles, trying to see both sides of the story. Hardly. I piss people off because that's how I get paid. So here's you admitting that you actively start drama. The drama that's allegedly going to give you a heart attack, a heart infarction. You allegedly and literally start drama so that you can get paid off drama. But the stress is so bad, it's going to completely metastasize you and make you into a vegetable. You completely can't control yourself. You will go on berserko schizoid rants where you do text-to-speech dictation about how you call people bitches and hoes and multiple slurs that you willingly type out multiple times in your chat room. That's crazy. Why would you buy that? The metal sticks with the padding. People got to me. I disprove stuff. They support. That's how I make my money. or people go to me, I disprove stuff they support. I don't see you ever disproving anything. I see you just saying people are liars, and then asking for money and begging for money. I thought that they were dirt cheap. The problem is, being paid big once and then never being paid again if you end up slipping up ain't the best outcome, because it's one of the only ways to deal with my chronic back pain without relying on medication with an already failing liver. Yeah. Broski, I get paid thousands a month. There's that number again. I get paid thousands a month for almost 2 years now. But yeah, so Let's Go doesn't even know basic things about me. I haven't done active content in years, farm drama for money, and then I focus on the IRL. Man, I legit find it to believe that nothing even happened if this is the type of shit that I can see in the main chat. There's so many things I want to say, but they're not allowed, like they're allowed only in the adult chat. Like, damn, imagine the DMs. I'ma check my PFP list. Imagine IRL. Merp, like, what's your point? Meow, then talking there. Cupcakes. Silly said some extremely weak basis. All his points are just what people tell him, and then he makes vids calling people pedos weekly for cash. He does no research. Again, he's never even bothered DMing me or my mods. I would have just sat down with the dude into the call. I don't believe that. I think you would have avoided trying to talk about the issues, and you would have tried to subterfuge anything that you had to say, and you would try to downplay anything that was done if he did not have hard evidence. He linked the porn creator in his vids and doesn't even mention that I am. Why do you accept minors in the first place? Yo, is it okay if I watch the videos real quick? I don't. It's age restricted, but people don't care. Why do you accept minors in the first place? I don't. It's age restricted, but people don't care. It's your server. Why don't you care about removing them from your server? I know the answer. Like even
likes kids.
Hell, even mentioning minors in a normal conversation is a crime. This is new information. You're what? Sure, you aren't that stupid, I think. Yeah, it's because you limit who joins to prevent my own supporters from defending me. Don't mind them. Why would he put his Discord server on the description then? Disproved how it's spelled, but yeah, it wouldn't affect the situation to a decent degree. It's pretty hard to hate this community, given I haven't received any death threats yet, I'll give you that. Congrats, definitely gives some credibility, but still no proof. I can send you death threats, I just said on the board, I joke. Usually you'd be out. Womp womp. Damn, that's crazy. Bye now. Sir Silsko is obsessed with me, he's in love. Serial harasser Silsko, who likes to censor evidence in people's videos put against each other to boost his own following, has been making more and more posts about me, going as far as referring his own homophobic racist community at me. Why would you supposedly, from Sir Ulk, why would you supposedly buy the account of a known pedophile? Also, none of us have ever joined your server. Why don't you show any of the comments talking about how you would ban them for asking about your allegations? Reminder that the drive explicitly states that we encourage people to steer clear and that there's no point going after you. Feel free to check it out yourself. The worst femboy predator from Miss Let's Go. Ah, shit. Here we go again. And then the Pred Hunter arc, Hypocrisy, Picky vs. Bungo Taiga, Fuwafa, Golden Tatsu, Lion Chew, Sleepy, Velky, a March 17th update, Expose Doc V2, Expose Doc V1, Lamau.ping, What Take 1, What Take 2. I am skimming over these now. Then follow-up 3, what he's been up to, new account, Doxing Shy Lily Talk, which is the picture of what Shy Lily looks like. And this is from the X feature where you can talk in a community of people that you create. So this has him posted as an admin of said community where other people are posting. The follow-up 3. Illuminati stuff, Lamau, the Miner for Mod MP, which is the white Raymond picture that you've already come across. The new dono page again, the Shy Lily Dick Ride, the pedo for partner, trying to grind for pitch partner to continue the grind, to be consistent, reposting child porn, responding to a miscarry tweet from a person called Cuppy. Read this very quick. I thought about how to put this last week into words, and I honestly don't know how. Last Thursday, we were shocked and processing that we had a baby Shino or Cuppy on the way. I first knew the trimester was the hardest, which is why I didn't announce anything and waited. I ended up miscarrying and felt the word shudder underneath me. I'm so lost and confused and heartbroken and blaming myself, and I can't stop crying. I don't know how this will go at streams. I don't want to be alone, but I also do. I've been living in Marvel Rivals ranked because I don't know how to cope and what I need. I also feel like I'm failing you all with the subathon and all these breaks because of everything bad that's happening this year. I'm severely overwhelmed, and I've just been incredibly sad. I was trying for years, and being a mom was my biggest dream. You know, it's gonna just take me a bit to heal. And then underneath the post, Picky says, "Huh, I can make another kid. Punch! What does it mean to me? Punch, punch! What's 17 more years? Punch, punch, punch!" This one's just, this is just heartless. Right here. This one, there's no joke here. This is just a heartless thing to say to somebody.
Yeah, I mean, this also leans into the other parts where I kind of feel like everybody knows that, you know, Picky is a pathological liar and, you know, is kind of a narcissist in nature. But this also kind of just, when I saw some of these messages, I almost straight up just believed that this guy is an actual psychopath. Like, just from his behavior in the past and currently, it just makes me wonder, like, if he is really just a complete psychopath. And that's not like armchair, you know, me trying to armchair diagnose him. That's just like, he just exhibits the exact behaviors of someone who has like no empathy or no sympathy for other people and blatantly disregards his viewers and uses them for his own personal gain, just for the love of the game and for money in quotation marks to pay all his bills and everything. Like, he's just a master manipulator, right? And it just kind of makes me feel like, in my professional opinion, that this guy is just a psychopath. I have no other words for some of the shit I've had to read the first time. And even reading it the second time, it just makes me feel even more disgusted that I have to look at this again.
And is my professional and personal opinion that regardless of what this person identifies himself as, it is very clear that he has all of the telltale markers of the dark tetrad and utilizes them frequently and often in his material so that he may be able to play off all of his sycophantic behavior and psychopathic behavior as just, haha, how I act and me being quirky on the internet. So, if you address it as him having what is clearly a sociopathic break as a schizoid, where he chooses to just talk in the way that he's choosing to speak, this is not something that a sane, rational person should do. Was this him joking at the hands of Cuppy? I don't know. Does he know Cuppy personally? I don't think so. Certainly, if I had a friend that was having a miscarriage or going through postpartum depression of a miscarriage, I would not show up underneath their post and basically say, what's 17 more years? Because it is the case that this tweet is cut off at the bottom, so we can't see if anybody actually liked what Picky said or if they responded to what he said. I have to imagine that he was probably blocked, if not ignored. But the context here is just, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. It leaves a really bad sour taste in your mouth. I know we've made a lot of jokes. I've done a lot of satirical and maudlin behavior, considering the ideas and jokes and points I put together for the purposes of humoring both myself and the audience. But this is not funny to me at this point. It was not funny to me over an hour and 30 minutes ago. Especially when we got to the, I wanted to sexually assault my former class member who's also a VTuber, and then when she spoke about how she was affected by my assault, his brain shut down and he's like, what, bro, what do? But it has not been funny, and this part especially is extremely not funny. Extremely so. There's also,
you know, I met some pretty horrible people when I was going through the internship for behavioral psychology because I wanted to work as a therapist / somebody who diagnoses and gives people medicine and stuff to treat their mental disorders. And I don't think I've ever met anyone as crazy as this in that profession. I met 0 people. Like, I've known pathological liars who lie less than this guy, personally.
Mhm.
Like, it's an insane leap of how, like, utterly crazy this person is. Because, like, every person I've met, whether they be a pathological liar or sociopath, psychopath, or whatever, you know, they have they're bipolar, have BPD and stuff like that. I have never seen something as gross and disgusting as this individual. And it is a miracle he is not locked in a mental asylum. Because if he did go to court and they did prove that he's too mentally incapable to stand trial for any crime, he would not have been released back into the public. There are programs where they would basically confine you to an asylum of some sort. Like, it wouldn't be like an actual asylum per se, like, you know, back in the day with like mental asylums and stuff, but they would pretty much not let you back into the public. You would have to be confined until you were legally diagnosable to be stand trial in court for crimes that you committed. So it's like, it's just so gross. Like, I don't understand how anybody could be like this, you know?
Mm. For the consideration of what it takes to get this far, this is a long time coming and thinking for this creator. All of it starting to pile up on top of them until they no longer have the ability to stand it. Oh god, that sounds like a disgusting sex fucking layup. That's disgusting. All of this shit compiling on top of them until they no longer have the ability to swim from underneath the accusations and the proof. And then allegedly, this here about a virus spreading server called the Fempire and the corrections being made about his server, the Femboy Hangout. The server called the Fempire, which is what people call my server for years now, popped up suddenly. I did some digging and found out most of their members are bot accounts and alts and involving themselves in other servers of the same nature. If you're in the Fempire server without remembering to have joined it, run a virus check. Links can make use of your Discord account to forcibly join servers without alerting you in any way. Done as a way to resell Discord servers and to boost member accounts. You can clearly tell that this is based on little activity and actual members online that it has. This is the ID of the server. Leave it, share the info. Additionally, done an attempt at digging into the server called the Femboy Hangout, and discovered that they're still friends and have ties to EEP Femboy, the owner of Freaky Femboy Fun, who got added as a pedophile, and safeguarding multiple other predators, some of which have been active on the site for several years. While the list of predators to avoid is lengthy, it is a lot safer to just leave the server and tell others. So here's another one of those, bro, just take my word for it situations, where he is slandering other people in another audience, in another community, as being guards for a pedophile. Doesn't say other than the name of one alleged person who is allegedly a pedophile. Might be true, might not be true. But then, by proxy, is slandering several other creators at the same time that they're making this accusation of what they're claiming is a hacked server that exists to resell the account so that they can make money. All of this is very, very convenient. All of it is very, very convenient. And at the top of the information, at the back side of the investigation side of this content, that is the first entire folder. Then inside of the secondary folder, you have documentation listed out in written evidence, as well as written evidence in PDF form. Lord Pisky, PikkyPaw, misdeeds, horrible information, doc more information, and then the videos listed from the other section from the other documentation, with the additional extended follow-up, which appears to just be the extra parts that come from the follow-up section, assuming that I'm not just looking at separate parts of the exact same pieces, which I do not believe I am looking at. Just double checking. Going to where I posted the links earlier. Double checking. Link here. Link here. Okay, so yes, it is the case that both of these links are basically links that one starts from the top side of the shared with me investigation folder, and the other one is the deeper section that goes into the documentation folder. That's deeper here on this. So this is all simplified, so it's all the same links that we've already covered. So, with that being the case, that is basically everything that you can be able to discover about the individual behind the many identities known as Picky. That took a while. Nearly, 7 hours? So, before I close the stream out and leave, here are my ending statements. I have an ending statement that I have prepared for Picky. I don't know if Amy does. Amy, do you have a prepared statement you want to say about the person?
No, not really. I don't think I have anything to say to this fucking troglodyte. I think I just have nothing to say.
Okay.
Anything I have to say would get you banned on YouTube and Twitch, so.
Very well. So, before I close out the stream, and for an AFK check, especially since we're going to be doing high YouTube with this, fingers up in the chat and salutes up in the chat for every single person who was able to make it all the way to the end here. You survived. You lived. You lived. You lived. But for the people at home who are going to be playing the home game of SinglePlayerCarl, I have information for you, and I have information for you, Picky. Those of you watching at home on the home game, again, you can find all the descriptions and the information here that you can be able to go through yourselves in this folder that I am about to link 3 times. Feel free at your leisure to use this information, spread this link around, give it to any and everybody, as I said earlier at the top of the stream, to ensure that people are aware of the crimes of this individual. Share it to your friends, share it to other server members, share it to other creators and other commentators, share it to other creators and people. Make sure this information becomes as widespread as possible so that as many people as possible can be fairly certain that there is no way for this person to be able to hide their identity or their crimes from anyone in any room in any site, period. And if you have liked what you have seen here today, you like my fat, voluptuous goid, and you would like to support any of the content that I produce here on my channel, consider joining my audience, my Discord, and my YouTube as a subscriber, or considering giving me a donation or a membership as a donator to any of the places where Carl and Carl-related accessories can be sold, which is on all of my platforms, as you can see here on the bottom of the screen, which includes SinglePlayerCarl across Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and TikTok, as well as Caramel Cajun on Twitter. And, finally, to you, Picky! I want you to remember something. Very, very simple. I asked you for an apology. You chose to ghost my apology. The next thing that I'm going to do after I'm done with this broadcast, before I eat food, is I'm going to go to every single mutual who is a large creator that I know, and I'm going to hand them this video as documentation and this documentation as evidence, and I am going to destroy you now. I'm very serious. I'm going to destroy you now. You could have... What's that speech that John Goodman gave in that one film? You could have died in your life as a homosexual little imp, but you wanted to feel power. And so now you will feel my power as it flows from my tip into your tip, from the top of your head to the bottom of your toes. And when you sit there with no career and nothing to hide, you will realize that you should have never crossed the path of this nappy-headed Negro. And that's what's up! Say hello to your mothers for me. Say hello to your grandmothers for me. Say hello to your fathers for me. I will see you all in the funny papers. I am Audi 5000. Chain chomp. Whoa. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Thank you for your attendance, Amy. I appreciate it.
My attendance. Another side note, if you want to pick a different day, we can go over his defenders as well. who also
Yes.
happen to spread his pedophile propaganda around and are also VTubers, which is his network runs pretty deep.
We will do that another day. You let me know what day you have that works, because tomorrow I have
Yeah,
to
it'll
go
probably
to...
be next Monday as well. Like we could do a whole bit about the, you know, Picky and his defenders part.
Yes, we can definitely do that next Monday. That works for me. So I am leaving now.
Also, if
chat.
you ever want to invite me to all your other stuff, you can. I mean, I don't really hang around that much with any of our former associates, but
Okay.
I'm still available to talk at all times.
Okay, I will keep that in mind. I don't imagine you want to play Marathon at all, because I certainly don't.
I mean, I'd play it with you. I just don't know anything about the game. And two, I don't think it has much staying power.
No, it does not. It really doesn't. My moderator, Marcus, plays it with Dax, and they are very much more far along than I am. You'd probably prefer to try and learn a little bit more about some other games that I've picked up and have been playing with our Discord community chat. Like, I could introduce you to Eternal Return. You'd probably like Eternal Return a lot more than you would any of the things that have been drama slop, that have had just never-ending drama about it. Because as an FPS game, I think Marathon is beneath your skills. I don't think
I mean, like I said, I might buy Marathon and play it with you. I just haven't had the time. I've been working on my own stream stuff like currently, and I'm trying to make sure I stay consistent with streaming, because last month I think I made my highest revenue ever, and you know, that was like something I was kind of proud of. So
well, I will let you know as soon as I finish getting into basically the fucking symposium where I need to post this information to one particular friend in question. But when I finish doing that, I will get back to you on that, because I'll DM Marcus, and then Marcus will be really excited probably. And then I will show you Eternal Return at another time, probably somewhere towards the middle of the week on Wednesday, because Wednesday through Friday is our Discord community days. So if you feel up to learning it starting on Wednesday, I will make sure to tag you in the morning so that I remind myself to tag you again in the middle of the day for when you're available, so that you can start playing it, okay?
yeah. How much are these games gonna cost, by the way? Because I also have a budget I have to work with.
I know that Marathon is like $40 if you buy it through Steam. I chose to use a 4-part pay system from loaded.com, and I got my copy of Marathon for $32 and some odd cents, but by paying in 4, every single payment is like $8 and something. But Eternal Return is a free game.
Okay, I was just make sure, because yeah, it just you know, even though we make good money, it's like sometimes you just think to yourself like, man, I really am just broke. So
Yep, 100%. I felt that 100%.
so like if I buy something, I have to like have like almost every game I buy or buy into has to have an investment return. Like I bought Tarkov's like $300 editions and shit, and I made like almost $800 back from that $200 purchase of that entire game. So
I look at
it's like I have to weigh the things, but
I have to look at it the same way. With things like Neogenics, I obviously can benefit more from that single player wise. With things like Slay the Spire 2 that I bought recently and Recoin, some of them, they have the ability to have multiplayer, some of them don't. For Marathon feels like the first time where I've wasted $40, but it's the case where, because people chose to keep covering the story, where allegedly any person who can't play the game world can't have an opinion about it, because allegedly they're just shit at it. Putting the time and effort in to get better at it, both in trio and solo, it's an entirely different world of dog shit that, when you really deal with it, if you look into any of the past Gap-ins on Sunday, when I give updates on basically the culture and the development of its cycle as it continues to perpetuate down, Marathon keeps cratering itself into the floor because it definitely does not have staying power, mainly because they're killing themselves with the Mordhau loop. You know what the Mordhau loop is, right?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'll play it marathon with you. I just have to weigh if buying the game would ever get me any benefit, which, judging by how the community attacks people who even try to defend the game but don't like how the community's attitude is, it doesn't seem like the kind of fun place to exist in, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah. And then if anything goes to right there and it ends up just not being a fun experience, we can then be able to get you
Like, because I posted on my oh, I was about to say, I posted on my Twitter how I actually don't have a problem. Like, I have no criticism of Marathon. Most of my qualls are with kind of Bungie in themselves. Like, here, I can link you the tweet in case you're curious, but this is what I had to say about Marathon. I also just believe that it's not a competent game, and it has no staying power either. So hold on, let me bring you a screenshot. Where did our DMs go, Bray?
They should still be there.
Okay, no, it's just Discord was bugging. It didn't put our DMs at the top because I have your DMs pinned. But that's what I had to say about Marathon. Essentially, I don't have extreme criticisms of Marathon. It's more so to do with Bungie, because Bungie has, for 4 times now, stolen art and has committed plagiarism. They have a toxic workplace. They remove content. And then, you know, it's not a good company. Neither was Highguard, because if you know what the problem with Highguard, not only was it just a mediocre game, but if you look into the company's dealings, they treated concept artists as like slaves. They had 2 weeks to design MTX and lead entire teams for microtransactions, right? They were basically treated like slaves. And my problem with Marathon was, not only was it just not a good, captivating game, the upper management / suits of the company are fucking scumbags. You know, they treat their employees like shit. You know, they force them to work on insane crunch times, bigger crunch times than, mind you, EA or Activision as well. So they're just like, they're worse than EA in terms of like forcing their employees into insane toxic crunch times. But like I said, I'll definitely give Marathon a shot. I didn't actually give it a shot because of principle, because I will not give Bungie a single dime. But I'm willing to try it. I just, like, I don't know how that's gonna like affect my personal beliefs of like not supporting Bungie. I guess if I buy it from a key reseller, I technically don't give Bungie any money, so
That's the same logic that I had as well.
so I'm probably just gonna buy it from some key seller for $10 discount and just play it a couple matches and just hate it, possibly.
Yeah. And then I can swear to you that I will make it up with you with showing you Eternal Return, which is a much better time for enjoyment. It's much more cleaner. It's going to be slightly strange since it is a battle royale that is in an anime isometric top-down style. Multiple people have tried to associate it to like learning how to play League of Legends, but when you get your handles on it and you really begin to get your handles on the controls, I'm pretty sure you're going to take to it like a fish in water. Especially since you have a very good mentality state of how to learn in any situation how to adapt your battle IQ. This is my opportunity to do for you what you did for me with Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, just so you know, I suck at any top-down MOBA-like games, so, you know, any game that requires, like, super complex reasoning, like MOBAs do, I just tend to just blank out. I don't know. Like, I've been trying to get into Deadlock because it has FPS mechanics, but some of the shit in the game makes me think it was designed for pedophiles and by pedophiles. It's just so fucking bad.
Yes. I had to explain to some people that it was basically Smite with guns. But fortunately, the good thing about Eternal Return is that Eternal Return is a battle royale. You only kill people. You do not need to worry about objectives in the I have to push this thing in order to get a chance to do this thing kind of situation. It's much more like if somebody took took Fortnite, removed the FPS feature, and made it more like the top-down isometric RTS format. You still have your basic abilities. You still have the other things. You have all the ability to access all the content through this system that is made so that you do not have to do things like push a core. And most of the gameplay loop is just mastering the base mechanics of killing people. It's much simpler without having it directly in front of you. It's much simpler than normal. I'm going to post a link for the person who's asking in chat because it is free on Steam. That's the Steam page. I'll also give you a copy of the Steam page as well. And it's just simpler. It's just much, much simpler than any of the games that we've ever touched that are similar to this. So if you take the mechanics of something like League of Legends and you just remove the towers, remove the lanes, remove the jungle, and you just make it a map called Lumia Island, you go around this map in the zones, and as the zones begin to close, you try to find ways to kill the other people that you're fighting against, 3-on-3 combat. You will figure it out over time. The way that we have learned how to do it from my community on our Discord gaming nights is that we start with a custom match of Lone Wolf, which will give you the ability to understand how the game flow works from a one-to-one perspective. And I can promise you, they won't even begin to roll you, I don't think. I think you'll have probably a better time taking to it than some of our more recent members have. Granted, I'm definitely good, but I have yet to really master the time of working myself up the rankings. Technically, I'm around the silver level right now, based in that game, only because the ranked system for that game is based on Korean time. So the ranked time during the day where I would be available to play it would be like 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. in the morning. That's when the peak ranked server time is based, because it's based on lobby fills. I'll fill you more in about it when we get closer to Wednesday. But with everything else said, and assuming that I've talked myself out and Amy's talked herself out, this is the point where we will be cutting the stream off, everyone. Thank you, everyone who's attended. Again, if you like what you saw and you'd like to see more, please click subscribe and like and share and click the stream however you wish to see more. You have my permission to do so. Don't necessarily care what way you do it. Just make me look like one of your French boys. And again, Peaky, I'm going to break your ass. Okay, I'm leaving now. I need to pee bad.